Senate Committee on Constitutional Issues will come to order. The clerk will please call the roll.
Schwartner.
Present.
Birdwell.
Present.
Buckingham.
Here.
Creighton.
Here.
Hall.
Here.
Hinojosa.
Present.
Lucio.
There being 6 present, a quorum is established. Good morning, members. Thank you for your time to be here today. Thank you for everybody here wishing to testify, as well as the individuals participating via live stream. This committee is composed of strong members committed to not only protecting but restoring our country's founding rights and freedoms. We look forward to hearing from all witnesses present today wishing to testify on today's important legislation concerning our constitutional right to keep and bear arms. The Texas Senate has moved rapidly to act on the issues of permitless carry. I want to recognize Representative Matt Schaefer, the author of HB 1927, as well as our colleagues in the House. Representative Schaefer has been diligent in his leadership of this issue in getting the bill over here to the Senate. I intend to pass this bill out of committee today and onto the entire Senate next week. We are moving with all deliberate speed on this bill now because now, more than ever, Texans want to make sure that their Second Amendment rights are not only protected, but restored. A few important announcements for the public. There's an overflow room in E1.012 across the hall to the left. The hearing is being broadcast there as well. Individuals wishing to provide public testimony or register a position on the bill should register at the electronic kiosk outside the hearing room. Testimony will be limited to 2 minutes. Registration for oral testimony will be open until 11 a.m. sharp. However, individuals wishing to testify or to register a position on, for, or against the bill may do so at any time during the hearing. If submitting written testimony, please provide 20 copies with your name and the bill number on each copy. If you are also testifying orally, please hold onto the copies until your name is called, and then give them to the messenger to distribute. Finally, as per Senate rules, a negative COVID test is required to enter the hearing room. The sergeants will be strictly enforcing this policy. We will enforce strict Senate decorum during this hearing. Members, as a matter of housekeeping, we must adopt committee rules. The rules have been distributed to each member. Senator Birdwell moves adoption of the committee rules. Is there objection? Hearing none, the rules are adopted. And I'm going to pass the gavel now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair lays out House Bill 1927 and recognizes the Senate sponsor, Senator Schwartner, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, HB 1927 recognizes the United States Constitution as our permit to carry and allows all law-abiding adults to carry a handgun for the protection of themselves and their families. As a constitutional conservative, I personally have always strongly supported the Second Amendment. I want to make it clear, people who are prohibited from possessing a handgun will still be prohibited from possessing a handgun under this bill. Nothing regarding possession is changed by HB 1927. Further, sensitive places where carrying a handgun is prohibited will still be prohibited. HB 1927 has nothing to do with the purchase or transfer of a firearm. Nothing changes regarding background checks that are required to purchase a gun at a store. Texas has strong laws currently in place for anyone who misuses a firearm or who threatens someone with a firearm. Nothing in this bill changes these laws. This bill is not about AR-15s or rifles or shotguns. Law-abiding citizens already have the right to carry long guns in public places. Business owners and private property owners will still have the right to exclude handguns on their property. The prohibitions for places like public schools or college campuses will not be changed. But what this bill does do is allow law-abiding citizens, aged 21 or older, who currently legally possess a handgun, will be able to carry that handgun in a holster in public places without a state-issued license. A simple restoration of constitutional rights under the Second Amendment. I strongly believe that HB 1927 represents one of the most significant efforts to secure the rights of gun owners that I've seen in more than 10 years serving in the Texas legislature. Members, it is time for Texas to join the 20 states that have passed common sense constitutional carry laws. Mr. Chairman, I will have 6 committee amendments which I would like to lay out today in committee so that we can discuss the possibility of adding these on the Senate floor. My goal today is to pass the House bill as engrossed because I believe in constitutional carry, but we need to have a discussion on amendments today to ensure that we have the votes to get this passed. Not everyone believed we could get to this point. A few short weeks ago, it was suggested that there was insufficient support to pass a constitutional carry bill out of the Texas Senate this session. I personally refuse to accept that. I believe that if we are willing to listen to one another and work together to get the job done, we can pass the kind of strong constitutional carry law that all Texans can be proud of. We cannot allow another session to come and go where we pay lip service to the Second Amendment while failing to fully restore and protect the God-given rights to our citizens. We simply can't allow this opportunity to pass us by. This issue is far too important. To that end, I've worked with my colleagues in the Senate and outside stakeholders like the National Rifle Association, Gun Owners of America, and state law enforcement groups to find the support we need to make this bill a reality in Texas and to do so without further delay. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to bring up all 6 committee amendments for consideration and discussion at this time.
May I open up what I'd like to do, Mr. Chairman, is do that, but I want to give the members of the committee the opportunity to
Make a statement,
ask the
certainly.
author on the base bill, then once that questioning is over with, then come to your amendments, then go to invited testimony, if I may, Mr. Chairman. Members, questions of the author? Senator Hinojosa, then Senator Hall. Senator Hinojosa, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator Schwartner. First of all, for me, I do support the Second Amendment of the Constitution for us to carry the right to have weapons, own weapons. And I also have a license to carry. And I was also in the Marine Corps where I got trained to use a M16, AR-15, you name them, and we got trained, and a .45 caliber gun. And it took a while to really get to know the weapon and the safety features and how to take it apart and put it together and how to also protect it when we were out there in patrols to make sure that we wouldn't shoot each other. But if I look in terms of what we're doing with this bill, House Bill 1927, we are now pretty much taking away all the safety precautions in terms of who can own and have a license out in public. Right now, with the process we have, you have to take minimum 4 hours of in-person handgun safety, 1 to 2 hours of range instruction, proficiency demonstration, 50 rounds from the 3-yard to 15-yard line, background check, and to me that's important. We have to allow a citizen to have a gun. They can have a gun at home. They can have a gun in the car. All of that is legal. They don't need any type of license to do that. But then to be able to carry a gun in public, where you can take it to H-E-B, walk in there while families are shopping, and we don't know who that individual is under your bill. That's a real challenge, because how do we know that individual really qualifies under the requirements that we have right now? You have to be 21 years or older. You have to have a clear criminal record, no felony convictions. How do we sort of safeguard against those dangers?
Right. Well, certainly our Constitution, the right of being a citizen, I think qualifies you to carry a handgun in our state, in our country. You still need a background check to purchase a gun. There is still the obligation of any gun owner to understand gun safety and gun laws, and that obligation is not absolved of that individual.
Well,
The long guns that you mentioned are already able to be carried in public, as you're well aware. That is not something new in this this bill. This is about handguns and the right to extend the ability to carry in public, in a holster, by citizens that are 21 years or older without a permit.
well, let me ask you, I mean, obviously, you can carry what, AR-15 into HEB if you would like?
Private businesses, again, have the ability to limit by 30 signs the entry. And of course, none of this bill has nothing to do with changing the misuse of firearms, whether they're long guns or handguns, regarding display and other. We have very strict laws regarding intentional display and other aspects of misuse of guns. And this bill changes none of those laws.
If you look at what the United States Supreme Court has said, yes, you have a right to own a gun, but also the Heller case, which is the case that controls the ownership of guns at this point, they left in place a licensing requirement, right? So to make sure we know who is the person getting the gun, who we allow to have a gun to carry out in public. You got to remember that while we have all this, well, you have to be 21 years or older, you cannot be convicted of any felony. The fact is that we have a lot of ways for a person that should not have a gun because they don't qualify because of a felony or family violence or whatever other the mental issues, protective orders, they can still get a gun. There are gun shows, person to person. There are so many ways of getting a gun, and your bill doesn't cover that. How is the police supposed to identify those folks if they all of a sudden now there's no licensing requirement, which most of the time the licensing requirements weeds them out? How is the police supposed to know whether or not you have a felony conviction? How do you do that?
Again, the states have the ability to regulate licenses or not. Going back to your original point, this changes nothing regarding the ability of a person that is not able to carry a sidearm. Those prohibitions still exist. An officer can always stop an individual for reasonable suspicion, as you know, being an attorney, and that's an important aspect. Again, this bill is simply removing the requirement that you have a permit by the state. Does Texas need to continue to have a permit for law-abiding citizens, age 21 or over, to avail themselves of carrying a handgun in public as a means of self-defense?
What is reasonable suspicion?
Well,
A tattoo?
you're the attorney. You can define it probably better than I can.
Well,
but there is obviously the concept of reasonable suspicion in our legal code that is well ingrained, and one that police officers use on a regular basis to stop individuals that they have a suspicion of violating the law.
I think so. If you are carrying a gun and you got tattoos all over your body, and you look like a gang member, is that reasonable suspicion?
The specifics of reasonable suspicion are at the discretion of the officer in that situation, as you're aware.
Well, quite frankly, I think what you're doing in that type of situation is placing an officer in danger, because under this bill, anybody can, quite frankly, have a gun and carry it out in public in a holster, and without any kind of filtering to make sure that, hey, I cannot, if I'm a police officer, I can no longer come and ask you, do you have a license, right, under your bill?
Yes. Well, again, an officer can always stop an individual for reasonable suspicion, inquire and ask questions as they see fit. They can obviously arrest and identify the individual at that time if necessary. We have worked diligently over the last week or so and longer with other members regarding the issues of law enforcement and addressing their concerns. And we'll continue to do so as this bill makes it through the process. But the bottom line is, this bill at its heart is about restoring a constitutional right that has been somewhat usurped over time and diminished over time. And I think it's high time that Texas does so.
I think the constitutional right is already there. What you're doing away, just doing away with the license requirements.
That's right. That's all this is doing, is
Well-
getting rid of a license requirement. That's the heart of this bill.
And,
Do you
and-
need a license to carry for a means of self-defense? You don't. You obviously don't need to have one regarding open carry for long guns. This mirrors the current way we handle long guns with handguns now with the passage of this bill, if it makes it through the legislative process.
Well, in order to be eligible to have a license to carry under present law, an individual cannot be convicted of a felony, be charged with a Class A or Class B misdemeanor, be chemically dependent, be incapable of exercising sound judgment with respect to the proper use and storage of a handgun, or have a protective order against that person. So we're doing away with those checks on your bill, the House Bill 1927.
No, Senator, I respectfully disagree on that. The people that are not allowed to carry a handgun under this bill will not be allowed to carry a handgun under this bill.
How do you check that?
The checking is based on the individual, at the time of an individual performing an act that causes them to be stopped by an officer and then detained and verified regarding identity. But also you check it with a background check at the time of purchase of a sidearm.
Well, what if he didn't purchase a gun? I mean, he bought it at a gun show.
This bill is not about gun shows. There are obviously issues associated with gun laws, but this bill is about permitless carry in Texas and the restoration of constitutional rights.
Well, you made the statement about the officer would know when they're committing a crime whether or not that person really.
Well, no, the officer can stop an individual regarding reasonable suspicion. That doesn't necessarily mean they caused a crime, but there is that prerogative of an officer at any time to evaluate an individual if they feel that individual is violating the law and inquire to the acts of that person and their intentions.
So, we're having police officers, DPS officers, local law enforcement getting killed by just stopping someone for speeding or responding to an accident as happened down, I know, in Hidalgo County with DPS officer Moises Vela.
Mm-hmm.
So,
And I've had some tragedies in my district, as we all have probably on this dais. But that's even more reason for a law-abiding citizen, age 21 or older, to be able to carry without a permit for self-defense. If you have young ladies, anybody that feels that they are not capable of physically handling themselves in a situation, they need to have the ability to avail themselves of a mechanism of self-defense in a situation that is concerning. And this is about those people as well.
well, I don't think they have any problems getting a gun right now at this point. What it does, what this bill does, it allows the people, main beneficiaries are the ones right now that will not qualify to have a license to carry a handgun. This is what this bill is doing.
Again, this bill is about permitless carry, restoring a constitutional right for individuals to carry a handgun to protect themselves in this day and age. Criminals, unfortunately, are going to get guns. We all know that. The public knows that. This is about law-abiding individuals to be able to carry for their own self-defense. And in some respects, the societal defense of the greater good and the protection against criminals that are roaming in our society. Unfortunately, that appears to be a greater and greater issue that affects our country, and we shouldn't be disarming individuals, or in fact, we should. Again, this is about allowing individuals to carry for self-defense without having to go through a permitting process. The permit, again, is the Constitution, is the state of being a citizen of this country.
You know, we require a license so people can drive a car, A car can be a,
And the state can regulate whether or not you have a license or not for ownership of a handgun. We've done that already with long guns. This is about extending that privilege, that right to handguns, so that vulnerable citizens can protect themselves. Vulnerable law-abiding citizens can protect themselves in situations that law enforcement are not immediately available.
just two more issues. I know we're going to disagree on this, and I appreciate your patience,
Sure.
I know Arizona enacted similar law
20 states have,
in
yes.
2010, and the annual rate of aggravated assaults committed with a firearm in the state increased by 8%. Also, the same thing with Alaska. In Alaska, they enacted similar type of legislation in 2003. The state has experienced a 65% increase in the annual rate of aggravated assaults with a gun. And what worries me is so people come to the Capitol outside, and we allow people come inside the Capitol. They have a permit to carry. They come inside the Capitol with a gun, right? So we have demonstrations like what happened up in Washington, D.C., and you have a whole bunch of folks out there.
Or in Seattle, or in Minneapolis. Even speaks to a greater need for individuals that are law-abiding to be able to carry without a permit and protect themselves.
God, I think that's a reverse, that we want to protect our police.
I guess I would respectfully disagree in that situation, yes.
Well, I know the people that I saw getting beat up in Washington, D.C. certainly were not demonstrators, they were the police. That's a real serious issue.
And in Seattle and in Minneapolis, I saw individuals getting beat up that were not police, that were citizens, being accosted and assaulted and killed, actually.
Well, they're, assaulting each other, but not the police. I think we're placing our law enforcement in greater danger and risk of their lives for passing this legislation. But thank you for answering the question.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, would you show Senator Lucio here? Senator Lucio, I'll come to you after Senator Hall before you arrived. So, Senator Hall, you're recognized, then I'll come to you, Senator Lucio.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to thank you for your opening statement. I think it made it very clear that of what this bill is going to do and what it's not going to do. And I agree completely with your sentiments expressed in that opening statement about our God-given right being protected with this bill. And just one question to make sure I understand. Our base bill that we're starting with is HB 1927 as it passed out of the House.
That's correct, Senator.
Okay, and then you're going to have amendments.
The engrossed version
The engrossed, okay, all right.
came over directly from the House is
Yeah.
the base starting point. As you know, Senator, we have members everybody has a different opinion about
Yeah.
allowances of guns, where and who, and checks and no checks, training. These are all continuing issues and always will be. But the base bill, I thought, was the appropriate bill to start with the realization that there are ideas that other members need to have voiced and discussed, and as such, there have been amendments drafted that will further delineate thoughts, and those will then be brought up on the floor of the Senate for discussion amongst the membership.
And I think that's good. That's the right way we should be doing this. And I think what this bill doesn't do is just as important or more important than what it does do. And I think that there's a lot of misconception about what comes out of this change, I'll call today, what we have, and what tomorrow would be with this bill, is that anyone who could not possess a gun today would not be able to carry tomorrow
That's correct.
in there. This doesn't change anything to do with who can buy a gun today or tomorrow. That is not affected by this, the purchase of a gun.
Possession is not
No.
changed in this bill.
And purchase is not changed. It does-
Purchase is not
doesn't
changed.
address that at all. And the issue of where they can carry does not change with this.
Those limitations still exist, yes.
Yes, okay. So really, the only thing that happens is you will have those folks today who can possess a gun and choose to carry tomorrow without paying the fee to get a license would be able to do so.
That's correct.
Okay, so that's all we're really changing with this is basically is that fee that we have to pay to carry.
That is one aspect of this bill. There is an amendment to address fees, getting rid of the fee, so that individuals that want to obtain a license for reciprocity, for whatever other reason, identification purposes, would be able to do so without the financial burden of obtaining that license and having to pay a fee.
And I think that's a very appropriate thing to consider. We don't make people anymore pay a fee to vote, and that's a right. So,
We got rid of poll taxes a while
Right.
back, yeah.
and so, but
Can we?
we have one now which does discriminate against the financially less fortunate. So I'll be glad to look forward to that. Anyway, but thank you very much for this.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Lucio, you're recognized, followed by Senator Creighton.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I want to start off by saying that for those of us that know Senator Schwartner and members in this community and members of the Senate, I can say that you have men and women who really care about their state, care about the people of this state and the future of this state. That goes without saying because I've been here 35 years, and I can understand and appreciate the fact that we have a big state, diversified state, a state whose different areas, regional areas, support different things in a certain, support an issue in different ways. Senator, I thank you for being an honest man of integrity, and for those questioning that, I want to tell all of you that Senator Schwartner is indeed an honorable man. We disagree at times, and we agree many times on issues. You stated something a little while ago, and I kind of jumped back, but I think you stopped in a certain. I don't think you completed the sentence. You stated that we're not in the business of disarming people. Texas is. That you don't want to be in the. I says I don't want to see people disarm. I think that's what you said, and I apologize for not having it complete. I just want to state that Texas does not disarm people. We have a gun carry law, and I have a license. Senator Hinojosa has his license. I'm sure Senator Hall does, and maybe the rest of the committee. I know Senator Birdwell has many licenses. But I think that the setup we have today, for the most part, has safety features in it that we can be proud of. Background checks, making sure that felons don't have a permit or given a permit to purchase a gun. But nothing prohibits the public from having a gun right now in terms of having it at home, having it in their car where they travel. Is that correct?
That's correct. Unless you are forbidden from purchase of a gun for a number of different reasons. But possession, though, is one aspect. The ability to carry currently requires, in the case of a handgun, not a long gun, but a handgun,
But
that permit
you can even
be.
have a rifle though in your truck openly, correct? A rifle.
Mhm.
What the tell the public what the law is right now to be able to
Open
have
display in a truck?
display of a
Yeah.
rifle.
I don't believe that's allowed, although I could be corrected on that regarding open display in the back windshield of a rifle like I grew up in West Texas with every other truck had.
I've seen it, and
I bet you have some still down the valley that do
I
it.
think so,
Yeah.
along the border. But I have some concerns that, and it's not quite frankly, I'll be candid, not a bad bill, even though Senator Hinojosa has stated I certainly fear for our law enforcement community who is dedicated to protect and safeguard, our public. I would hate to see more guns out there that will cause injury or death, not only to them, but to other people. That certainly is a concern. And we're going to have a long list of witnesses, I guess, on both sides of the issue that we're going to hear from. One of the things that I don't want to see is the need to keep background checks, ATF's registries removed from the bill. It's currently used in LTC process, correct?
Senator, you still have to have a background check regarding purchase in a store. The background check and basically the license that is required to carry a handgun in public places, holstered, and you're 21, is removed. That is correct. That requirement is not present for, again, long guns. We are equalizing those rights, those Second Amendment rights between handguns and long guns, so that more citizens can carry a handgun. A handgun is a defensive weapon. It is not a weapon that, it is, you're not going to carry a rifle in a defensive posture, a defensive way. There are obviously millions of young ladies, families that at times are in difficult situations that do feel threatened. And I think it is completely appropriate that the Second Amendment right to bear arms and in their self-defense is preserved, and in this case, restored. That's what this bill does, is restore your ability to carry a sidearm, a handgun.
In terms of the, and let's talk just briefly on the ramifications that could come about on extended handgun magazines to 20, 30, 40, 50, 75, and even 100 rounds, magazines or drums. Is your intention to have this in the bill? Because let me say this, I've seen Glock, Hot Point, and Taurus full-size handguns with 20 and 30 round magazines. I have seen those. Even seen a 50 round drum on a Glock. Have you considered addressing extended magazines for pistols? And
Senator, the requirement again in carry is a holstered handgun. A police officer can stop for reasonable suspicion. Anybody that is displaying a gun in a threatening way is obviously violating the law regarding disorderly conduct. And so, those provisions aren't changed. I assume you can have an extended magazine if you have in a holster that fits that magazine. But the practicality of it is a holster is a holster and a handgun is a handgun. And
I understand.
there are variations of rifles and handguns, as we all know, that are not spoken to in this bill. This bill, again, at its core, is about restoring a constitutional right to self-defense and the right to bear arms.
Well, I just hope that, we are not able to see that happen. I myself have a tactical 223 pistol. It looks like a short AR-15, but
And Senator, why do you have that handgun?
why?
Mhm.
Well, I'll tell you why in a minute. Because I live out in the country all alone, and if anybody comes on my property, I want them to know
That's
I have it.
exactly the reason.
Well,
We
that's
need to extend
exactly
that
right, but we want to make sure. I went through a background check. I went to safety courses. I want all of this to be factors in anything we do here when we take up and consider any extension of the gun
Yes, sir.
laws that we, and that's where
I
I'm going
respect
here.
that.
And that's where I'm going here.
Right.
I didn't finish, and I just say it's considered a pistol, but clearly I can't holster it. So how do you feel about these pistols that would support people carrying these around? Would you support carrying these around? I don't intend to carry it in public. I want it for protection only, to protect my family.
Right.
If need be, no matter where you live in the state or the country. In today's world, we've seen what's going on, and yes, I feel like many Americans, but I also feel that we should know what we have. We're not requiring anyone to even take any kind of courses on safety, even shoot their guns. I would love to see something in a bill someday that requires Senator, that would require people to shoot their guns at a shooting range twice a year at least, so they'll know what they have and that they won't have an accident sometime and kill somebody with friendly fire. All those things are going through my mind, and but I certainly appreciate the work you put into it. I think Senator Hinojosa came up questioned what was going on in other states, or he brought up some statistics. Has anyone compiled what has happened in the 20 states that have similar laws that we're trying to pass here today? And can we have that information so that we can see how things develop in those states and whether or not it was safer for people, it was not as safe for law enforcement agencies, etc. Have more people gotten killed? I just want to know if more crime has been committed, and there's a lot of questions, and I guess I'll stop there. I do have some questions.
Sure.
I had read the bill. Frankly, it's not a bad bill. It could use a few good amendments that I know I will come up short in probably putting on this bill. But I hope and pray that what we do is for the betterment of the people of our country, our children, our families, law enforcement agencies, everyone that depends on our decision-making and our policy-making, the policies that we vote on here this session. We have a limited time. I can appreciate the fact that we're going to be here quite a bit today, and I look forward to the testimony.
I appreciate your comments, Senator. We have, I think, 20 states or so that have passed permitless carry. One state, Vermont, never had any restrictions and has been permitless since the nation's founding in 1791. The more recently, it goes to Montana in 91, and the more recent one is Tennessee in 2021. But yes, we will distribute, Senator, to the offices some background information regarding timelines, et cetera, if you would like, and we'll make sure that gets to each one of your offices in the near future.
Yeah, I hope, in closing, at this point, I hope that we can look at making sure that we ensure basic gun safety training, like cleaning a firearm, loading a firearm, holstering a firearm from retention and non-retention holsters, and holding a firearm are still more important measures to be considered. So thank you, sir.
Thank you. Gun responsibility and proper gun ownership is really a requirement of ownership, of
Yes.
owning that firearm, and a responsibility of every gun owner to properly maintain, store, and train as necessary with that firearm. We have responsibilities as citizens. We have rights and freedoms as citizens. We have obligations as citizens. The bill is removing the requirement of a permit to restore again a right to carry a handgun in public. That does not diminish in any way a citizen's obligations and duties regarding that ownership of that firearm.
One last question I wanted to ask you earlier, and I forgot. Do we have statistics that would indicate how many people have guns at home? And what has happened with those guns in those homes?
Sir.
Because, first of all, I do, as I mentioned, I want everybody to know I do have guns at home. And not for any other reason except that I think that people need to, criminals especially, need to understand that there are guns waiting for them in people's homes. And if they care to violate people's rights.
They're waiting, and probably everybody's on his dais.
I just wanted to know
But yes.
how many people in Texas, how many homes in Texas secure a gun at home? Does
Yeah,
anybody have that statistic?
Senator, I do not know. We will try to find that information. Obviously, in the United States, we have a large number of firearms that are owned by private citizens, as our founding documents enshrine that right to occur.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Lucio. Senator Creighton, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to commend Chairman Schwartner for taking up this issue, certainly for the Lieutenant Governor in creating the committee. I think the committee makeup is excellent. I always enjoy working with each of you, but I think on this particular issue, I'm really pleased that we've all been asked to come together on this committee that's been created sort of midway to late in the session, but it's very important. And I think beyond this issue, this committee can take up some other issues that are very important related to the Constitution. To Senator Lucio's
Thank you.
comments, I think that even a better question might be the data on who in Texas does not have a firearm in their home. I think it would be a much smaller list if we looked at it in that respect. Senator Hinojosa mentioned the Heller case, which then Attorney General Abbott, with Solicitor General Ted Cruz leading the way, argued that case with many other states signing on to the Texas brief. And with all due respect to Senator Hinojosa, he mentioned that Heller affirmed that all guns must be licensed. And actually, Heller affirmed that it is proper and appropriate to register firearms, but licensure was not mentioned, other than affirming in that case that D.C. Was appropriate, as states have the latitude to decide whether or not and how to regulate and restrict individuals in their ownership and whether or not they want to issue a license. And the Heller case affirmed that D.C. could issue a license in its decision-making, and that Heller, his problem in owning a handgun in his home could be cured by the issuance of a license, although the ruling also determined that you do not, as an individual in America, have to be a member of a militia to own a handgun, and that the states should determine whether or not there are additional regulations beyond the registration of the handgun itself, and whether or not further restrictions and limitations on the Second Amendment should exist, which I think is why we're here today. There are many Texans that feel like the legislature has gotten it right over the past 25 years in restricting what an individual can and cannot do as far as with a firearm related to concealed carry, the passage of those laws, and then on to open carry. There are many Texans, though, however, that disagree and feel that the state of Texas has gotten it wrong for many, many decades in the types of restrictions on the individual and limitations that individual may share as a burden in limiting the Second Amendment rights by requiring a license. And I think that's why we're here to reevaluate with this legislation whether or not we were correct in past legislative sessions in the restrictions that we've put in place. So I think that we are well within our rights, within the sovereign rights of Texas, to make sure that we have the right policies in place, the right laws in place, and it's certainly appropriate to reevaluate the restrictions we've placed on Texans in the past, knowing that the Second Amendment within the United States Constitution allows an individual to have a handgun and to protect himself or herself within the language on its face. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for bringing this forward, and I look forward to the discussion today and the testimony.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate your comments very much.
Senator Buckingham, your light's not on, so if you wanted to say something before I do, I wanted to give you the opportunity to. No, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You and Senator Lucio touched on something that I want to dig just a smidgen deeper on, if I may, and that was, in your layout, you mentioned that this doesn't change either current prohibitions on location, nor does it expand any current carry opportunities, other than simply removing the license. Currently, in state law, if you are in your vehicle, you may have your weapon with you in your vehicle. In my view, that functionally means that we already have permitless carry for citizens that are lawfully allowed to have a weapon. We already have permitless carry in how many millions of vehicles in the state of Texas right now? Is that functionally how you would interpret current law?
Yes, you just can't get out
You just
and
can't
carry
get out.
as a sidearm.
So functionally,
permit.
what I think your bill is doing is allowing, in this sense, it expands permitless carry from your car to where you can lawfully carry outside your car, as long as there's not already a prohibition at a hospital.
Common areas are not otherwise restricted, yes.
Correct. Or a private property owner who puts 30-06 up, or
You cannot do that
or
under this bill.
30-07.
That's right.
Right, correct. One of we speak of the Second Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, but there's also Article 1, Section 23 of the state Constitution that says that the right of the people to keep and bear arms in defense of themselves and the state is affirmed, but the legislature shall have the ability to regulate the wear of arms with a view to prevent crime. This bill doesn't affect the legislature's ability to make such laws that regulate, and in fact, in my view, and while I would disagree with my esteemed colleague, Senator Hinojosa, who did vote with me yesterday on a bill relating to the school marshals. Thank you, Senator Hinojosa. That those that would be out there violating the law already exist and are already a risk to our law enforcement community. So by passing this legislation, what we're functionally doing is returning to foundational principles, particularly as expressed in Scripture, that the laws are for the unrighteous, not the righteous. We are setting the righteous who would act lawfully with this ability as the founders intended. I could bore you with those quotes and I won't do that. But so what we're functionally doing is saying those who are already not inclined to commit crimes, that are free citizens, that are law-abiding, we're going to expand your opportunity for the right to self-preservation. Because the Second Amendment's not about the weapon. The founders very clearly used the word arms That could be edged weapons, that could be current firearm, that could be some future weapon that we don't currently have in technology. So this allows individuals in our society, or in the state of Texas, that are not otherwise disqualified to carry without a permission slip from the state of Texas.
That is right. It's enshrined in our Constitution, not just arms, but the right to keep and bear arms.
Right. What is implied in the bill, and you spoke to it briefly with your conversation with Senator Lucio, what is implied but not specified in your bill, I'll quote that great American Paul Harvey, though he wasn't a founder, he said that a self-governing society must be self-disciplined. That while your bill makes no, because I've read it, while it makes no additional training requirement obligation, the legislature encourages you, because to be a free citizen. Oliver Ellsworth, the third Supreme Court of the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, who was the presiding member of the Second Amendment of the Constitutional Convention, said that you not only must every free man have the ability to use arms, but he had the responsibility to understand and know how to use that arm.
Yes, sir.
While the legislation doesn't make a mandate, the legislature has an expectation of the citizen that exercises his right to be self-disciplined, to be self-governing, and how they carry that weapon.
As a citizen that has certain freedoms and rights under our Constitution, they have reciprocal obligations and responsibilities. One of which would be if they were to have a firearm. Currently, a long gun, you have that responsibility to understand proper gunmanship and gun safety for that long gun. This bill is not changing that. You still need to have proper gunmanship and gun safety when it comes to handguns. It is your obligation as a citizen availing yourself of that constitutional right.
Members, any other questions of the Senator Springer? I've noticed you have arrived, but I want to go to members of the committee, if I may, first, out of deference to those assigned to the committee. Senator Lucio, you're recognized.
Thank you. Now, I wouldn't have asked to be recognized, but you said something that's most important and put a thought in my mind, quite frankly, that is so simple. I don't know why I didn't think of it when I had my opening remarks. You said that, and you used the word functionally, doing is allowing an extension of what already exists, permitless ability to carry a gun in the car. So what you're really doing, and what we're doing, is taking up and consider to doing away what we already have in law that requires a person that does carry a gun to go through a certain process, background checks, take a test, and do whatever is necessary today in law to carry that. You're removing that and just allowing that gun that's in your car to be able to be in your possession without a permit. That's really all we're doing here.
That's how I see it. Would the author concur?
But that's all we're doing here. People need to understand that we are doing away with what's in current law right now that has worked, and that's my fear. That's the only fear. If we were doing the other way around, I'd be an aye right away. I'm not saying I'm not going to vote for this bill yet, but if those kind of changes are taking place that will lead to it also making it prohibited from the state to be able to require certain things before a person can move around, without a permit, which I'm concerned with, and those are the safety features that have to take place. The fact that we're not going to require people to go through any kind of test or anything that would allow them to become more acquaintable They go out and buy a gun, but they really don't know how to use it, quite frankly, and they might not even fire it for a year or two, and it's dangerous. It's going to lead to people having more guns who don't know anything about gun safety and how to use them. So we're going to really, at this point, what I hear in the conversation, do away with a gun carry permit that we have in Texas and be able to carry a gun without a permit.
Senator, I would just add or say that the laws regarding possession of a firearm in Texas are not changed by this bill. This is about removing a state requirement to have a permit that is currently in place. And in so, we are restoring
I'm sorry.
we're restoring our what I feel are our founding constitutional freedoms regarding the right to keep and bear arms. It doesn't absolve an individual. This has nothing, I don't have any verbiage in the bill that says, hey, you don't have to know anything about guns. Nor do I have a requirement that you do X, Y, or Z regarding guns. It is a citizen's responsibility.
But right now, what we have in law does not take away the people's rights in any form or fashion. Do they arrest?
There's a
that-
hurdle.
That law?
There is one extra hurdle to carry a sidearm, in this case, in public, in common areas, without a permit. And right now, we have the license to carry, the LTC. And such, it is a hurdle for some individuals to avail themselves of their constitutional right to keep and bear arms. And that is a hurdle, I think, that should be removed, and that's what this bill does.
What individuals are you referring to, if I may ask?
There are individuals that do not want to have to, they feel they have the ability, knowledge, and prerequisites of not only possessing, again, this bill has nothing to do with possession, but also bearing in common areas, in a holster, a sidearm, without having to go through a licensing hurdle by the state. And I agree with them. I think that is a requirement that should be removed. And that's what the premise of this bill is, removing that state requirement. The state has the right to regulate the carrying of sidearms, as so well articulated by Senator Birdwell. And as such, I think it is high time that this state evaluate that. We have gone through a lengthy change of gun laws in the state. We had concealed carry, open carry, license to carry, campus carry. And Texas is still standing. And
Yeah.
Texas will be standing stronger and taller, and those private citizens that want to have the ability to defend themselves by carrying their sidearm in a holster. Right now, they obviously can do it in a concealed manner in their purse, et cetera. But there are those that want to do so in a open manner without having to go through the hoops and hurdles of getting a license.
I went to eat at Golden Corral one time, about a month and a half ago.
Yes.
And the guy next to me had a gun right in his holster. Now,
Yeah. Well,
I didn't realize
that's
that.
open carry.
That's open carry.
That's open
That's
carry.
what I'm saying.
Did you
I
feel
don't
safer,
know.
Senator?
We're not limiting very many people right now from being able to do that, and of course I was going to behave, you know. But I thank you. I thank you for
Senator.
allowing me to ask some questions. I certainly, I want you to know that I've gotten some calls back home, and they're pretty tight. It's a tight race.
It's a tight race. Well, hopefully we get you across the finish line.
Let me, before I come to Senator Springer, let me go to Senator Lucio, and then I'll come to you, Senator Springer. Senator Lucio, you're recognized. I mean, Senator Hinojosa.
We love them.
Don't shoot the wrong person. You know, let me
I'm pointing with my finger, not anything else, so.
well, let me just say this. I mean, you know, Senator Birdwell, yes, a lot of citizens will, on their own, go through proper training and learn how to use a weapon, just like you and I have been trained. But a lot of people don't have the discipline and the focus that, let's say, you and I have from our training from the military. And a lot of people do have who are very respectful of their weapons, and they go through proper training, but a lot don't. I just want to read, you quoted the Constitution, so I want to read you the Texas Constitution, Article 1, Bill of Rights. right to keep and bear arms. Every citizen shall have the right to keep and bear arms in the lawful defense of himself or the state. But the legislature shall have power by law to regulate the wearing of arms with a view to prevent crime. Okay? And that can be interpreted many ways, but to me, it gives us the authority to be able to tell people, you got to go through a license process so we know who you are. And I could go through all the numbers, and I think we just ought to open up testimony, because we can have this discussion for all day long. But again, thank you for allowing me to make those comments.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you,
So
sir.
let me go to Senator Springer, and then I'll come to Senator Hall, because Senator Springer's been wanting to talk, and so let me come to Senator Springer, and then I'll come back to you, Senator Hall.
I appreciate it, Mr. Chairman and committee. Give me just the brief opportunity to address this issue. But, it was a bill that obviously I filed as well. So I think my position on this is well known. But, to some of the questions that we have on this is, we've had, as we've talked, all the laws. And each time we have expanded and given more of those rights, we've had the fear that it was going to lead to blood in the streets, which hasn't happened. In fact, we see that it's safer. The guns, I do not see this as one that's going to be a rush of all these people going to buy guns, because anybody who's going to use the ability when we take off this restraint has already, I bet 99% of them already are using the castle law. They're already carrying it in their car. They already have that firearm at their house. They're already using it and knowing how to use that gun safely and respectfully. So to think that we're going to see millions of Texans that have never owned a gun going out to buy a gun to carry, I think is a false premise. And so, I don't see that. And we talk about, well, what are we have a fee to exercise your Second Amendment rights. We don't charge everybody that gets on Twitter a fee to exercise their First Amendment rights. And so, that's one of the things that when people look at this licensing, that we don't have those. And I think it is a step in the needed direction. I think Texans have proven that those that carry use it responsibly. We know that those who use it irresponsibly to do harm don't care what laws are. They will violate the laws no matter what. They will go into gun-free zones. They will, and they see those as soft targets. And from that standpoint, so. I see nothing in this bill that will make Texas less safe. I actually see things in this bill that will make Texas more safe. Because now when people look out across that have intentions of doing evil, they don't know who will be able to defend themselves. And our law enforcement officers do a magnificent job. My middle child is about to go into that field. If I thought that anything in this would put his life more in jeopardy than already it will be of being a law enforcement officer, I wouldn't vote for it. And so I appreciate you, Mr. Chairman, bringing this bill to the committee and the work and listening to testimony that we're going to have on this and go from there. But I just want to, and thanks again for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Senator.
Hall, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator Hinojosa, for reminding us what our Constitution says, because we as a legislation are doing just what you just said, that in that amendment with a view to preventing crime. And testimony that was recently given before the House Homeland Security Committee in Washington testified that states that pass constitutional carry have experienced a decrease in violent crime rates of approximately 5% for murder, 4% for rape, and 4% overall. There was no statistical correlation for suicides or gun-related accidents. So what we're doing by allowing citizens to carry without having to pay for a permit is allowing them to put themselves into position to let Texas join those other states in which have had their crime go down because of permitless carry.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Hall. I believe now it's time to recognize Senator Schwartner. I'm sorry, let me make an announcement real quick. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Room E1028 is also now open as an overflow room for those that may be in the hallway, out in the extension, or in other places throughout the Capitol. There is an additional overflow room available, E1028. With that, Chair recognizes Senator Swartner, send up Committee Amendment Number 1 and to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, these amendments are a discussion of concerns brought about by individuals, entities, associations, and the Senate's continued deliberation of the proper bill. And so with that in mind, again, these amendments are going to be brought up here and taken back down, but I want that information out so we can have that discussion on the floor. Nothing being pushed on you at the last minute. Be open, transparent, understood, and debated, like the Texas Senate should do. And so with that, the First Amendment members would align the bill with current law, which does allow for and provides for an offense for license holders who carry a gun while intoxicated. This prohibition is the utmost importance for public safety. I think it's one that should be well discussed and one that we need, I think, maybe to add back into the bill. Second Amendment.
So you gotta go through, excuse me,
Mr. Chairman, if I may, my understanding was we would discuss each amendment individually.
We can, if you'd
If
like,
you wish
on the
to lay
dais.
them all out first and then discuss, I'm happy to defer to how you may wish to do that.
Let me lay them all out, Ewing.
yeah, and let me,
Senator
if I
Hinojosa,
may.
you're recognized.
So, yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I think they have been distributed to your offices. Am I
Correct.
correct? Thank you.
I would try just to get a much more efficient process. If we're going to discuss each one, we'll be here all day, having a discussion among ourselves
Yes.
on these ones. So, if we are not going to adopt them, which I think some we ought to adopt, and obviously we're not.
We're not adopting these
Yeah,
amendments.
so why not just go through and read them, and that's what we're going to offer them on the Senate floor, instead of having a discussion on them. Otherwise, we'll be here all day, because some of them are okay, some of them I oppose, and I'll have a long discussion, questions on them. So all I'm asking is, if you're going to do that, just go round by one, tell us what it is, and those are the ones going to be offered on the Senate floor instead of having a discussion here.
I defer to my chairman's preference, but
Yeah,
I
that would
think
be
that's a
good.
good
Let's
decision.
do that. Let's lay them all out.
Okay.
And
Chair
anybody that wants to
recognizes
talk on them on the
Senator
dais,
Swartner.
or as we hear public testimony, I want the public to understand thoughts and concerns and have input through us regarding this bill.
Well, they're going to testify on it right now?
Sure. That's why I'm laying them out, so people have full transparency and understanding and.
The intent, Senator, the intent, Senator Hinojosa, is so that as people testify, instead of coming and testifying on base bill with changes that may have been in a committee sub, it's so that everybody, exactly as Senator Swartner said, everybody before they testify knows the totality of base bill and potential amendments in their testimony when they come in, speak after the amendments are laid out.
It's an unusual procedure, but I mean, you're the chair, so.
Senator, thanks, Senator Hinojosa. Senator Swartner, you're recognized to lay out your committee amendments.
Second Amendment, provide greater access for people who still wish to obtain a license to carry by abolishing license to carry fees. As evidenced by other states with permitless carry, people will continue to get a license to ensure reciprocity with other states and for other personal reasons. Third, it removes Section 10 of the bill, which provides that a peace officer may not stop a person based on the carrying of a firearm. This is already case law and is not necessary in this bill. Fourth, enhancement of criminal penalties for felons and those convicted of offenses involving family violence when they violate and carry. Fifth, ensure that specific designated areas such as schools, polling places, and hospitals are able to enforce policies that prevent carrying of handguns on their property. And six, require that DPS, that the Department of Public Safety create a free online training course, voluntary, for anyone interested in learning about gun laws and gun safety. Members, that is the amendment list currently regarding the Senate's stakeholders, individuals' thoughts on this bill. I think it is these are items of discussion. They, again, will not be adopted in this bill that we will be voting on at the end of this committee. They are items that I believe every senator needs to be aware of, and I think are already aware of, but also the public. So that's what we're doing.
All right, members, while the committee, the amendments are before us but not adopted, but questions of the author of the amendments?
Well, that is the issue.
Senator
I have a
Hinojosa,
whole
you're
bunch of questions on each amendment, and for me, it'd be a lot more, excuse me, it'd be a lot more, I guess, efficient of our time and having all the people who want to testify just waiting out there to just leave them alone. We're not going to ask any questions, but those are the amendments, or at least I'm not going to ask any questions because I will stay here and it'll take me over an hour to ask all the questions I have on each amendment. Not an hour on each amendment, but all of them and the back and forth. And other members probably will participate. So I'm just suggesting that we already laid them out. No discussion. Whatever, we'll have discussion on the Senate floor and have the public come and testify just to start having them come and testify instead of having to wait out there for another hour or so.
You know, the purpose here is to further refine the Senate's senators' ideas, but most importantly, get public input, as you were saying. We can certainly discuss anything at any time regarding the bill, the amendments, as individuals come up, and certainly we'll have a robust discussion of the entire bill and any proposed amendment as offered at that time on the Senate floor. Is that okay, Senator?
That'll be fine.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Members, we will now move to invited testimony. Invited testimony, individuals with invited testimony will have 5 minutes to testify. When you see the yellow light, you have 1 minute remaining. And when you see the red light, please conclude your thoughts. We do have a number of individuals wishing to testify in public testimony, so as each individual is courteous and respectful of the 2-minute time limit for public testimony, it'll allow us to get as many individuals through in a timely manner. Invited testimony in the following order. Chair calls Tara Mika, and then on deck, Rachel Malone, Ray Hunt, and Larry Smith, in that order. So with that, Chair calls Tara Mika, and you have 5 minutes. Please state your name, whom you represent.
Mr. Chairman,
Welcome.
before we start, could I ask,
Senator Lucio.
could we really have strict enforcement on the rules that you just, I think that will give everyone out there an opportunity to actually testify and not have to go home.
Yes, sir.
Senator.
Absolutely. It's strict enforcement is in force. I don't wish to be abrupt. Folks have to stop at the red light, but if they're finishing their thought but not finished, make sure that the caboose is coming through on your train of thought is what we're looking for. So,
Senator, I would ask, again, to the individuals here, I think there are 146 individuals that are signed up to provide oral testimony in addition to the invited testimony. The invited testimony, I believe, will have 5 minutes to provide it,
Correct.
provide testimony. Each individual that is signed up to provide oral testimony will have 2 minutes. And I would echo the sentiment, Senator Lucio, that we need strict enforcement so that all individuals have the opportunity to provide. Senator, Mr. Chairman, the sign up for oral testimony will close in 30 minutes at 11 o'clock. I think through 146 witnesses, we're going to have a very robust dissemination of public input, and I look forward to hearing all 146. But there is obviously the practicalities of how many you can sign up, and so that is the decision that has been made to close oral testimony sign up at 11, and we will be here until everybody has testified that has signed up by 11.
and for every moment that those up front take longer, it means those that were signed up, because we're taking them in the order of sign up, they get to testify that much later. With that, Ms. Meacham, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee members. Appreciate you bringing this bill forward. Tara Mitchell with NRA here in strong support of House Bill 1927. Did you know I can carry a handgun openly or concealed without a license in Oklahoma? Did you know I can carry a handgun openly without a license in Louisiana? And the Senate in Louisiana, by the way, this week passed a bill to allow me to carry concealed without a license, a handgun concealed without a license in that state. And did you know that I can carry a handgun openly without a license in New Mexico? I want this bill to pass because I want the same rights here in Texas that these other states afford me right now. We talked, there was a lot of talk about a license and eliminating the license. I want to emphasize that this bill does not eliminate the license to carry structure in this state. People can and will continue to go get their licenses, as other permitless states have experienced. What it's going to eliminate is the scavenger hunt and the scheduling challenges that it takes to get a license in this state. You don't just send in a form to get a license from DPS here. You have to find an instructor. You have to find scheduling time with that instructor that works with both their class schedule and your personal schedule. You have to schedule then and take the class. Somewhere along in this process, if you don't have a gun, you have to go buy a gun. By this time, you're in for, I'd say, about $500 minimum, or like $700 or $800 to pay for the class and the gun. Then you have to schedule a fingerprinting appointment. When you get all of that paperwork together, then you submit it to DPS, and then the wait begins. What if you're somebody who needs a handgun right now? Somebody who's been threatened, somebody who lives in a neighborhood where there's been a rash of robberies and burglaries. What if you need it during a pandemic when licensed to carry instructors couldn't hold classes? There are many reasons people would carry without a license, but I do firmly believe that people will continue to get their licenses. Take a look at Arizona. That's a state that's had permitless carry for over 10 years now. Did you know that a greater percentage of Arizonans are licensed to carry today than were before permitless carry passed? Did you know the number of licenses has doubled, more than doubled, in Arizona since permitless carry passed? And that's been the experience in a number of other states. I passed out a graph that you can take a look at, which shows that in most states that have had this type of law in effect for more than just a handful of years, in all but one, the number of permits has stayed the same or gone up. Crime rates, again, looking at Arizona. From 2010 to 2015, the years immediately preceding and then following enactment of their 2011 law, the murder rate in the state dropped 29% and the robbery rate fell 14.2%. None of the 5 states with sufficient data available in terms of their law having been in effect for more than just a handful of years, none of them have experienced an increase in homicides, either firearm homicides or other types. I don't think this is the dramatic policy leap that opponents of the bill believe it is. There was a little bit of discussion about this earlier. You can carry permitless right now in your home, on your own property. If you own your own business, you can carry permitless there. You can carry permitless in your car. Senator Hinojosa, we thank you for working with us on that bill. What, 2007, 2005? This is not a significant policy leap. This is just allowing people to carry beyond those locations where the state already allows them to carry without a state-issued permit. I see my time is running down, so I'll close out and just say thank you. Look forward to this bill advancing from committee and working with y'all to pass it in the Texas Senate. Thank you.
Members, perfect timing. Members, questions of the witness. Senator Lucio, you're recognized.
I appreciate your testimony. So you feel that everyone that has the right to carry a gun by our standards in Texas, everyone except felons or those that should not have a gun should have the right to carry a gun. What about the right to own a gun?
Mr. Chair, Senator Lucio, yes, I mean, we believe individuals have a right to own a firearm for personal protection, and the Supreme Court agrees with us on that.
Okay, what about poor people who can't afford a gun? There are law-abiding citizens. They have the right to own a gun, as you just stated. They have the right. So do we, as a state, help them purchase that gun? Do we allow the resources for those poor people who you say have the right to own a gun to be able to have one? And that way, there's no discrimination.
Senator Schwertner, Senator Lucio, I think this bill is the great equalizer for those folks. Yes, we've lowered the permit fee. It used to be $140. We've lowered it down to $40, and the amendment you mentioned would eliminate the fee altogether. As I mentioned, you still have to pay for, currently, in order to be able to carry outside your home, you still have to pay for a course that could cost you anywhere from $125 upward.
The point I want to make is it doesn't apply equally to everyone, okay? Those that can afford it are going to be able to buy a gun. And those law-abiding citizens who cannot afford it, who you say have the right to own a gun, are not going to have one because they can't afford it unless someone buys a gun for them. And that's not permitted, right?
Mr. Chair, Senator Lucio, I don't believe that this bill is going to cause a significant number of people to run out and buy a gun, necessarily. There may be people in particular emergency or dangerous situations who will.
I just wanted to make a point that the bill will not really apply equally to everyone because some people cannot afford to buy a gun. And even though they might need one, you know, they live in neighborhoods that maybe is high in crime, but they can't afford one. But, you know, we talk about this morning the right to carry and the right to own a gun. And I'm okay with that. I'm just saying some people are going to be left out of the process. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Members, other questions of the witness? All right. Thank you, Tara, for joining us today. Chair calls Rachel Malone, and on deck, Ray Hunt. All right. Rachel, if you would, please state your name, whom you represent, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Rachel Malone. I'm representing Gun Owners of America and myself, and we are proud to support HB 1927. I want to thank Chairman Schwertner for your leadership in this committee and in sponsoring the bill through the Senate. And I want to thank Senator Springer, Senator Buckingham, Senator Hall, Senator Creighton for authoring or joint authoring related legislation and supporting the issue this session, the previous session. I want to thank all of the committee members for being ready to listen and give thoughtful discussion. On the testimony of so many GOA members of my organization who have waited for years to be able to talk in support of this policy in the Texas Senate. As you've heard, Texas is disturbingly behind the curve when it comes to recognizing the right to carry a handgun. 32 states, and you can see the map in your handout, 32 states allow permitless open carry, meaning if you can legally possess a handgun, you can carry it openly or visibly without getting a permit. And 20 states now recognize full constitutional carry, so that anyone who can legally possess a firearm can carry their handguns open or concealed, no permit for required. This is plain common sense. If you can own it, you can carry it without asking for permission. Constitutional carry as a concept is quite simple. It means that if someone, for example, a single mom, wants to peacefully wear a holstered handgun to be ready to protect herself and her kids, and she's walking peacefully down the street, we shouldn't throw her in jail simply because she failed to apply for a government permit. constitutional carry repeals the requirement while keeping the option of an LTC for those who want it. It does not change who can possess a firearm, as you've already heard today. It does not affect purchase of firearms. It doesn't give anyone any authority to take a handgun out of their holster, and it certainly doesn't give any authority to use it for harm. This bill applies to those 21 and older who can legally possess a firearm. As has been stated by multiple senators today, that's exactly the same group of people who can carry a handgun in their homes, on their property, in their vehicles driving around town or around the state. This bill simply says those people can now get out of their vehicle and pump gas without having to go to jail. Data shows that constitutional carry increases safety. When states pass constitutional carry, violent crime rates go down. That includes murder, rape, robbery, aggravated assault, property crime, and vehicle theft. Some of the numbers are larger, a few may be statistically insignificant, but the point is violent crime certainly doesn't increase. And your handout, the chart on that reflects this. I believe that this is because getting rid of the permit requirement breaks down burdensome barriers to self-defense. Data shows that every day, thousands of people in the United States use a gun to defend themselves, anywhere from 1,300 to 8,200, according to the Centers for Disease Control in a study collected under President Obama. We are safer when we reduce barriers and we help more Texans to be able to protect their families, especially in poor and vulnerable communities. As you've heard, Arizona statistics show that in the 10 years after passing constitutional carry, the percentage of their population that had a license increased from 3.5% to over 5%. That means a greater percentage of their population had gone through the training requirement of a permit, even though it was voluntary. This lines up with the anecdotal evidence that we've heard from instructors in constitutional carry states saying that more people seek out training when training is voluntary. I've also given you a letter from Sheriff Mack of the Constitutional Peace Officers and Sheriff's Association showing strong support for constitutional carry from a law enforcement perspective. And this echoes what I've heard from many other county sheriffs all across Texas. You've heard a lot today about rights, and I'm sure you'll hear a lot more from the witnesses to follow. And I'd like to offer a reminder that government doesn't grant rights. Its purpose is to protect our rights, not the least of which is our right to keep and bear arms. Today, in asking you to pass this bill, I'm simply asking you to recognize and codify in Texas law the natural right to self-defense and the constitutionally affirmed right to keep and bear arms. I urge you to pass constitutional carry in Texas.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Members, questions of the committee. Senator Hinojosa.
Right now, people are not kept from or prohibited from owning a gun at home, like I said, to protect their family. It doesn't, so we have that right. But what this bill does, it pretty much removes virtually every safeguard that we currently have in place to ensure that dangerous individuals are prevented from getting a gun. That's what it does. It does away with all the safeguards. So there are issues. It's not just as clean and as you make it sound, because there are issues in terms of removing some of the safeguards we presently have in place for people to get a license. That's a process that we have in place to identify those who are mentally ill, identify those who have family violence issues, identify those who use drugs, identify those who have a felony, committed a Class A or Class B misdemeanor. That's an important process that we have in place to identify those and weed them out. Nobody's weeding out people that qualify or at least want to own a gun. You don't have to have a license. You can be at home and have a gun. So I'm just going to make sure we clarify that.
Senator Schwartner and Chairman Schwartner, Senator Hinojosa, I remember about 10 years ago when this concept was introduced to me, being actually scared of the concept because I hadn't seen the data on it. And logically thinking about it, I thought, well, why would we want this to happen? Isn't the license a good thing? And the more I looked at it, the more I realized that not only is this important and critical to protect our rights, but even from a complete safety standpoint, the data shows that we are safer and that people tend to get more training when it's voluntary.
I haven't seen that data, but I will tell you that. I mean, I carry a gun. I have a license to carry a concealed weapon, and I've been trained on it. But I don't have to go HEB, wearing my gun outside to show people I have a gun. Why? I mean, it's really, I don't think, it's really a public issue, public safety issue, and not only for our families that are out there that get scared when they see somebody wearing a gun on their side, but also for at least those that right now that are able to wear a gun and show it in a holster are licensed. They've been checked that they're not felonies. They're not felons. They've been checked. They don't have family violence issues. They've been checked. They have not mental health issues. So that's a very important safeguard we have in place, and this bill does away with all of them.
Chair Schwartner, Senator Hinojosa. I'd like to also remind the committee that licenses have never stopped criminals from carrying. There are evil people who will break the law regardless. And what this policy does is it breaks down barriers for those who would choose to be prepared to defend themselves by carrying a handgun.
Chairman.
Senator Lucio, then Senator Hall. Senator Lucio, you're recognized.
Senator Hinojosa makes a good point, and what I fear is what's happened in Mexico, where criminals go and put their guns on the table where they're going into restaurants, and other people see that and they leave. What's to keep people from not going to H-E-B or Walmart if they see people walking around with guns on them? It's going to create a situation where parents are not going to want to take their children to those places. Anyway, I'm not going to belabor that. I want to know, how many guns do you own? How many weapons do you own?
Chair Schwartner, Senator Lucio, I would prefer not to specifically answer that question. However, I have made that choice for myself personally.
I apologize if I put you on the spot. I don't mean to. But the question I really want to ask, did you take any gun safety courses, or were you involved in knowing how to use a gun and how to handle a gun, how to shoot a gun, etc.?
Yes, sir. I have voluntarily chosen to take many courses. I've actually been a firearms instructor for many as well, including for those who had a sudden and urgent need to protect their own lives due to very scary and sad circumstances, and did not have time to wait.
I just really wanted to commend you for being able to do that, and now as an instructor, makes me feel good that a young lady like you is out there trying to make sure that people understand how to handle a gun, how to shoot a gun, and the responsibilities of owning a gun. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Senator Hall, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If we were pioneering this concept of permitless gun, stepping out, all the other states were licensed or couldn't carry or whatever it is, there might be room for some speculation about, is this going to increase crime? What's going to happen? What's going to happen? But we're not. We're followers. Texas is not leading anybody with this. We're catching up with and following in the steps of several other states that have done this in the past. So speculation about crime being increased has been answered. I think you've got charts that came from the Crime Prevention Research Center that you have in here of some rather detailed, comprehensive data that shows the reality of permitless carry actually reduces crime across the board. So we don't need to speculate. Maybe this would happen, maybe that would happen. We've got the data from those that have gone before us to step out and honor individuals' rights to protect themselves, because our Constitution says that's what we're supposed to be doing, is passing gun laws with the idea of preventing crime. And so does not your data support that? And is there any data out there that shows that crime went through the roof with permitless carry?
Yes, sir, Senator Hall. I believe my data absolutely does support the fact that violent crime rates go down. People are safer in states that pass constitutional carry. And when the concept was first introduced to me in 2012, that data really wasn't available. There were, I believe, 4 states at the time who had passed constitutional carry, or Vermont had always had it. but data was more limited, although some existed. Now we have some solid data, and we should make decisions based on that as well as based on the purpose of government, which is to protect our rights.
Okay. And we have the data up here, but some people listening may not have that. I'm sure you can get this from you if it's not on the website.
Yes, sir.
But what this shows that violent crimes went down 21.5%, murder down a little less than 1%, rape down 2%, robberies down 17%, property crime down 700% plus, burglaries down 126. It goes on and on. Larceny over 400%. So there's ample evidence that what we're doing is actually going to be beneficial for all Texans.
Yes, sir, it will be beneficial for all
Thank you.
Texans.
Senator Schwartner, you're recognized. And then I'll come
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Creighton.
On the back of Senator Hall's questioning, the concerns about increasing crime, murder, have been shown not to be borne out in these states that have passed constitutional carry. Texas is going to be the largest state in the union that has passed constitutional carry if this bill makes it across the finish line. And as such, there have been concerns raised about how it would affect suburban and urban areas, as Texas has 4 of the largest 10 urban areas. And so I'd like your input regarding that concern, or whether or not we might actually see the continuation of what we have seen in other states, or is there any reason to be fearful that in Texas we would see a difference because of the increased amount of urban and suburban regions that this state has?
Chairman Schwartner, thank you for the question. I don't believe there is any reason to fear that we would see any different result than we've seen in the other states where data exists. There are plenty of very large cities in those states, very large urban areas. There's no evidence that the crime rates are different. Crime rates still continue to decrease after constitutional carry is passed. And when the legislature considered passing the license to carry law, as well as considered passing licensed open carry and campus carry, some of the same concerns were raised by witnesses or by stakeholders. And as it turned out, after those policies were passed, those fears were unfounded, as data shows. And I have every reason to expect that this policy will result in a safer Texas, safer communities, safer families for our state.
Thank you.
Senator Creighton, you're recognized.
Yes, I appreciate you being here, and I just wanted to follow up on Senator Hall's comments. It says in your resource materials, when you're looking in Arizona at the impact of the constitutional carry laws that were passed in 2011, at that time in Arizona, there were 163,000 active carry permits in the state. As of a couple of months ago, that number for active carry permits in the state increased to 388,000 from the 163,000 that existed when the law was passed. And your materials also reemphasize that with those active carry permits that Arizonans are seeking, there's a training requirement in place. So not only are more within that state seeking out a permit even after the law was passed, but they know and realize they're going to have to go through training in order to receive that permit. I was going to ask for your comments on that. Were you surprised at that data, and what have you seen in other states as well?
Yes, sir. So this data lines up with what I've heard from many of my colleagues and acquaintances in other states who are firearms instructors, many of whom own large firearms training facilities. And they've told me that even though they had wondered what would happen after constitutional carry was passed, they discovered a flood of people asking for training. And the only thing that they could conclude was that once the training requirement became voluntary, people were taking more responsibility to get more training than they had before, which is excellent, because we've always advocated for training, for it to be voluntary, but for people to voluntarily seek that out. And that's exactly what we see happening when we pass constitutional carry.
Don't you think we should trust that Texans are worried about their own safety, and that if they are going to purchase a handgun, that they themselves would seek training just as those in Arizona have shown because they personally want to know how to handle a firearm that they've chosen to acquire. So rather than it be the government's role in forcing that to happen, I would trust that law-abiding Texans would make the decisions for themselves on being prepared to handle that firearm. And for the lawbreakers, we are all trying to figure out how to force, statutes to mandate that a lawbreaker not be a lawbreaker. But time and time again, the lawbreakers continue to do what they will. But how we infringe upon the rights of peaceful, law-abiding citizens in seeking out controlling the lawbreakers, that's always a question. And I think that it's interesting what we've seen in Arizona from the data. It shows, as Senator Hall mentioned, among the states that have passed this law for at least 5 years in order to be able to accumulate data, that all these major crime statistics have dropped. Is there an outlier? Is there another state that you know of where, again, as Senator Hall asked, that crime has jumped significantly in any major category that you know of?
Senator Creighton, I'm not aware of any outlier in any of the other states. Arizona gives us good, solid data, but from everything I've seen from the other states, the results are similar. And as you mentioned, I would trust Texans to be no less responsible than Arizonans in seeking out training, which should be voluntary. And I would trust our fellow Texans to do so. And I would agree with you on that.
You're going to hear we are going to hear testimony later that from witnesses that will say that that unless we continue to mandate a permit be required of Texans that want to carry a firearm, that crime will skyrocket and that Texans will be unsafe. What would you say to that testimony that certainly we will hear later?
Chair Schwartner, Senator Creighton, I would say that honest Texans, should not become the victims. In seeking to restrict crime and restrict criminals, we shouldn't put onerous obligations and permitting requirements on those who simply want to be able to defend their own lives in a worst-case scenario, but are doing nothing to harm anyone else. And so removing the license requirement and allowing the honest Texans to be able to carry a handgun, which is proven to reduce injuries, reduce needless harm to innocent people, that's a positive step forward for the safety of Texans.
Are there provisions in the bill that we are considering today, as it's drafted, that you take issue with?
So one provision that is important to me as it came through the House is to make sure that we are protecting honest, innocent Texans who simply want to be able to keep themselves safe, and not penalizing someone for inadvertent carrying across a threshold of a certain place. And so currently, as the bill is written, as it came over from the House, it includes an exception just to allow that we're not going to criminalize and penalize with an instant jail sentence or ability for that to be brought on them. Those who would just step over a threshold with a handgun in their holster without any intent or action towards harm, and I would appreciate that remaining.
You're concerned about the punishment for mistakes.
Exactly, mistakes should not be punished.
So every day, if we make, there are circumstances where if a mistake is made, there's a citation issued. There's either a law or an ordinance that's broken, accidentally rolled through a stop sign, whatever the issue might be, and there's punishment for those mistakes. So what is the balance there that we need to strike?
Thank you. I appreciate the chance to clarify. So a gun is a neutral object. Carrying a gun causes no harm. That is also a neutral action. It is not. There is no inherent harm in carrying a gun, and so I want to be sure that we are not penalizing someone for a simple act of carrying a gun, and doing everything we can to remove those penalties, while at the same time, it still remains a crime. Actually, it will still remain a crime to pull a gun out of your holster, in which case the gun is not in a neutral position anymore. So this gun does not authorize pulling a gun out of a holster in any way, which is an intentional act.
Is there a difference to you in that hypothetical of whether or not there's a bullet in the chamber?
Texas law has never made a distinction between whether a gun has a bullet in the chamber.
And are there any other provisions in the bill that you feel like today, while knowing that we may vote on this legislation at the end of the hearing, if the chairman chooses to call it up for a vote, that you would have us pay special attention to in consideration of making any changes? And is there any testimony that you assume will be made later that may influence the decision of the committee that you'd like to speak to now?
Yes, thank you. So one concern that you may hear from, I believe, later from some of my members, many GOA members who are minorities have expressed that they would like to ensure that
GOA being?
Gun Owners of America, members of Gun Owners of America, who are minorities, have expressed that sometimes they can feel that they will be discriminated against, or prejudiced against in interactions if they were to open carry a handgun, and they want to make sure that simple act of carrying a handgun is not seen as a threat, or is not legally codified as being a threat or worthy of detainment.
That's an example of one of your concerns that we may hear later that you want to clarify.
Yes, sir.
Any others?
Those are the ones that I wanted to address at this time.
Penalty enhancements, how do you feel about those? Sure.
Penalty enhancement. So I'd like to address that. Gun Owners of America in no way condones anyone who is prohibited from possessing a firearm from breaking the law and possessing that. If you're prohibited, you must not possess that firearm. At the same time, we understand that some people who are prohibited, even prohibited from perhaps being a felon, did not ever commit a violent crime. And we're aware that possession of a firearm, as it's defined, isn't necessarily a voluntary act. You can be in possession when the firearm is on or about your person. And so we would prefer not to drastically raise a penalty for nonviolent possession of a firearm. Violent felons who have committed a violent felony, we are very comfortable raising that penalty.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Senator Schwartner.
No, it's okay, please.
Oh, okay. Senator Hinojosa, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I won't go into back and forth. I know we have some fundamental disagreements about gun ownership and our own guns. But you made an interesting comment. First of all, on this about the crime going down in the states, I don't know how we can verify that. I don't know who this research group is, Dr. John Lott, Crime Prevention Research Center. I don't know who that person is. So I have a lot of doubts about the validity of those numbers about crime going down in Arizona and I guess some other states they name. But you talk about minorities, which is pretty interesting. That some of the minorities are afraid that they carry a gun out, open carry, they'll be targeted because they're minorities. I mean, I don't think it makes a difference. I mean, right now there's an issue with minorities being targeted anyway. So I really don't know why you would bring that issue up by minorities wanting to carry guns, because right now it's a very sensitive issue in terms of the number of killings that have been taking place in our nation. So, I would stay away from minorities in terms of doing that because we work with them and we're a minority. So I don't think that we are any different than anybody else. I think some of us probably are in favor of open carry, some of us are not. So I don't think it makes a difference with minorities or not. But there's a bigger problem than having a gun or carry out in the open. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hinojosa. And to clarify, I was passing along comments I've received from my members, but Gun Owners of America believes in absolutely an equal threshold for all Texans to be able to exercise their rights.
Senator Shorten, you're recognized.
Thank you. And to that point, there's no one on this dais or in the Senate that believes profiling should be allowed, appropriate on the part of any sort of law enforcement agency. I certainly don't. As that bill came out of committee, there were certain amendments added on the House, but what is actually in current case law prohibits that. It's against the law to do that.
Yes, sir, absolutely to my belief.
And
that
we
is
do not,
correct.
we certainly agree that with the, I certainly agree with the House author that is an issue that this bill, of course, does not condone, and certainly one that we believe should be maintained regarding case law. But the premise of the bill, as it came out of the House, and out of the House committee as well, is the permitless carry of handguns on a person in common areas to allow for self-defense. That's the root of this bill and the premise of this bill. We can go all sorts of different tangential ways, training, expansion, not expansion, but that's what we're trying to achieve in this bill, and one that I think is a common goal, common effort amongst a whole group of individuals in the legislature and organizations such as yours.
Chairman Schwartner, yes, sir, I agree with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Members, I wanted to make publicly the announcement that registration for public testimony is now closed. Senator Creighton, you're recognized.
I just wanted to clarify, following up on Senator Hinojosa's concerns. In answering a question that I had asked you, you referenced concerns among your Gun Owners of America members that are minorities, but you weren't talking about minorities as a whole. You were talking about opinions within your membership.
Yes, sir, I was.
That have been expressed to you personally, and you're speaking on behalf of your organization today, correct?
Yes, sir. Thank
Okay.
you, Senator Creighton. I'm speaking on behalf of my organization, expressing what they have asked me to express.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Rachel, if I may, a quick question. You and Senator Creighton spoke to some of the amendments, but I assume you heard all 6 that the chair laid out. Are there any of those amendments that your organization would oppose?
I would love to have the discussion further after I've had a chance to review actual language.
All right, thank you. Members, any other questions for Ms. Malone? All right, thank you for joining us today. Thank you. Before I call Mr. Hunt, let me just make one recognition. Members, our former colleague, the Honorable Susanna Hupp, has joined us. So I didn't see you till after the lady in front of you sat up or moved, and so thank you for joining us today, Susanna. Chair calls Ray Hunt, and on deck, Larry Smith. If you would, Mr. Hunt, please state your name, whom you represent. You have 5 minutes.
My name is Ray Hunt. I'm with the Houston Police Officers Union and represent 5,200 officers in Houston. I want to thank Chairman Schwartzner. Since less than 48 hours ago, I was a very, very hard no on this in your office, as you know. Having seen your 6 amendments, I have moved to a cautious neutral. I would like to see which one of these amendments, if not all of them, pass on the floor before we either decide to go back to a hard no or to stay as a neutral. But I do appreciate the time that you put into this and the Lieutenant Governor in sitting down with all the police groups to hear us out. These amendments definitely toughen it, especially the amendment calling for a 5-year minimum prison sentence for a felon in possession of a firearm. That's huge for Harris County. We had over 100 people last year who got deferred adjudication in Harris County for felon in possession of a firearm. It's outrageous, and those are the folks who are committing all of our crimes in Houston. So this would be a big deal. I also want to thank several senators here for meeting with us yesterday. Senator Huffman, Senator Whitmire, Senator Creighton, Senator Taylor, Hancock, Buckingham, Senator West, Betancourt, Miles, and Hinojosa. We appreciate y'all stepping out the back and meeting with us. Without these amendments, and maybe a couple more that I hope are in the works, which I've been told that there may be a few more in the works, I was trying to figure out what this 1927 was actually trying to fix. Our current LTC law, we believe, is working. Last year, there were 26,304 convictions for serious offenses in the state of Texas. only 114 came from LTC folks. When a police officer is shown that card in Texas, we know that person has been vetted 14 different ways, and we know that that person is probably one of the good guys, save maybe the one person in the hallway who has a very vulgar and offensive shirt on today. Today, when I walked from the parking lot to this room, I saw 16 troopers. Most of them had AR-15s. I had zero fear from any of those persons because I knew they were vetted. They were vetted with thoroughly, and they're highly trained. Before entering the Capitol, I went to the tent outside, had to show my county-issued card showing I had a vaccine, had to show my state-issued driver's license to show it was the right person, and they gave me this band right here because they wanted to make sure you were safe whenever I came into this room. I then walked up to the guy, since I'm carrying a firearm on me now, I had to show him this City of Houston ID that shows I'm a police officer, that I've had a significant amount of training, at least 680 hours initially, 40 hours every year after that, psychological exam, fingerprint background check, and integrity checks frequently. We believe that this current system is working, and if we simply stay with 1927 as it is, it's going to be a problem. Vetting is not intrusive. It is key to safety. In my meeting yesterday, I learned that if this bill passes, not from you, Mr. Chairman, but from Representative Schaefer, if this bill passes, it will not change anything about the metal detectors at the Capitol, because the Capitol rules say you're still going to have an LTC to bypass the metal detector. That's the rules. That's not changing in 1927. He also advised us it's also not going to change anything from persons possessing a gun on university property. They're still going to have an LTC. So this morning at 3 a.m., I woke up and it dawned on me. We want to protect our senators and their staff and their representatives and our students on campuses. Why can't we have that same protection on the streets whenever we stop somebody on an encounter who has a weapon? Just curious. In closing, I want to say no matter how you vote today, every single person up there is a dear friend of law enforcement. Y'all have supported us all the way. You have listened to us. You have sat down and heard our concerns. And no matter which way you vote on these amendments and which way you vote on this law, that's not going to change one bit. I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to stand here today and talk to you, and I'm open for any questions you might have.
Members, questions of Mr. Hunt?
Yes.
Senator Hinojosa.
Well, thank you for your testimony. And my questions, I'm not going to belabor the point, but the bill really takes away a lot of safeguards that are in place right now for someone that wants to carry and have a license to carry a concealed weapon or carry a weapon, period. All those safeguards are taken away by House Bill 1927.
It requires us to do that 14-point vetting check on the street instead of through DPS. And so right now, if we walk up to someone on the street and they have a handgun, because someone has called us, and in Houston at least, I hope that we have no reports of officers just going up to people randomly and saying, let me see your LTC. We normally only do that if we get a call about that person acting strange or I'm just uncomfortable around them. But when they show us that LTC, we're done with them. We can walk away. Everybody wants us to have less encounters, shorter encounters with citizens, because it helps us to stay safe and helps that citizen to stay safe. When we see that LTC, it makes us very comfortable.
Well, yes, I understand that, but we're doing away with that under House Bill
I
1927.
understand. That's why if it stands as it is, we'd be back to a hard no.
Well, I don't know what could fix it other than having someone initially vetted to be able to carry a handgun out in public.
I completely understand what you're saying. I'm simply saying that in this debate that we've had, when you sit down and tell the lieutenant governor this would drastically help us in Houston, Texas, and he delivers on this, and we stay at a hard no, it seems like we're not compromising at all. So we simply move to a cautious neutral until we see exactly which one of these amendments pass.
Well, I don't know if there's a compromise to be made when you have risking the lives of police officers out in the streets.
We think your felon bangers and your convicted felons are going to think twice before they pick that gun up, put it in their waistband if they know they're a minimum of 5 years in prison if they get stopped.
You think they really care?
I think that's a big deterrent, and that's why I think a lot of the law enforcement officers, when they heard this, they were like, we really hope that happens. We really hope that if this law passes, that we get something that really has some teeth in it if we catch a felon.
really. I mean, I have been a prosecutor. I've done criminal defense law. I dealt with gangs. I know what they are. I don't think they even know what the law is.
Well, just like I believe that the risk of a lethal injection can keep someone from killing a police officer in a lot of cases, I also believe that 5 years minimum in prison would make a gangbanger think twice before he puts that gun in his waistband.
Well, let me ask you, have you at least polled your officers how they feel about this and allow, in terms of, you're sort of now trying to sort of not commit it away, you want to see what happens. Well, this bill cannot get to the Senate floor for its amendments if it's blocked. If it's not blocked, because it doesn't have the votes, then they can try to add those amendments so we can not pass those amendments, but it'll be too late to do anything about it.
If this bill is blocked on the Senate floor, there's not one police officer who's going to be screaming and hollering that has been up here today.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Buckingham, you're recognized.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being with us today and taking time to speak with us. And I could probably speak for everyone on this dais when I say you're right, we're all huge fans of law enforcement. And, over the last several years as this issue has ticked up more, my discussion point back as to why hasn't this needle moved so much is, no offense, strong opposition from law enforcement, because we respect you guys and we want to, always listen to you. So are there any other things that you would think you would want in the bill?
Yes, we talked about the ability to be able to prosecute in the county that it occurs in or any adjacent county. So if you have a district attorney who refuses to accept the charges, you can go to someone who's maybe adjacent who is more responsible, unlike the one in Harris County, and could actually do that.
Okay. Anything else?
Yes, also listed is not only the convicted felons, but also documented gang members. I know some folks were concerned about, would also be a 5-year minimum in prison. Some folks were concerned about that because they said we don't want somebody at 16 getting in a database and being there forever. Well, if you're under the age of 18, you're only in there for 2 years before you're purged. And if you're over the age of 18, you're in there for 5 years before you're purged.
Anything else?
That's about it.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you again for meeting with us yesterday.
Senator Creighton, you're recognized.
I appreciate you being here as always, Ray. It's good visiting with you yesterday. And there's been some cursory review of the Section 411-2049, the certain investigatory stops and inquiries prohibited. The provision says a peace officer may not make an investigatory stop or other temporary detention to inquire as to a person's possession of a handgun solely because the person is carrying a partially or wholly visible handgun in a holster.
That is a horrible point.
So I'm just for the record, I'm throwing it out there.
The amendment that
what
was
are the
put-
concerns for the safety of your officers, and then how can we strike a balance?
The amendment that was put on in the House that said that an officer would be prohibited from asking someone was outrageous, and I believe that's one of the amendments that the chairman has to remove that section, which would allow us to.
I mean, there's if there are other concerns by the officer about that individual separate from partially visible firearm in a holster, do you feel like that provision in any way inhibits a Terry stop?
Absolutely,
For
it does.
reasonable suspicion or probable cause, and then why?
It makes our job very difficult because we can't go up there and inquire to see if that person is in fact a felon. We can't get their identification and check them. If they're a felon, we know that we can remove the gun and put them in jail, and under this amendment, they get 5 years in prison minimum.
But if you have reasonable suspicion and you conduct that stop, the provision says solely because the person is carrying a partially or wholly visible gun in a holster. So if you have other reasonable suspicion, that stop can happen, correct?
Correct.
And so what's the concern again? Because if the officer is making a stop based on reasonable suspicion, which is a lower standard than probable cause, of course, what would prohibit that officer from conducting the investigation that he needs to quickly conduct in a safe manner
We know-
versus the strict language on its face that says it can't just be for that reason?
We know in your county that your district attorney is very fair on reasonable suspicion. That's not the same south in Harris County.
Right. I just wanted, that exchange to be in the record. And are there other unintended consequences if there were a change to be made where prosecutions could take place in the contiguous county. Is that always going to be, good policy? Or do you have any concerns with that change as well?
I think some people will say that they don't like the DA shopping, but remember, the receiving county could say, no, I'm not touching this. They would have to agree to accept that. It already happens in voter fraud cases. You can do it in the county that it occurs or any adjacent county. And the reason for that is not just because you have a bad DA, they won't take the charge. But normally your felons in possession of a firearm, it's not for their protection. It's because they're going out robbing and burgling and doing other sorts of things. These are bad guys who are doing this. The ones that have body armor in their car, they're a convicted felon, they've been out of prison for 2 years, and they got a pistol on them. They're not just committing crimes in Harris County. They're committing crimes in Chambers County, Brazoria County, Montgomery County, Fort Bend County, and so we'd like the opportunity to be able to charge them in any of those counties as well.
So we've had policy considered in legislative sessions, last session especially, where on human trafficking cases, the district attorney had first right of refusal. The Texas Attorney General, upon that right of refusal at the district attorney level, could pick up the case from there forward if the local DA declined. Do you feel like a first right of refusal policy is effective as far as language that we could use here?
I do like the first right of refusal, but I think you got so much pushback in that case is because you have lots of Democratic DAs, and they didn't want a Republican Attorney General making that charge over their heads. I think that'd be different if you just have adjacent counties where there's a relationship there. I talked to Brett Ligon, and I said just the other day to find out if this was even possible. He's the one that told me about the voter fraud, and he said I could easily handle 100 felon in possession firearm cases in Montgomery County if they're not being filed in Harris County. And he, like me, believes that would also bring crime down in Montgomery County because these people aren't just staying in Harris County.
Reference to Brett Ligon being the district attorney for Montgomery
County.
The county north and contiguous to Harris.
One of the best DAs in the state, in my opinion.
That was a softball, and you just hit it out
I
of the
figured.
park. Yeah. Appreciate your testimony. Always what your officers do for us day in and day out. We all have the intention of making sure that all of our officers that we cherish so much for what they do and what they sacrifice, that they remain safe. Thank you.
Again, Senator. Great. Appreciate it.
Can I have one real quick follow-up?
Senator Hinojosa, you're recognized.
You know, one of the things that happened during the pandemic, which there was a mandate for masks initially. So there was huge fights, confrontations between those who did not want to wear a mask and some of the employees at HEB. I saw several of them. They had to call the police, and the person that didn't want to wear a mask started fighting with the police. So I can imagine if a person has a gun who didn't go through a licensing process, but it's out there. If you go because there's a complaint from HEB, it says, we don't allow guns in here, and this person has a gun, whether that person could get so upset and everything else with a handgun in his possession. Yeah.
It's not a good situation. We have lots of calls that police respond to that are not places that most of you would ever want to be a part of, or a call you'd want to be a part of. In that case, that would be a trespassing call. Once HEB tells you to depart and you refuse to depart, then they call us, and it would be a trespassing. And yes, sometimes they do get bad. Sometimes they get out of control. Sometimes they result in a shooting. Unfortunately, our job is not the same thing every single call you go to. Most of the people, especially if they're licensed carry persons, will simply say, I mistakenly. And let me make some other point here. If you mistakenly go into a place and you have an LTC and you get stopped by someone and you're told to depart, we don't want that person to get a fine. We want officers to have discretion to say, we're going to give you a mulligan. We don't want everybody having to go to jail if there's a mistake. I mean, it happens at the airports all the time.
Thank you.
Senator Shortner, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you. And on the back of Senator Hinojosa's questioning, that individual going to HEB and not departing, they are violating the law at that point.
Yes, sir.
In addition, an officer, if they were to arrive, in this bill, there's nothing that changes the ability of a police officer to question or detain or utilize all their law enforcement powers when they have a reasonable suspicion.
That's
correct?
correct.
And there's nothing in this bill, again, that allows an individual to display a firearm in a threatening manner or all the bill's premise is removing the permit. And there's arguments for and against that. I get it. But the secondary and tertiary aspects of that are not being changed by this bill regarding, a police officer's power, where an individual with an LTC or if the bill were to pass, that is carrying, where they can go, or their responsibilities when carrying, or the laws pertaining to proper gun holstering and proper gun safety when in public.
Those all stay in place.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
I have a quick
Senator
follow-up.
Hinojosa, you're recognized.
One of the things that I guess somewhat perplexes me, and I've done quite a few cases, what is reasonable suspicion?
Well, I'm not sure it's exactly defined, but different people believe reasonable suspicion is different things. If we have a place that has been broken into 3 times at 3 o'clock in the morning by a white male wearing all black, and I drive by there at 3 o'clock in the morning, and I see a white male in all black walking up and down the street, that's reasonable suspicion.
Well, you have pretty much identification. But what if somebody is walking down the street with a gun holstered out in the open? You can't just stop and ask.
And we wish that we could be able to just stop and ask, but I can tell you this, we shouldn't be stopping and asking unless somebody's calling that person or they're doing something to alarm an individual. If they're simply walking home from work and they're not, showing their gun like some folks do, some even on the House floor, then we shouldn't be stopping that person.
Well,
Sorry about that, Chairman.
Who are you talking about?
I'm not going to say so.
Thank you.
Members, other questions of Mr. Hunt? Senator Creighton, you are recognized.
Mr. Hunt, you just mentioned consideration for mistake in your prior testimony, right? Does that apply to legislators?
Yes, sir, always, always.
Thank
2
you.
mulligans for legislators.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hunt, for joining us.
Thank you all very much.
All right. Chair calls Larry Smith. Sheriff Smith, if you would, please join us. Is Sheriff Smith in one of the overflow rooms, I guess? So, and then after Sheriff Smith is our last invited testimony, and then we'll move to public testimony. So, Sheriff, if you would, please join us. State your name, whom you represent, and you have 5 minutes.
Good morning, Senators. It's a privilege to be able to testify before you here this morning on a very important bill. I am sheriff, the 3rd term of Sheriff of Smith County, and I want to give you a little background about my law enforcement career, which will lead into why I'm supporting this bill 100%. I began my law enforcement career at 20 years old. I worked 11 years for Great County Sheriff's Office in Longview. I rise to the rank of captain of the Criminal Investigation Division, then was employed by the United States Department of Justice Drug Enforcement Administration for 2.5 years, and then finished my federal law enforcement career with Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, and then ran for sheriff, and like I say, in the 3rd term. In my travels and in my different agencies I've worked for, I've worked in most states in the United States, including Guam and Puerto Rico. I worked many violent crimes, high-profile violent crimes, including firearms. And many of these crimes, I'll give you one example. Wedgewood Baptist Church shooting, I believe in the late 90s in Fort Worth. I was part of that investigation where 6 children got killed doing around the flagpole, and they were inside the sanctuary, and the person came in and shot them, all 6 of them. And I'll never forget them laying on the floor there in the church. There was a lady that was shot right coming in the door, shot in the head and killed. A gun, the ability to carry a gun, as we have seen in the latest Fort Worth church shooting, it's a different situation where only one person was shot. But the ability to carry a gun, it's all well and good to be able to carry a gun in your house and in your vehicle. We have a 15-minute response time in rural part of Smith County. We can't help you when you need help. We can't help you. If you're outside your car, you can't call timeout and go back to your car and get your firearm. So I think it's very important, and I know y'all will give this, do your due diligence to pass this bill, and I hope that's what happened.
Sheriff, did you finish, are you completed with your formal testimony? Are you ready for questions? It took a
that's-
pause like you were done, so I wanted to, are you done?
I was paused because my mouth is dry.
Oh, okay, well, if you still have other things to say, please continue.
But the concealed carry bill that was passed, everybody thought it was going to be the Wild West. Nothing happened. Then the open carry passed. Everybody thought it was going to go back to the Wild West, and nothing happened. You're going to have the same thing happen here, is my estimation. And thank you very much. But I think it's very important to look deep into the bill. I agree with all 6 amendments. I didn't agree somewhat with some of the amendments that came over from the House, but I think there's room, and Brian Hawthorne, there's another thing, is I'm third vice president on the Sheriff's Association of Texas as well, but I'm here representing the Smith County Sheriff's Office. But Brian Hawthorne will be testifying here shortly regarding our position on this bill for the association. I'm finished.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. One clarifying question for you. When you first opened your testimony, you said you were for the bill, but when you registered to testify, you registered on the bill.
I
Do you need to
misregistered.
amend? Go ahead.
I misregistered in. I made a mistake. I'm for the bill.
May the clerk change your
Yes, sir.
registration to for the bill? All right.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Members, questions for the sheriff? All right. Thank you for joining us today, Sheriff. We
Good to
appreciate
see my next door neighbor, Senator Hall. Thank y'all.
it. All right. Members, that concludes invited testimony. We'll now begin public testimony. All right, Chair calls, if I may, Senator Schwartz.
Just as a point of clarification, I believe we have 173 signed up. And so I look forward to hearing their testimony. And as recalled, we're going to have 2 minutes per individual.
That's correct.
And it'll be affirmed 2 minutes.
Yes, sir. That is a strict discipline. What I would like to do is bring the witness forward and then on deck to at least be in the room, standing ready to replace the individual that is currently in the seat. That way we have as minimal time between the overflow room and testimony. So with that, Chair calls Gary Zimmerman, and on deck, Chris McNutt. And then after that, Brian Hawthorne. Mr. Zimmerman, if you would join us. And then Mr. McNutt, if you would come into the room.
Maybe, Mr. Chairman, we call
Yes.
5 or 8. Whoever comes in and walks.
Okay. Well, I'm just trying to keep from having
Go back.
and that's all I can see right now is these
Oh,
three.
really? Come on up.
Mr. Hawthorne, Sheriff, if you would, since you first arrived, we'll get you in. So if you would, state your name, whom you represent, and you have 2 minutes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman Swardner, for this bill and giving us the opportunity to discuss it. I'm Brian Hawthorne. I'm the Sheriff of Chambers County. I'm a proud constituent of Senator Brandon Creighton. And what I want to do is briefly discuss the Sheriff's Association's position on this bill. I'm testifying on the bill on behalf of the Sheriff's Association of Texas. I'm the legislative director for the association. The issue that we have with the bill that we can easily where Ray and them are cautious, we are leaning towards and for the bill. Our concern is criminal histories, the criminal history qualification. Criminal history matters to a sheriff, it matters to a police officer, it matters to everyone. Our concern is that the LTC has some additional qualifications that this permitless carry does not seem to show. And the example that I would tell you is one that is very concerning to us is the fugitives of justice and the Class A and B misdemeanors that are violent or part of a weapons offense. So I think if we can work on those issues and work on including A's and B's that are violent, for example, aggravated assault. If you have a conviction for aggravated assault, we agree with the 5-year, but we wouldn't even have a problem with reducing that to a 3-year, such as where the LTC operates after a 5-year period. We just think that criminal history is very important for the safety of our police officers and the citizens. That's all I have. I'll take any questions.
Members, questions for the sheriff. Senator Hinojosa.
Thank you, Chairman. House Bill 1927 takes away the criminal history check when somebody, by taking the license away. Just want to point that out.
So we're not concerned about the check. We're concerned about when we do have interaction with somebody and they do have that firearm on them. And then if we do our own criminal history check, that they meet the criteria of the bill and that they are that law-abiding citizen. That's what we're looking for, is that law-abiding citizen. And if they don't meet that criteria off of their criminal history check, then it is considered unlawfully carrying of a weapon, a UCW that we're very familiar
Well, let's say they have criminal history. I mean, this happened in Mission, Texas, with Officer Spiricueta, when he confronted this gentleman who had a gun, and the gentleman, criminal, shot Officer Spiricueta in the head. That's what happened with DPS Officer Moises Sanchez. He was called to an accident, and the criminal happened to have a gun. They didn't have a chance to check the criminal history. They were criminals, but they had a gun. You got to be cautious about this in terms of the exposure and the increase in the risk to law enforcement, because criminals don't care. So I mean, it is just not that simple. You say, you're right there on the street, you're going to do a criminal check. Really?
So, Senator, we agree with...
Let me finish, and I will not promise you I will not interrupt you when you answer. But I'm also pretty streetwise myself. And I know that by the time you do a criminal check on someone, where you stand there and that person has a gun and that person is a criminal, a violent criminal, the officer is not safe at all. Okay?
So we agree that criminal is probably going to have that gun, regardless of what his criminal background or history is. But what we would like to be able to do, for example, a fugitive of justice, somebody who is a fugitive of justice should not fall under permitless carry. All right? And that's where we're going, because obviously that's somebody that probably has not been convicted of the felony, but he's still a fugitive of justice. And so obviously he must have committed one, or he has been suspected of committed one. If he is now, there's a warrant out on him, he is fleeing from us, and he is a fugitive of justice. We understand the dangers of people with the firearm, but the criminals are going to have them. We do want the law-abiding citizens to have them. There's nobody that is more concerned about the protection of the Second Amendment than your elected sheriffs. And I don't care whether it's the elected sheriff in El Paso or the elected sheriff in Orange. We care and are here to protect the Second Amendment, and we want to protect our citizens. And if they have the ability to protect themselves, we would like for them to. We just wish the bill had a little more protection to it.
I'm a law-abiding citizen. I protect myself and my family, and I have a gun. I have more than one gun, but I also have a license. There was a background check, and even though I was trained in the Marine Corps, Vietnam veteran, I received additional training. So there's a contradiction in your testimony in the sense of law-abiding citizens. Obviously, law-abiding citizens, most of them probably have guns at home, and some of them maybe have a license, like I do, and be able to carry a concealed handgun. I mean, so the safeguards that are in place right now are being done away by House Bill 1927, and it creates a problem and a challenge, I think, for our law enforcement in general. But thank you for your testimony.
We are neutral on the bill. We're here to work with the author and this committee. If it does have some ability to have some adjustments to it, Chairman, we would love to be a part of that.
Well, thank you. Let me just respond.
Recognized.
Yeah, I just want to again applaud law enforcement and the concerns of law enforcement are being heard on the Senate side. There's always a difficult decision regarding rights of individuals and protection of law enforcement, protection of the population at large, and what is correct, what is the right policy, and we're trying to fashion it here, and I appreciate you coming and testifying, and again, for all what, in particular, the sheriffs in my rural counties do. They're great people, and appreciate your organization tremendously.
Oh, absolutely, Chairman.
Senator Lucio, and then Senator Senator Creighton.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lucio, you're
Thank you very
recognized.
much. First of all, I have a great deal of respect for sheriff's departments all over the state. My dad worked for the sheriff's office for 30 years in Cameron County. And I certainly agree with all members here that we should do everything possible to help the law-abiding citizen. No doubt. I support that fully, wholly. What my concern will be is that more guns are made available in the public. Guns are going to be stolen, guns are going to be given away or sold. There's no control on who now probably has a gun. And if those out there who not only are felons or have a criminal record, I'm also concerned about those that have a minor record, like driving, so fast and getting so many tickets. Something's wrong with that person for driving so fast. It could be mental, it could be something else, but we don't look at it because it's not a felony. And that person, quite frankly, could pose great danger in possession of a gun. And there are some things that we need to really consider before we pass anything, any public policy here dealing with guns for the safety of our community. And in the past, law enforcement agencies had been a strong no on anything that alters the laws that are in our books already, unless we make them stronger. And you're here as a neutral, taking a neutral position on this bill. What happens if those amendments don't get on, let's say? Let's just suppose it's altered back in the House. Are you going to still take a neutral position?
Well, what I can't do, I don't have the authority to make the decision based upon that change without consulting the leadership of the Sheriff's Association. So as a legislative director, I'm authorized to testify neutral on the bill and leaning towards it if we can clean up some of the criminal history qualifications. What I will tell you is the one thing that sheriffs and police officers across the nation will tell you that most handguns are stolen from people's cars. So one of the issues that we see is if you do pass constitutional carry, and people have the ability to have the weapon on them versus just in their car or in their home, we feel like we'll have fewer stolen handguns because of that. It seems to be where most people are losing their weapons to criminals is through the theft of their firearm from their vehicle. Even at our courthouses, to this day, right now, I manage courthouse security. We ask people to take their firearms back and lock them up in their car. I cringe at that. I love the fact that there's a bill out there that's going to allow us to bring and put lockable secure boxes in the courthouse so a person with LTC could lock their weapon up in the courthouse if they have business there. Because the vehicle is not a safe place for them. So with that being said, but I sure don't mind, Senator Lucio, to get back with you and let you know after I consult with the leadership exactly what our position would be if these amendments don't get attached to it, because the amendments are very important to the Sheriff's Association.
Thank you very much.
They are.
Senator Creighton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Sheriff, and I was just going to clarify that all of the amendments were acceptable, or are there any amendments we are considering that would move the association from neutral to oppose?
So we are comfortable with the amendments that are there. We would like to see a few more that are a little more tightening it up a little bit, strictly from a criminal side. We want the law-abiding citizen to be able to have that constitutional right that was given to him. What we don't want is those persons that have tendency to have already interacted in a violent manner or with weapons offenses. We don't think that they should fall in that until they have met the criteria of whatever the legislature establishes.
And so just for the benefit of the committee and the record, is it your preference that we make a distinction when we're trying to strike this balance between violent and nonviolent felonies and misdemeanors when deciding who can carry, and also stronger penalties associated?
Yes, sir. We do really like the felon with a firearm as a first degree for exactly the reasons that Ray Hunt spoke on, right? But obviously, we're not going to complain about the second degree because it is enhanced. But our biggest concern is aggravated assaults, a Class A misdemeanor conviction. Well, that tells us he already has somewhat of a potential to be violent, so we don't want him to be violent with a firearm on his side. And if you at least do that 5-year, he's not eligible to carry either with LTC or permitless for that 5 years. We feel like obviously when you all pass LTC, that 5 years was good. So we feel it would probably work well with permitless carry, and it gives us more confidence that that person does not have continued violent pattern tendencies.
And just last question, if a majority of other states that have passed these same laws have not enhanced penalties, and crime is noticeably dropping in major categories in those states, do you feel like that is a provision that we could wait on and review the data after passage of the bill over the next 2 years and coming back into session to see, is Texas in line with the outcomes in the other states, or should we jump ahead of what every other state thought was necessary policy to protect the constitutional rights of their citizens?
So once again, I'd have to go back, I'd have to refer to leadership. Senator, one thing I will tell you from a Sheriff's Association perspective, I'm not afraid to tell this committee we probably have more sheriffs that are for constitutional carry than against. But I will tell you, we do not have all 254. But the numbers are very high to pass this bill. But we also have some that have some reservations. And what we are trying to do, and those same reservations that Houston Police Officers Union has, are some of the same reservations that our sheriffs that don't favor this. That's why we're here as a neutral. So I will tell you that those issues, if we can clean them up, makes it very easy for us to support the bill.
And we definitely understand exactly what you're saying on trying to find consensus within the organization, because when you represent the organization, you have to listen and validate and respect all those viewpoints. We each are the team, each of us, for about 1 million head coaches. And it's sometimes very difficult for us to run the offense for the preference of 1 million head coaches when there are differing degrees of advice that come into our offices as we try to run that offense. So we certainly understand that balance. We thank you for stepping forward to lead in a very difficult arena as you try to satisfy all of your member viewpoints, and you do a great job of it. Thank you. Thank you,
No,
Sheriff.
thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You know where our county stands.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Lucio, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Creighton speaks with a lot of wisdom, even as a young man. I'm impressed. No, I'm not. He's consistent. He's consistent. Again, I have a great deal of respect for all law enforcement agents, especially sheriff's office, because I always, I'm real proud of my dad. He's gone, but I was very proud of him being a deputy sheriff and being able to take care of his 10 kids with a small salary. I wanted to ask you, though, in your opinion, what is the rationale behind allowing people who have been convicted of Class A or B misdemeanors to carry permitless, excuse me? What's the rationale? I just feel that somebody that has been consistently violating the law in one way or another, even if it's A or B, but it continues to be a trend, could also pose a threat, possibly, if in a possession of a gun.
Senator, we did not disagree with your statement, but we also want to make sure that we work with everybody in this committee and the author. So what's extremely important to us is those A's and B's that have to do with violence or weapons. From a sheriff's perspective, somebody that's arrested for DWI, that happens to people across the board. It doesn't matter whether they're violent criminals or the bank president. Those kinds of crimes are not what we, from a sheriff's association, we have no problem with them handling their business, going through the judicial system, and them being able to carry constitutionally, because we don't feel like the crime that they committed, they probably didn't do it purposely, but regardless, they have been convicted of it, they committed the crime. We don't think that that particular type of crime is something that we worry about from a permitless carry, but we do worry about the aggravated assaults and weapons offenses. So from a sheriff's association, if it can be tightened up in any aspect, we would have no objection to what you're saying, because that's essentially what the LTC law says. And we support the LTC law. The sheriffs support it across the state. And we also, like Ray Hunt, we don't see any problem with it. And we sure don't want it to go away, because we don't want to, break something that's not broken. But at the same time, we fully understand constitutional rights. And every sheriff, just as you all do, you swear to the oath to uphold the Constitution. And the sheriffs of Texas are going to uphold the Constitution.
Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Members, any other questions for the sheriff? Keep him out of trouble, okay, Sheriff? Appreciate it.
That's a big chore, Senator.
All right. We know you can do it, so. Thank you, Sheriff.
No,
Chair
thank
calls Gary Zimmerman, and then on deck, Chris McNutt. Mr. Zimmerman, are you here? All right, Chair calls Chris McNutt. Chris, if you would, please join us. And then who is next on deck, Mr. Clerk? Then next on deck will be Andrea Brower. So with that, Mr. McNutt, you're recognized. Please state your name, whom you represent.
Good morning, Chairman Schwartner, members of the committee. My name is Chris McNutt, and I'm the Executive Director for Texas Gun Rights and the Deputy Director of Field Operations for the National Association for Gun Rights, and I support House Bill 1927. Now, I'm going to spare you the time, not going to regurgitate everything that you've already heard today. I just really want to hone in on the point that you shouldn't be fooled on the phony arguments about lack of training with constitutional carry. As witnessed in other states, training and licensing often increase because you're lowering the barriers of entry for law-abiding citizens to exercise their Second Amendment rights. And it's often the poorest members of society and those who are most likely to be a victim of a violent crime that constitutional carry helps benefit the most. As Senator Hall pointed out earlier, we don't need to speculate what will happen if we pass constitutional carry. We already have 20 states with similar laws on the books. I support law enforcement, and I'm very happy with my home police department, Richardson Police Department. And as we've seen today, we have law enforcement on both sides of this issue. I look forward to analyzing the amendments offered on the bill to make sure they don't hinder the efforts of law-abiding citizens to carry. However, I would like to note that we haven't had to include any special provisions in the other 20 constitutional carry states. So let's be honest about where the overwhelming vocal opposition from law enforcement is coming from. It's not the rank and file. It's coming from the big city liberal police chiefs and union brass. For example, the Texas Police Chiefs Association opposes it. This is the same organization that also opposed concealed handgun permits with training back in 1995. And let us not forget about Dallas Chief of Police, who spoke out against constitutional carry recently on the steps of the Capitol. He is a recent California transplant who used his bully pulpit to advocate for Bloomberg-style gun control while in California. Do Senate Republicans really want to tie their cart to that horse? If there's one thing that's become a common theme in the last 10 years in the state of Texas is, don't California my Texas.
Members, questions?
Just one quick point.
Senator Hinojosa, you're recognized.
Yeah, I don't really, for me, appreciate saying liberal law enforcement police chiefs or conservative law enforcement police chiefs. They're all law enforcement. And when they get killed, they don't ask them, are you a liberal? Are you a conservative? They're our law enforcement, protect our public, protect our families. It's not about being liberal, conservative. This law applies to all and everybody. So, it is not trying to pit big city police or rural police. They still face the same risk and dangers. And when they get killed, whether it's in Rio Grande Valley or Dallas.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, it shouldn't be a partisan issue.
I know, but that's what you said.
Yeah. The bill did pass with overwhelming, strong bipartisan support in the Texas House, so I do want to note that.
Thank you. Members, questions? Senator Lucio.
Just follow
you're
up.
recognized.
I'm a little concerned that you come here name calling. I personally wish that we didn't have to vote for a Democratic sheriff or a Republican sheriff. There should be a sheriff, period, for all people.
Yeah.
And we should respect, the fact that they go through a lot of training, they put their lives on the line every day, all law enforcement officers, and some get killed, and we mourn them as a society. So just, I would caution you, you're a fine young man. It appears very proactive in what you believe in, which is your right, and I will give you extra time to speak and let us know how you feel. But when it comes to name calling, it's something that many of us just don't want to hear, especially in a public setting like this, because it leads to violence and somebody getting hurt. So I would caution you for that. Thank you.
All right. Hearing and seeing no other questions, thank you, Mr. McNutt, for joining us today.
All right. Thank you all very much for allowing me to speak today.
Thank you. Chair calls Andrea Brower, and then on deck, Michael Belsick, and then Beryl Cotton, and then batting cleanup, Rick Briscoe. So, Ms. Brower, if you would, state your name, whom you represent, and once you begin, you'll have 2 minutes. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, hi, I'm Andrea Brower. I'm here to testify against HB 1927. People are calling this bill constitutional carry. I call it criminal carry because I think that is what it's going to lead to. Our law enforcement said it is going to lead to more criminals carrying on the street. Matt Schaefer says that the folks that are prohibited now will still be prohibited under this bill. But how will we know when these numbers, when we don't have DPS to vet on the front end and deny, revoke, or suspend the 7,000 licensees that they do every single year? What is the communication going to be to the general public of Texas? It's going to be, we have no license to carry here. Are we going to be able to communicate the intricacies and the categories of folks that are still prohibited? I don't think that's going to happen. What message does this send to Texans after 25 years of a system that works to now say, we were wrong, training is optional, it's not that important after all? I hear people say that we want to be just like Arizona, where apparently the permits have gone up. Why, if we want our permits to go up, why wouldn't we just keep them? I don't understand that rationale. I also want to note that Mississippi, Missouri, Kentucky, and Kansas, their permits have gone down since they passed permitless carry. I also hear you saying, we're behind those 20 other states. I've been in this building 20 years, and I've heard people say countless times, we're Texas. We don't follow other states. We do our own thing. I hope that we would do the responsible thing and not make permitless carry in a place with, like, in a major metro area like Houston and Dallas, where we have high crime rates. It doesn't make sense. Did you ask the stakeholders, the 1.6 million licensees, the millions of gun owners, and the LTC instructors what they thought of this bill before trying to pass it? Because that's what you do with good public policy. 70% of Republicans are opposed, 80% of the general public are opposed. What is the problem we're trying to solve here with this bill?
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Brower. Senator Schwartner, you're recognized.
Thank you. Ms. Brower, are you here on yourself? Are you, as I understand, you used to be executive director of Texas Gun Sense? Are you still their executive director?
No, I was previously the executive director, but I left in 2017. I'm just here representing myself today.
The testimony and information that's been provided regarding permits actually went up when the requirement for permit was removed across many states. Information I have here in front of me. Is that information that's completely wrong?
Oh, no. As I said, Arizona went up. That's correct. If that's what we aspire to, why are we doing away with it? If you're saying we want it to be
Because
just like...
doing away with it actually increases the number of people with licenses because they so choose to do it
Well-
and have,
I will say that's been over a 10-year period of time, and the population of Arizona has skyrocketed. But like I said, Kansas, Missouri, and Kentucky, the permits went down. So that's another data point that I think people should look at.
okay. So taken. I appreciate your information.
Thank you.
Members, any questions from Ms. Brower? Thank you for joining us.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, I'm sorry. Senator Creighton, you're recognized.
Yeah, just the data point on Arizona, even though the population, Senator Schwartner, has increased over 10 years, the percentage also increased for those that across that span of population increase for those that sought out a permit. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, ma'am, for joining us today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair calls Michael Belsick. On deck, Beryl Cotton and Rick Briscoe. And then batting cleanup, Alan Goronzik. I hope I'm saying that correctly, Alan. With that, Mr. Belsick, if you would, please state your name, whom you represent. You have 2 minutes.
Okay. Hello, my name is Michael Belsick, representing myself. As a constitutional conservative, I'm very much in favor of HB 1927 because it better allows law-abiding citizens to protect themselves from people that do not necessarily obey laws. Some have said that a license to carry is necessary in order to be trained. Well, I have an LTC, so I guess I'm trained. But I've also heard people make comments about minorities and the poor who do not have equal access to carrying a firearm for protection when they can afford the carry classes or the gun itself. Well, HB 1927 helps the poor with at least the license aspect so they can protect their families. I also understand that SB 2224 has been put out there as a potential substitute for HB 1927. SB 2224 is not only confusing, but it has many flaws that make it inferior to HB 1927, in my opinion. Additionally, introducing a new replacement bill at this point in time probably means insufficient time to get it through this legislative session. Therefore, please ignore SB 2224 and vote in favor of HB 1927. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Belsick. Before we go to questions for Mr. Belsick, let me make one quick announcement, if I may. We have an additional overflow room besides E1028. E1014 is also now open for overflow, and the Sergeant at Arms will be able to help move people quickly in and out of the respective overflow rooms. With that, members, questions of Mr. Belsick? All right, hearing and seeing none. Thank you for joining us today, Mr. Belsick. Chair calls Beryl Cotton, and then on deck, Rick Briscoe, Alan Goroznik, and then batting cleanup, John Bolgiano. So with that, Beryl, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
And if you would, please state your name and whom you represent. And when you do so, You'll have 2 minutes. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. My name is Burl Cotton. I support this bill, and I represent myself. I'm a Vietnam veteran, taxpayer, and loyal citizen of this great state and nation. I'm here today to ask for your support for HB 1927 to ensure the citizens of Texas can regain their constitutional right to keep and carry firearms. Any law that restricts a law-abiding citizen's ability to carry a firearm is a violation of the Second Amendment. The license to carry is a restriction in the state of Texas. Our forefathers recognized the need of citizens of the United States of America to be armed. Governments throughout time that are dictatorial, tyrannical, totalitarian have disarmed their citizens. The present federal administration is headed down the path of socialism and ultimate communism. The need for law-abiding Texans to be able to protect themselves has never been greater, with the uncontrolled flow of criminals across our southern border and federal overreach on all of our constitutional rights. Carrying a firearm for protection is not something I want to do, but it's a responsibility I have to my family to protect them from individuals that have no regard for human life. A majority of states that have some form of constitutional carry. These states have lower crime rates than states that do not allow constitutional carry. Vermont has never required a license to carry and is ranked as one of the safest states in the Union. New York, Chicago, Detroit, Los Angeles have very high crime rates and very restrictive gun laws. Only the criminals and law enforcement have firearms. Restoring Second Amendment rights is one of the many steps that should be taken to protect the citizens of Texas. I appeal to this committee to allow this bill to move forward for a vote in the Senate. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cotton. Members, questions of the witness? All right. Thank you for joining us today, Mr. Cotton. Thank you for your service during a very difficult time and during Vietnam. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Chair calls Rick Briscoe on deck, Alan Goronzik, and John Bolgiano, and then batting cleanup, Charlie Dismore. So, thank you for joining us, Rick. If you would, state your name, whom you represent. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. I am Rick Briscoe, representing Open Carry Texas, and myself. We appear in support of the bill, and our handout indicates that we support it without amendments. I would qualify that only to the extent that should the bill author concur with an amendment, we would defer to his judgment. There are more misconceptions that have been spoken here this morning than I can possibly address in 2 minutes. So I'm going to take a slightly unusual approach and discuss the authority of the Texas legislature in this matter. Under Article 1, Section 23 of the legislature, the first clause has been in our Constitution both as a republic, as a state before this not-so-civil Civil War, and as the first clause under the Constitution under which we currently operate. The second clause was discussed in the 1845 Constitutional Convention by a practicing attorney by the name of Robert E.B. Baylor, one of the founders of Baylor University. In his experience in 2 different states in which he'd been both a practicing attorney and a legislator, he was concerned that that clause would allow a legislature to exceed its just authority. I respectfully submit the Texas legislature does not enjoy plenary authority in this matter. That clause was intended only to allow the legislature to regulate the wearing of concealed handguns. In the language of the era, the wearing of concealed handguns was considered the cowardly and unmanly practice, not the manly practice of open carrying. And you either have unlicensed carry or you do not, and we support unlicensed carry as set forth in the bill.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Briscoe. Members, questions of Mr. Briscoe? All right. Thank you for joining us today, Rick. Thank you, sir. We had called Mr. Zimmerman earlier, but now Mr. Zimmerman has arrived. So let me bring Mr. Zimmerman up, if I may. Gary, if you would, please join us. Then Alan Goronzik, John Balgiano, and then in the cleanup designation, Charlie Dismore. So, Mr. Zimmerman, you're recognized. You have 2 minutes. Please state your name, whom you represent.
My name is Gary Zimmerman. I'm for the bill, and I represent myself and my family. I'd like to bring 3 main points. First point is I am an FFL. I am also a NRA basic pistol instructor. In Texarkana, Arkansas, as many of you know, is a constitutional carry state. In Texarkana, I am booked up for the next 3 months with 17 classes, 20 people per student. All of them are first-time gun buyers. All of them are constitutional carry Arkansans who have no desire to get an Arkansas license to carry. However, they are law-abiding citizens who are responsible citizens and are still going to take a class to learn how to use a firearm and become proficient in a firearm, even though they're not required. That's 17 classes over 3 months at 20 people a class. Those people are going to be no different than Texans who are still going to get their training for first-time gun buyers. My mom and dad and my grandparents taught me how to use a gun responsibly at the age of 10 to 12 years old. I am not the only Texan who was taught how to properly use a gun when we were young. The other thing I'd like to point out is that Texas is not a police state. The police are here to enforce the laws that you and I choose for us to make and for them to enforce. We are not a police state, so they are not the ones that should decide what laws we are to follow. That's a police state. Texas is not a police state. We are the ones that decide. They are the ones that should follow our bidding, and if we want to have constitutional carry, then they should follow that.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Zimmerman. Members, questions of the witness? All right, thank you for joining us today, Mr.
Thank you.
Zimmerman. Chair calls Alan Goronzik, followed by John Balgiano, Charlie Dismore, and then now in the cleanup spot, Kim Britton. So with that, Mr. Goronzik, please state your name, whom you represent, and you're recognized.
Alan Goronzik, I represent myself and a handful of instructors that are the common sense instructors, and I advocate to vote no on the permitless and the no required training bill. I was in the first class in Austin when the program began. I served as a captain in the military police. I'm in the Military Hall of Honor at the University of Texas at Arlington and a distinguished alumni of that university. I teach young men and women in the military science program at both of these universities the use and the safety of firearms. And these classes are free of charge to that 1% of the military men and women who serve our country. My pilot's license required a minimum of 40 hours. My scuba certification, multiple dives and classes. The SCCA race car license, hours of instruction and track time. An adult leadership certification in the Boy Scouts required 9 days in the mountains of New Mexico. A motorcycle license proficiency was in a written test. A driver's license required a semester in high school, and a handgun instructor license, a week in Austin, and every 2 years for the first number of years, a refresher course down the highway in the district that our chairman handles. 20 years later, the NRA decided that I should take a 3-day course on how to teach instruction, which I'd already been doing for some 20 years, and that cost me another $350. All these sports and things can be dangerous and require training and certification. The constitutional carry is a gimmick and an erroneous play on words to achieve political objective, pandering to the base. In no way is our constitutional rights removed or hindered or compromised to have a safety training. There was something, as I recall, about well-regulated that they forgot to put into the bill. The First Amendment has restrictions that are not specifically written in the document. You can't yell fire in a theater. You can't burn down businesses or courthouses in the name of free speech. And other amendments also have common sense restrictions. Our firearm instructors are not useless or a waste of time. We provide a valuable service, and the program has worked well for over a quarter of a century.
Members, questions of Mr. Goronzik? Thank you for joining us today, Alan. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Chair calls John Bolgiano, and then on deck, Charlie Dismore, Kim Britton, and then in the cleanup spot, Joe Mangum. So with that, Mr. Bolgiano, if you would, please join us. State your name, whom you represent, and you have 2 minutes.
Morning, sir. Good morning, members of the committee. My name is John Bolgiano. I'm here representing myself and the members of the Llano County Patriots. I'm speaking in support of House Bill 1927. When I first got my LTC and moved to Texas from Maryland, a state with absolutely ludicrous restrictions on handgun carry, I thought I had died and gone to heaven. I looked at that license like a starved man looks at a Whataburger. And I took a closer look at what I needed to get that precious license. I needed a computer, a scanner, an email address, and internet access to complete the DPS online application, to find and schedule a class, and to make an appointment for fingerprinting. I needed a credit card to pay the DPS fee and for the fingerprinting. I needed a car to get to the class, to get to the range, and to go even further to get fingerprinted. In comparison to the barriers I faced in Maryland, these were minor obstacles to me, and probably minor obstacles to most of the people in this room. They are, however, resources unavailable to many Texas citizens. So what are we saying to these citizens? They just aren't the right sort of people to be carrying a gun for protection of their own life and that of their loved ones. Right sort of people has some pretty negative connotations when viewed through the lens of Reconstruction era black codes and Jim Crow laws. It is long past time for Texas to end the permit requirement. Thank you.
Members, questions for Mr. Bolgiano? All right. Thank you for joining us today, John. Thank you, sir. Chair calls Charlie Dismore, and then on deck, Kim Britton, Joe Mangum, and then in the cleanup spot, James May. So with that, Mr. Dismore, or should I say Major, if you would, please join us. State your name, whom you represent, and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Senator, and I appreciate that. I'm here to speak against the House Bill 1927, and my reasons for doing that are basically for the safety of the public. The NRA has stipulated that the main reasons for firearms accidents are carelessness and ignorance. Those two things are major, and I've provided a handout that shows that our basic gun course displays that particular situation. I am a federal firearms licensee. I teach Texas LTC, and I'm also an NRA lifetime member teaching the basic pistol, rifle, and shotgun. Education and training are the two things that will overcome ignorance and carelessness. And the current LTC law requires that. I do not have any problem with people having handguns. I think that there should be more of them as long as they are people that have proper training and proper backgrounds and background checks. The LTC requirement right now requires an effective background check, an applicant validation, education and training to the point where people are competent with their firearm. Over the last year, I have sold or transferred over 150 handguns, rifles, and shotguns. Many of those people that I did business with were first-time owners. All you have to do is watch the evening news to figure out why that is a problem. People have already figured out that when seconds count, the police and first responders are only minutes away. That's been stipulated this morning. I've listened to the presentation so far, and I understand that many of you have a great basic understanding of what's going on. Permitless is not a problem. I don't have a problem with people having guns. I just need to have them trained and educated. So I ask you to not fix what's not broken and to not pass the House Bill 1927.
Thank you, Major. Members, questions for Major Dismore? Thank you for joining us today. Thank you for your service in the Marine Corps, Senator Hinojosa. Hooah. So, Chair calls Kim Britton, and on deck, Joe Mangum, James May, and then in the cleanup spot, Sandra Goronsnik. So with that, Kim, if you would, state your name, whom you represent, and you have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'm Kim Britton. I'm from Garland, Texas, representing myself and my wife, and I'm here to speak in favor of HB 1927. I'm a lifelong Texan and a 55-year gun owner. This is the legislation that Texans have long been asking for, that many other states already have implemented, and that will give law-abiding citizens in our great state the uninfringed right to keep and bear arms. As a responsible adult, I don't feel the need or obligation to apply for a permit, pay a fee, and wait 60 days or more to exercise a right that, as I read it, is explicitly protected under the Second Amendment to the Constitution of the United States. I think I'm like most Texans who would take advantage of this bill, this legislation, if passed, and I would carry my firearm where I felt necessary to protect my family, and only there when I'm outside of my property. And I also believe that without the government telling me to, I would go and get my LTC and take additional training. The time is now for this bill. I urge you to send HB 1927 without alteration to the Senate floor for a vote. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Britton. Members, questions of the witness? All right, hearing and seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Britton, for joining us today. Thank you, sir. Chair calls Joe Mangum. On deck, James May, Sandra Goronzik, and then Ian Kress is now in the cleanup designation. So with that, Mr. Mangum, please state your name, whom you represent, and you have 2 minutes, sir.
My name is Joe Don Mangum. I'm from downtown Mound, Texas. That's right outside of Gatesville. I've been a firearms instructor since 1962. And I can assure you, these people need training. Why do we still have hunter's ed? People are not being taught at home firearm safety. That's the reason we have to have hunter's ed. That's all there is to it. And let me tell you, a license to carry is not hard to obtain by any means. I believe there's instructors in nearly any major city, and the fees vary. I charge $45 and I furnish the gun and ammunition. So for $95, they can get their license to carry. That should not prohibit anyone from getting their license to carry. I've had students show up with the wrong ammunition in their guns. A 9mm Makarov will fit in a 9mm Luger. And when they bought the gun, all they saw in the box was 9mm. So what they put in their, thank goodness they didn't shoot it. This training is a must, I believe. I really do. See it?
Members, questions of Mr. Mangum. Senator Lucio.
Thank you, and thank you for your service to our country. My dad was Army Air Corps, the greatest generation. But it feels like I'm surrounded by Marines today. We all are. I appreciate your testimony. We all do. Every member here certainly respects you for taking time to come in here today and sharing with us what your thoughts are. Would you agree, sir, that there is no uniform standard followed by LTC instructors that teach basic safety measures like loading and unloading a gun, cleaning a gun, holstering a gun?
I believe all instructors do. All the ones I know.
Is it uniform throughout?
As far as being, yes, sir, I'd say it is because that's part of the class.
You would say that everybody approaches this issues that I just mentioned here in a uniform way?
To my knowledge, all the instructors I know do. In fact, I only shoot one at a time. All right, and I do show them how to take their gun, clean it, so on and so forth. Sure do.
I thank you for your testimony, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lucio. Thank you, Mr. Mangum. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you. Chair calls Sandra Goronzik, and then on deck, Ian Kress, Susanna Carranza, and then in the cleanup spot, Joseph Murphy. So with that, Mr. May, are you with us? Oh, okay, there you are, Mr. May. Thank you. If you would, please state your name, whom you represent, and you have 2 minutes, Mr. May.
Good afternoon now. My name's James May. I'm representing myself, and I'm opposed to HB 1927. I understand.
Pull the microphone just a little closer to you, Mr. May. Thank you, sir.
I understand I'm part of the 80% of Texans who also oppose the permitless carry. In my long life, I've never spoken to a legislative body before. Doesn't come naturally to me, and I'm a bit nervous. I hope you'll tolerate that. But I'm here because this issue is important to me. I'm a native Texan. I was born in Fort Worth, raised in Crane, Coleman, and Midland counties. Went to Texas Tech to college. Never lived anywhere but Texas. I believe I'm as Texan as you can be. But as a father, then a grandfather, and now a great-grandfather, I'm concerned we're losing too many citizens, too many children to gun violence. Every single day, my fellow Texans are being shot, injured, and killed. And as I enter near the end of my life as an engineer, having spent decades solving all kinds of problems, I'm very concerned about the problems this legislation will bring. We continually see reports of highly trained law enforcement officers, sometimes making poor decisions or completely by accident, using their lethal weaponry. I ask you, how can putting more and more guns in the hands of more and more untrained, unqualified people do anything but make this situation worse? The solution to fire is not more gasoline.
Thank you, Mr. May. Members, questions of the witness? Thank you for joining us today, Mr. May. We appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Chair calls Sandra Goranzik on deck, Ian Kress, Susanna Carranza, and then Joseph Murphy is in the cleanup spot. Sandra, are you with us? All right. Ian, are you with us? Ian, please join us, and we'll come back to Sandra when she arrives. Ian, please, if you would, please state your name, whom you represent, and you have 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Ian Kress, and I'm representing myself. I'm an Army combat veteran, a graduate of UT's College of Engineering, and live in Houston with my wife. I testified at the House hearing on constitutional carry about a month ago. I had this speech written out all about constitutional rights compared to permitted privileges, and as I waited until 3 a.m. for my turn at the podium, there was about a dozen other people that said the exact same thing. And what was worse, their speeches were even better than mine. But I rambled on for my 2 minutes and stumbled back to my seat. Now, what I was struck by while I waited were the stories of those who, through no fault of their own, had had times in their lives when they needed a gun for self-protection and were unable to legally carry one. There was a woman who left her abusive husband, who then started to stalk her, and she had not taken yet the LTC course. There was a man who had just moved to Texas from New York and was not yet a Texas resident and was a victim of a road rage incident. There was a long-haul trucker who spent most of his time away from home and had not renewed his license while he was gone. And those are the people who constitutional carry is for. It's not for us that already have LTCs. I've had mine since they came out in 1995. We were all supposed to shoot each other over parking spots, and none of that ever happened. And while I do feel a right guaranteed by the Constitution should not require a permit, that's somewhat of an esoteric discussion compared to the impact of preventing someone from being able to defend themselves when they need to. Constitutional carry is for the law-abiding citizens of Texans who just don't have the time, the money, or the energy sometimes with everything else that's going on in their life to go through the permitting process to carry a gun. Yet they have the same right to be able to defend themselves as those of us who are fortunate enough to have the resources to have gone through the permitting process. Please take this opportunity to pass the constitutional carry, HB 1927, and let all law-abiding Texans have the ability to protect themselves and their families. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, questions for Mr. Kress? Thank you for joining us today, Ian. Thank you, sir. Chair calls Susanna Carranza, and then on deck, Joseph Murphy, Mary Coos, and then batting in the cleanup spot, Rosalie Tristan. So Susanna, welcome. Thank you. Please state your name, whom you represent. You have 2 minutes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Susanna Carranza, testifying on my own behalf, and I oppose House Bill 1927. Responsible gun owners understand that gun ownership comes with responsibilities. Texas gun owners have a simple process to get a license to carry. This process benefits all Texans by ensuring gun owners know the law, are trained, and have a background check. House Bill 1927 removes the licensing requirement for guns in public, which in turn facilitates reckless gun ownership. Mass shootings are becoming so frequent that we have become numb to them. Is loosening our licensing process really the message that you want to send the people of Texas? Do you really want untrained and unvetted people carrying loaded guns? How can we say we support law enforcement, then pass a law that many officers oppose and that will make them less safe? House Bill 1927 makes law enforcement's job more difficult and puts public safety at risk. How can we say we value our children's lives and then pass a law that will make it harder to differentiate a shooter in a crowd? How can we say we value our children's happiness and well-being and think regular mass shooting drills is an okay price to pay for nearly unrestricted gun ownership? Texas want to responsibly be able to bear arms and understand the need for safety measures such as a license to carry. It's only the very loud minority that wants to remove these basic safeguards. House Bill 1927 will make Texans less safe for everyone. You have the opportunity to stand with most Texans and to be on the right side of history by opposing this reckless bill. I urge you to do what's right and oppose House Bill 1927.
Thank you, Ms. Carranza. Members, questions of Susanna? All right. Thank you for joining us today, ma'am. Thank you. Chair calls Joseph Murphy, and then on deck, Mary Coos. I hope I'm saying that correctly, Mary, and then Rosalie Tristan, and then in the cleanup position, James Parnell. So with that, Mr. Murphy, if you would, state your name, whom you represent, and you have 2 minutes when you begin.
Good afternoon. Thank you for listening to us today. My name is Joe Murphy. I'm speaking for myself, and I'm in favor of House Bill 1927. You know, many founders believed that we didn't need a Bill of Rights because those rights were God-given, and no human has the right to deprive free people of those rights. The Second Amendment only underscores a natural, God-given right to self-protection. As you've heard, some 20 states already have some form of constitutional carriage law, and I suspect very few of these states are erupting into chaos and mayhem. I don't believe Texans are any less mature, any less civilized, any less humane than the folks in these other states. It's curious that some are avidly opposed to voter ID, are avid anti-gun rights. Many say that voter ID laws are racist, then turn around and say we need a government permission to carry firearms. Under this reasoning, firearm limitations mostly impact minorities. So logic follows that these limitations are also racist. That is what the KKK was all about, depriving freed slaves their natural God-given rights to self-defense. I say we need the passage of House Bill 1927 to recognize the God-given rights of Texans to self-defense. I always say it is better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it. that applies to seatbelts, parachutes, and firearms. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Members, questions of the witness? Thank you for joining us today, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chair calls Mary Coos, and on deck, Rosalie Tristan, and then Christopher Turan, and then in the cleanup position, James Parnell. Mary, are you with us? There's Mary. Thank you, Mary. Please join us. State your name, whom you represent. You'll have 2 minutes. Thank you, ma'am.
Ooh, Mary Coosey, close. It's okay.
I'm sorry, I mispronounced
That's
it.
all right.
So thank you,
Happens
Mary.
all the time. I'm a native Texan. I'm an educator in a Western Travis County School District. I oppose HB 1927. I oppose permitless carry. I'm one of the majority of citizens that oppose permitless carry. I'm here to advocate for the health and safety and future of our children. I appreciate that you put in a clause to keep guns out of schools, but that doesn't protect our children outside of school. Permitless carry will encourage children's access to guns. During the pandemic, our school district, we wore masks, we checked symptoms, we vaccinated staff, we checked temperatures to prevent the spread of disease, illness, and death. Our health and safety protocols have been working. Often we check the social emotional wellness of our students when they enter the classrooms. How you feeling? You happy? Angry? Calm? Sleepy? Hungry? We provide counseling, snacks, quiet places to help our students cope. Not only do we teach our students self-regulation and coping strategies, we also teach nonviolent problem solving. Permitless carries buries these strategies. As a society, we do not check the temperament of gun owners. We rarely remove firearms from the emotionally challenged, the mentally challenged, the domestic abusers, the substance abusers, the disgruntled employees, the angry drivers, or the domestic terrorists. Permitless carry literally opens the borders to more gun violence. The arms race among our citizens will only escalate with permitless carry. We are teaching our children it is socially acceptable to kill another human being anywhere at any time. While in schools, we practice active shooter lockdown drills. Where are the common sense gun regulations? What war are we fighting? How will it end? When will it end? Will all our children be wearing riot gear? When will our children start carrying? There is no vaccine against gun violence.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, questions of the witness? Thank you. Chair calls Rosalie Tristan, and then on deck, Christopher Turan, and then, okay. You need to move these two, because you're putting the third person in. You need to move these two.
Hello, Senators. My name is Rosalie
Hold on.
Tristan.
Stand by, ma'am. Stand by.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You need to move these two up. Take Brandon, move him down. I need to move Mr. Parnell, Mr. Bonner, those two. So bring it up. Okay, then don't move it anymore. I'll bring them up, and then I'll get to Mr. Brandon. Okay. So, Chair calls Rosalie Tristan, Christopher Turan, you're on deck, James Parnell, and then Michael Mata is in the cleanup spot. With that, Ms. Tristan, you're recognized. You have 2 minutes, please. Please
Thank
state
you.
your name and whom you represent.
Thank you. My name is Rosalie Tristan. I'm a leader of Valley Interfaith with Our Lady of Guadalupe and the Diocese of Brownsville. I am currently a certified prevention specialist. I work on establishing policies and ordinances to protect families. For example, when I lost my daughter, I worked to provide policies, to create policies for smoke-free policies. We didn't say stop smoking. That's their decision. Today, you should be creating policies and not removing them. Senators, create protective factors for Texans and not remove them. The Catholic bishops of Texas believe this bill weakens those protections and makes Texas less safe in our society. In our society, this will be detrimental to law enforcement and to our families. My faith has taught me to believe in the protection of all human life, and oppose direct threats to innocent lives. Texas senators, I urge you today to join us in our efforts to work towards the culture of life and dignity for all Texans and vote against House Bill 1927. Do not allow this bill to weaken those protections and make Texas less safe by increasing the prevalence of weapons in our society. Thank you very much.
Members, questions for Ms. Tristan? Senator Lucio, you're recognized.
Christian, thank you for being with us here today. Thank
Yes,
you
sir.
for your passion on what you do and what the Valley Interfaith stands for. Appreciate the work that you do to help those that are less fortunate in our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for joining us.
Thank you.
Chair calls Christopher Turan, and then on deck, James Parnell, Michael Mata, and then in the cleanup spot, Miles Brandon. So with that, Christopher, are you with us? Yeah. All right. Thank you, sir. If you would, state your name, whom you represent, and when you begin, you have 2 minutes, sir.
We differ.
Hello, my name is Christopher Tran. I am testifying in support of HB 1927. I am representing myself. I'd like to tell you the story about how I was attacked a month after moving to Texas. Now, I was driving around. I had just gotten my apartment, and I was doing the various errands associated with that. I did not yet have a Texas LTC, but fortunately I did have a permit from another state, which Texas honored. I was driving, and a guy who clearly had mental problems, I apparently had took his spot or his lane, he starts honking, yelling, screaming at me, and follows me around for quite a long time. I stop my car in a safe location, and this guy swings around, and he hits my car with his car. At this point, I realized I had a totally crazy person on my hands. I quickly drew my firearm and held it at low ready, and now he's no stupid guy, so he speeds off burning rubber as fast as he can. But if I did not have my firearm with me and that LTC from another state, this situation may have turned out very different. I did not have enough time to establish residency, get my driver's license, and then get my license to carry. That's the order you usually get them in. But thankfully, it was covered under that other state's license. But my story illustrates as to why unfettered carry access is enormously important. Imagine what could have happened if I was walking or riding a bicycle. You can be attacked anywhere at any time with no warning, as I was. I was attacked before I could even get my permit. They take too long to get. If I can purchase a firearm, then I think I should be able to carry it. I urge you to support constitutional carry and repeal the license requirement and keep the engrossed version. Don't make any amendments, please.
Thank you, Mr. Turan.
Thank you.
Members, questions for the witness? Senator Lucio, you're
Thank you for
recognized.
your testimony, and obviously a very serious story. Can you imagine if he had had a gun?
If he had a gun?
Shootout, if he had had a gun. No, you don't have to answer. I'm just saying, I can imagine if he would have had a gun and his rage would be shooting and you at him, and maybe you both die. So you wouldn't be here today.
Well, yes, that's a tricky situation. Road rage is tricky, but you generally don't show it if that happens.
Yeah, but it could have happened, okay?
Could have
Easily, if he had access to a gun, which, thank God he did not. Thank you for your story.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Turan. Chair calls James Parnell, on deck, Michael Mata, Miles Brandon, and then Jeffrey Thompson is in the cleanup spot. So, Mr. Parnell, if you would, state your name, whom you represent. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Good afternoon. James Parnell, Dallas Police Association, and we are against the bill. I'm specifically just going to address one part of it, and that's the training. I've been in law enforcement for 30 years. In the past 10 years, I am a firearms instructor. So I have taught thousands of officers coming through Dallas. And specifically, just to give you a little scenario of how we do the training in Dallas. The recruits that we have, we go out and visit them 6 times in 2-hour blocks before they ever come to the pistol range to dry fire, manipulate, learn the weapon, how to take the magazine out, how to disassemble it. 6 times, 12 hours. And they come to the range 6 days, 8 hours a day for intensive firing, thousands of rounds, combat reloading, tactical reloading, when to shoot. What happens when your gun malfunctions? You have a phase 1 malfunction, phase 2, all these different things. We go through all of this in 6 days. Then they have to pass the qualification course, shooting 50 rounds at 3, 7, 15, and 25 yards, under timed on a turning target. That's just the basic. Before they graduate, they come out to our academy 5 more times on intensive run and gun drills, weapon retention drills, how to get your weapon out in your offhand, how to reload offhanded, how to load your weapon offhanded in case you're injured in your strong hand. This is the training we go through, 100 hours. Ours is just 100 hours of training. And to take out the minimal training that currently exists for LTC, I have a real big problem. We have a real big problem. An example of also of this, after all of that training, guess what? You haven't really heard, but sometimes people don't pass. Sometimes we still have to do another intensive training for these officers. Doesn't get into the fact that you have to, like, every bullet you fire, you have to account for it. So I can go on and on, but that specifically is it.
Thank you, Mr. Parnell. Members, questions of Mr. Parnell? All right. Thank you for joining us today. Chair calls Michael Mata, and then on deck, Miles Brandon, Jeffrey Thompson, and then in the cleanup spot, Molly Bursey. So, Mr. Mata, please state your name, whom you represent. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you, committee. My name is Michael Mata. I'm president of the Dallas Police Association. I'm a 27-year veteran of the Dallas Police Department, and I am presently a patrol supervisor, answer calls every single night from 1 a.m. to 9 a.m. So it amazes me that it probably seems like, other than my counterpart, James Parnell, I'm probably going to be the only actual police officer that's going to come and talk to you today who's telling you this is not a good bill. All you hear about right now is about police reform. And that police reform is an attempt to prevent officer-involved shootings, to help with de-escalation of situations. All this is going to do is make our job even harder. It's hard enough to answering calls, and we constantly have to figure out who's the bad guy. Our head constantly has to be on a swivel, and we still make mistakes. And now we're creating a bill that is going to make that tenfold because we have no idea who is carrying that weapon. And then when we do see people who are carrying that weapon, we can't even engage them and find out if they are a felon. So our job as police officers is to make sure that every single person goes home safe. And I'm asking you, who have all supported law enforcement throughout your elected career, to continue to help us to do that, to help us go home safely, to help the citizens that we interact with to go home safely, and to help us and the community that we serve come back together. This bill will not help that. Thank you.
Members, questions for Mr. Mata? Thank you for joining us today, sir.
Thank you, John.
Thank you. Chair calls Miles Brandon, and then on deck, Jeffrey Thompson, Molly Bursey, and then in the cleanup spot, Heather Kennedy. With that, Pastor Brandon, thank you. Please state your name, whom you represent. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Chairman Schwartner and committee members, I'm the Reverend Miles Brandon, pastor of St. Julian of Norwich Episcopal Church in Round Rock, Texas, and a clergy leader in Central Texas Interfaith and the network of Texas IAF organizations, the largest faith and community-based organization in Texas, and we speak in opposition to House Bill 1927. Though we are an interfaith network, I as a priest come to this issue in the name of Jesus Christ, the Prince of Peace. Jesus Christ, who spent 80% of his earthly ministry focused on healing people in body, mind, and spirit. Jesus Christ, who said, "Peace I leave with you, my peace I give you." And Jesus Christ, who said, "Love your enemies." And Jesus Christ, who said, "To the person who strikes you on one cheek, offer the other one as well." I ask you to ask yourselves if permitless carry really takes Jesus' teaching and the life he lived and willingly gave for all of us seriously. I'm a seventh-generation Texan, an avid hunter, and a gun owner. I'm not advocating for the abolition of gun ownership, but I am arguing that HB 1927 will make our state more violent and less peaceful, which is antithetical to Jesus' life and teachings with which I began. Easing restrictions on the ability to carry deadly weapons in public will put more guns in the public. And more so, more guns in the public in the hands of people who have not gone through the very good training and requirements that come with obtaining a license through the current system. Thus, permitless carry clearly leads to the potential for more violence, both intentional and unintentional. And I believe this is why the Lieutenant Governor expressed opposition to unlicensed carry legislation in 2017. Then explaining licensed carry, what we currently have, would protect citizens and law enforcement. Thank you for your time. You're in my prayers. I appreciate your leadership. Have a good day.
Thank you, Pastor. Members, questions? Senator Lucio, you're right.
Thank you for your testimony.
Sure.
Pastor, I consider myself, as I'm sure everyone here, men and women of faith. And I stand firmly on biblical truth and sound doctrine. It's important to use scripture in context. And it is not unbiblical to own weapons, but our call as individual Christians is to lay them down. I'll leave you with this as you leave. I actually wanted to end the meeting tonight, by sharing this with my colleagues, but I'll leave you with this so that I'll stay ahead because you're here. And that is Matthew 26:52 says this, that then Jesus said to him, "Put your sword back into its place, for all who take the sword will perish by the sword." I hope that not to be the case, because I'm pro-life as well, and I value life. But whatever does come of this bill, we hope that we can come together as a society to respect life and
I agree with that.
do everything we can to enhance the lives of the people of our state. But I also want you to know that I work with some very fine men and women that come from every corner of the state. And I want to make it clear to you and everyone that might just tune in that they're honorable people. And because they carry a bill to do something in behalf of the people either they represent or the people of the state that feel as they do, does not mean that we should condemn them in any way. But I appreciate your work, and I join in your work in trying to make it better, especially for the less fortunate in our world. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I appreciate the deliberative work of this body and do believe that all of your hearts are in the right place.
That's
I
right.
just wanted to speak from mine.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor.
Yep.
Thank you. Chair calls Jeffrey Thompson, and then on deck, Molly Bursey, Heather Kennedy, and then Diane McMichael in the cleanup spot. With that, Pastor Thompson, if you would, please join us. State your name, whom you represent. You have 2 minutes once you begin.
Good afternoon, Senators. Thank you for hearing my testimony today. My name is Jeff Thompson. I'm a Lutheran pastor and a leader with Corridor Interfaith Alliance for Families, which is a part of Central Texas Interfaith. As a person of faith and as a member of the clergy and as a father of a San Antonio policeman, I am in opposition to the passage of HB 1927 or any bill that would do the same kind of things. I pray for the safety of my son every day and for the safety of all law enforcement officers. I believe this bill would add an extra burden, layer of danger to their commitment to protect and serve. I'm opposed to doing away with training requirements and the carrying of sidearms without a permit. I believe that that would lead to more deaths and serious injuries, both accidental and intentional. I do not believe even that the training that they have now is anywhere near enough. I would like to see more. So I call on you to not advance this bill or any bill like it to the Senate floor. I believe this bill would only make life more dangerous for all Texans. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor. Members, questions of the witness? All right. Thank you, Pastor, for joining us today. Thank you. Chair calls Molly Bursey, and then on deck, Heather Kennedy, Diane McMichael, and then in the cleanup position, Kathleen Abbott. So with that, Molly, if you would, please state your name, whom you represent, and you have 2 minutes when you begin. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Molly Bursey, and I'm testifying on behalf of myself and the Texas chapter of Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America in opposition to HB 1927. I was born and raised in Boulder, Colorado, where less than a month ago, a man walked into the same grocery chain where my mom shops and shot and killed 10 people. My family owns a handgun that's securely stored in my home in New Braunfels. New Braunfels was also the home to a dangerous abuser who purchased a gun he then used to murder 25 worshipers and wound 20 others at the First Baptist Church in Sutherland Springs before dying of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Among the victims was a pregnant woman whose unborn child did not survive their mother's death. Texas's permitting system is a strong one that promotes the culture of responsible gun ownership that we Texans value. We've heard testimony throughout the session about how responsible Texas LTC holders are. We agree. That is why we oppose bills like 1927 that would allow people to carry handguns in public places without a criminal history check or safety training. 1927 would also significantly reduce penalties for carrying into sensitive areas that were previously off limits, including K-12 schools, bars, courtrooms, and hospitals. By eliminating the LTC requirements, how will I or the MBPD or Comal County Sheriff's deputies know that the man carrying a loaded handgun next to me and my son at the farmer's market or in Landa Park is not a prohibited possessor? Law enforcement oppose permitless carry. Faith leaders oppose permitless carry. Medical personnel oppose permitless carry. Texans, Republicans, Democrats, and independents opposed permitless carry. We urge this committee to act in the interest of all Texans by putting a stop to this reckless and unpopular bill here in this committee today.
Thank you, Molly. Members, questions of Ms. Bursey? Thank you for joining us today, Molly. Thank you. Chair calls Heather Kennedy, and then on deck, Diane McMichael, Kathleen Abbott, and then in the cleanup position, Kevin Lawrence. So, Heather, thank you for joining us. Please state your name, who you represent, and you have 2 minutes when you begin.
Hi, my name is Heather Kennedy. I'm representing myself, and I am opposed to HB 1927. I am one of the 81% of Texans who oppose permitless carry. Several of the senators on this committee, including the chair, have already publicly declared, before hearing any of us speak, that you're going to pass this bill out of committee over the objections of 81% of Texans. This hearing is simply a formality, but it gives me the opportunity to tell you in person you've chosen the wrong side. Multiple law enforcement associations have spoken out forcefully against this bill. Several of you have tweeted that you back the blue, if not all of you, yet you've decided to betray the blue on this bill. Faith leaders that we've just heard from Catholic bishops to Jewish rabbis, have spoken out against this bill. Several of you identify as Christians, or at least people of faith, and you're siding against religious leaders to pass this bill. Let's look at who does want this bill. Only 19% of Democrats, a mere 23% of Republicans, and not even a third of gun owners surveyed want this bill. You're putting the entire state of Texas at risk to cater to the desires of a small minority of Texans. The NRA leadership and its Texas lobbyists want this bill. You're siding with the NRA executives who currently stand accused of diverting millions of dollars from the organization's legitimate functions into fancy suits, trips to the Bahamas, vacations on yachts, and kickbacks to vendors. Texas Gun Rights, Open Carry Texas, and Proud Boys, which has been labeled an extremist hate group by the Southern Poverty Law Center, want this bill. These are extremists who prompted the installation of panic buttons in this building in 2015, showed up at members' homes to intimidate their families in 2019, and wear victory or death, no compromise t-shirts to testify in 2021 today. So it looks like their intimidation tactics are working. You've already decided to jeopardize public safety by letting people have no idea how to use their handguns, carry them in public around innocent Texans. Nothing I can say will stop you, but I just wanted to tell you in person, you've chosen the wrong side.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Members, questions of the witness? Thank you, ma'am, for joining us today. Thank you. Chair calls Diane McMichael, and on deck, Kathleen Abbott, Kevin Lawrence, and then in the cleanup position, Cody Ryan. So Diane, please state your name, whom you represent. You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Diane McMichael. I'm representing myself and opposing HB 1927. I completed my license to carry training in October to qualify for my permit, and I, along with a majority of the people in my class, desperately needed this training. Most had no idea how to safely store a firearm, much less shoot one. If permitless carry is passed, someone that has never picked up a firearm can go purchase one and carry it in public with no experience. This is dangerous. Senators, firearm death rates in Texas increased by 50% from 2013 to 2019, despite the gun laws passed in the last several sessions, claiming they would both protect people's Second Amendment rights and reduce gun violence as more people were armed. In 2014, just before open carry and campus carry passed, 2,468 people died by guns in Texas. By 2019, that number climbed to 3,683 deaths. That's thousands of families and friends forever traumatized and impacted by daily gun violence, mass shootings, domestic violence, negligent storage of firearms, suicide, and road rage. Laws have been passed to put more guns in more places, arguing that these laws would protect us and reduce gun violence because people would be able to defend themselves. However, it is not working. Most Texans oppose HB 1927. Law enforcement, gun owners, Republicans and Democrats, licensed to carry instructors, medical experts, faith leaders, advocates for survivors of domestic violence, business owners. Please don't pass an unpopular bill that will only increase our gun violence rates and traumatize families and communities. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, questions for Ms. McMichael? Thank you for joining us today. Before I bring Kathleen Abbott up, let me state the process. But Kathleen, if you would join us on deck, Kevin Lawrence, Cody Ryan, and then Mac Latimer. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to step out for about 10, 15 minutes. Let me return the gavel to you during public testimony. Then when I return, I'll retract the gavel back and we'll continue. But we'll continue. But I'll be back in just a bit. And then later this afternoon, Mr. Chairman, I do have a 4 o'clock meeting I booked last Monday. That's pretty important to what I'm doing in natural resources. So as all of us are moving around, there are a number of other things occurring, but I'll be back in 15 minutes, and then I'll only step out one at a time at that point. So with that, Kathleen Abbott, if you would, please join us. Kathleen, all right, Kevin Lawrence. Kevin, are you here? If you would, please, Kevin, step forward, and then I'll be back in just a bit, Mr. Chairman.
Welcome, sir. Please state your name, position, and begin.
Mr. Chairman, members, thank you. My name is Kevin Lawrence. I'm the Executive Director of the Texas Municipal Police Association. I'm also the Chairman of Trustees for the Texas Fraternal Order of Police, representing over 50,000 law enforcement officers across the state of Texas. We're opposed to HB 1927, but please understand we are not opposed to law-abiding Texans being allowed to carry guns in public. As a matter of fact, we were the one group, TMPA was the one group that actually supported the CHL back in the 1990s. And If you talk to any cop that worked the streets over the last 27 years, every time we come into contact with somebody and they show us that license, there's a sense of relief. There's a sense of, we know that person has been vetted. We know that's not going to be a problem right there. Our concern with this bill is that there's still going to be a classification, several classifications of people who are not allowed to carry guns in public. It will still be illegal. But the process for vetting them, for culling that herd, as it were, will be shifted from an administrative office at DPS, or in some states it's done at the sheriff's office or the local police station or whatever your constabulary is. Now it will be done by the beat cop on the streets at 2 a.m. in Cleburne or in Harlingen or in Vidor or wherever you happen to be. It will make the jobs of our law enforcement officers more difficult and more dangerous. Mr. Chairman, you challenged me the other day. You said, check the 16 states that have been doing this. So I did. I put out a call. And I've only had 48 hours since that meeting. But I put out emails to the FOP trustees in all of those states. I've heard from 4 of them. I've gotten common responses. Crime rates are up, but we cannot attribute that to the unlicensed carry. The number of licenses being issued have gone down in those 4 states. The jobs of our officers have become more difficult and more dangerous, but we're doing everything we can to get by. That's what I'm hearing from the cops in those states, and that's in Kentucky, Kansas, Missouri, and there's one more, and I can't remember who it was right now. I promise you, as I get more, I will come to all of your offices with those results.
Thank you, Ms. Lawrence. I appreciate the information and look forward to continued dialogue with you. Members, questions? Thank you. Appreciate it. Chair calls Cody Ryan. Welcome, sir. Please state your name, position, and begin.
My name's Cody Ryan. I'm a LTC instructor, and I'm for your bill of HB 1927. The community where I'm from, it's if you don't work at a chemical plant or a lawyer, you work at McDonald's. The ability for people to get all the training that I've been heard talking about here is little on the expensive side. I mean, I've been to gun sight and front sight. And I know the expense involved in doing all that. With what I've had to start doing in some of my classes is we have people that are looking forward to learning more, and I include that actually as your basic NRA gun handling course as a free class that I add on to it, because 90% of my students are first-time gun owners, and they want to learn more. They want to do that, but they only have the money for one. And so I'm going to go ahead and throw both of them in. So if we had the constitutional carry where he didn't have to go through the licensing fee and time and effort, they would come back to me to learn how to handle a gun to begin with. So I just don't see that as being the issue of being able to do the constitutional carry and having people that don't want to be trained or are untrained. They're going to want to do that on their own. So really can't say more than that's already said or will be said earlier. I just want to, Senator Birdwell walked out. I loved what he said in his opening statement this morning. I appreciate you for bringing this bill to begin with, and that's going to be it for me.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan. Questions, members? Thank you. Chair calls Mark Latimer. Welcome, sir. Please state your name, position, and begin.
Good morning. My name is Mac Latimer. I'm representing myself, and I'm speaking in favor of House Bill 1927. I'm a veteran, a husband, and a small business owner who lives in Bell County. I want the committee to pass constitutional carry so that active duty military personnel don't lose their Second Amendment rights when they move to Texas. When my wife and I moved to Killeen, I did not have a license to carry that counted in Texas, that was recognized by Texas. We lived in a neighborhood that eventually saw my car get stolen, and we were close to several shootings. One night, we were only a few minutes away from a drive-by shooter who assaulted a house close to ours. Texas licensing requirements left my wife and I without a means of protecting ourselves when we moved to a city with no friends and family. Thousands of soldiers and their families move to Fort Hood each year in the same situation. And that doesn't even count soldiers who move to the surrounding areas of Fort Bliss, Fort Sam, and any of the other military bases in Texas. Please protect our soldiers by eliminating the requirement for a permit for concealed carry. Let them protect themselves and their families. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your service as well. Apologize for mispronouncing your first name. Members, questions? Thank you, Mr. Latimer.
Thank you.
Chair calls Harrison Elif? Harrison? Chair calls Dylan Kessler. Come on up. Thank you. Deanna Hollis is on deck. Maya Freiberg is on deck. Henry Bonnert is on deck. State your name, position, and begin, sir.
Yes, sir. My name is Harrison Elf, and I am representing myself, and I'm testifying in favor of this bill. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. I am a combat veteran and a Purple Heart recipient. I spent 4 years in the Army in the Military Police Corps from 2005 to 2009. While on duty, I always carried a pistol as part of my work. For the past 5 years, I have been an over-the-road truck driver, and during this time, my Texas license expired. I was in the process of going back to Texas so that I could renew my permit, and then the panic over COVID-19 happened. Suddenly, no one could help me get a new license. Everything was booked up. It's hard to get a gun. Ammo was not in the stalls anymore. I've never committed a crime that disqualifies me from gun ownership. I have never been deemed mentally or physically unable to own a weapon by experts who were evaluating me. Excuse me. I have, however, been increasingly suffering physically as a result of combat injuries that I got after being blown up in Iraq in 2009. I recently had to get hernia surgery due to a piece of shrapnel poked through the inside of my stomach right here. Back problems, which began 12 years ago, have become increasingly unbearable. There was a time I could easily wrestle people twice my size to the ground, and sometimes I can't get out of bed easily. To make matters worse, I no longer have to worry about just myself. My wife is of Chinese and Indonesian ancestry. As attacks increase on Asian people across America, so too does the likelihood that I might have to defend her. I'm not asking for you guys to pity me, but I do ask for your trust. Over the past 12 years or so, you've trusted me with everything from 18-wheelers to 50-cal machine guns. So I'm just asking that you please trust us. Trust me. We come with good intent, and we want to do the right thing. And that's about it. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it, sir. Members, questions of this witness? Senator Hall, you recognized?
No, I just want to thank you for your service and appreciate you being here today.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Chair calls Dylan Kessler, Deanna Hollis, Reverend Deanna Hollis. Maya Freiberg is on deck, Henry Bonnert, and then Richard Bonnert after that. Welcome, sir. Please state your name, position, and begin.
Hello. My name is Dylan Kessler, and I'm a 16-year-old high school sophomore from Houston, representing myself in opposition to HB 1927. On Saturday, October 27, 2018, I got an alert on my phone that there had been a shooting at the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh with 11 victims. I soon found out that my grandparents were married at the synagogue, and my dad had gone there a few times growing up. It didn't just hit close to home. It forced me and my community to consider how safe we really were. The next morning, I read about the shooting and was challenged with the thought that the synagogue is very similar to mine, where I had congregated with thousands of others for Yom Kippur services just a month before. The Jewish people have fled persecutions for thousands of years, often turned away or met with the same marginalization wherever they went. For my family, it was Lithuania, Germany, and Poland. Then, my family, just like millions of other Jews, finally found refuge in America. Though I believe that permitless carry threatens our sense of safety. Whenever I walk out of my house with my Jewish Star David necklace, I remember that the same symbol that connects me to God also puts a target on my back. The only place I feel safe to wear it is at my synagogue and school, though wherever I hear the loud pop of a balloon or a prayer book accidentally dropping, I wonder if I should have left it at home. Even if my synagogue were to prohibit firearms and have proper signage, a firearm carrier would only be subject to a $200 fine for carrying on the property and would escape any liability whatsoever if they are asked to leave and comply. House Bill 1927 doesn't prohibit untrained, unvetted anti-Semites from taking firearms into my synagogue, and to support it is to ask us to choose between safety and expressing our identities. I hope you consider the disquieting concerns of me and my community. Thank you.
Thank you for coming and testifying. Very well spoken for a young man. Questions, members? Thank you. Chair calls to the Reverend Deanna Hollis. Maya Freiberg, Henry Bonnert, Richard Bonnert, Martiza Mugera is after that. Welcome, Reverend. Please state your name, position, and begin.
Good afternoon. My name is the Reverend Deanna Hollis, and I am representing myself and over 90 faith leaders across Texas that have come together in opposition of HB 1927. We're part of the 81% of Texans who oppose permitless carry. As faith leaders, we are the ones who bury the dead, who pray with and console the grieving families, and who are present every day in the communities that are shattered by gun violence, and we've had enough. Our houses of worship are often targets, yet we know that more guns won't make us safer. In fact, laws like HB 1927 that dismantle our permitting system and allow anyone to carry a gun in public with no regards for background check or training threaten our right to safely gather for worship and to practice our nonviolent religions. This law will do nothing for safety. It will put more money in the hands of those who profit from the blood and trauma of families who are needlessly impacted by gun violence. Senators, you have the opportunity to show moral courage, to show that you truly are pro-life, that you care about the people of Texas, including children who are now more likely to die from gun violence than any other cause of death. You can show the people of Texas that you care more about their lives and their right to life than you care about gun industry profits by voting against HB 1927. In the Bible, the prophet Isaiah says in chapter 32 that a righteous government will usher in an era of justice and prosperity, while those that are wicked and deceive the people with lies will suffer curses. As governmental leaders, the choice is yours. Will we be blessed or cursed? Thank you.
Thank you. Members' questions? Thank you very much. Maya Freiberg. Friedberg, excuse me. Laura Brigham is coming up to Henry Bonnert, Richard Bonnert, Martiza Mugera. Ms. Freiberg, welcome. Please state your name, position.
Good afternoon. My name is Maya Friedberg, and I'm here representing my opposition to HB 1927 and myself as a 10th grade student. The reality of why I am here, however, is because of the fear that has been instilled in people of my faith all around the nation. From the day of my birth, the lessons of the Holocaust were ingrained in my mind, that it is the most tragic event in the history of the Jewish people, that my ancestors perished in the face of hate, that never again. But the amount of times I've uttered the words, never again, as a result of anti-Semitic shootings exceeds the number I had ever anticipated. 0. Because that is what it should be. But gunshots soon defiled the synagogues at Poway in Pittsburgh and the kosher shop in Jersey City, places identified as the hearts of Jewish life. And ever since the day of Pittsburgh synagogue shooting, every time my feet touched the chapel floor, my eyes instinctively scanned the room, looking for the nearest red fluorescent lights, the ones that spell out exit. Jews have spent centuries battling the anti-Semitic rhetoric that has defined us for as long as our existence. But it is not just words that we must fight. It is the temptation of neo-Nazis who want to eradicate people like me. But resisting hate starts with you, our state's political leaders. Passing permitless carry would legally put guns in the hands of violent criminals and people who threaten to kill. The National Bureau of Economic Research proves that states that have passed permitless carry legislation have actually seen a 13 to 15% increase in violent crimes. Removing guns from the hands of convicted and potential criminals is a critical safety measure for the Jewish people and for any other group who's historically been targeted in hate crimes. The Jewish people are fighters, and we have survived the wraths of inequality that dominate us, but we need your help to disarm hate. I will never be able to practice my religion in peace without the impeding concern that bullet holes will find their way into the bodies of my neighbors. And it is very unsettling that people will be granted the ability to not only shatter glass, but to shatter the lives of people like me. We deserve better. Thank you for your time, consideration, and attention.
Thank you. Members, questions? Thank you. Henry Bonnert.
Good afternoon, Chairman Shortner and committee members. I'm Henry Bonert, and I am here testifying for the bill for HB 1927. And I've used to own and actually use firearms, guns of all sorts, ever since I was 8 to 10 years old. I was born and raised on a smaller farm and ranching community down in Comfort, Texas. And we used to take guns to school when I was a kid. We had them in there, some of the people referred about the guns being in their back of their pickup trucks and the gun racks and stuff like that. But those were actually days that we grew up in. And we didn't have our vehicles locked where we had to worry about it being, stolen or anything like that. We didn't have a problem with people, shooting up students in the schools. We had guns out in the parking lot, and that we could have easily done it, but we didn't. We were responsible people. There was one of the things that gets me is everybody's talking about or is concerned about training. We teach English so people can come up here before you to exercise their First Amendment rights. Maybe the concern should be we should start teaching gun safety in our schools so that people can exercise their Second Amendment rights. These are things this is kind of a little bit different line of thought here, but that's something that maybe we should be thinking about. I know there's been a lot of, to me, I'm calling it as fake testimony. It was kind of like the fake news and that. People coming up with some really strange percentages and numbers and that. These 81% of Texans and 20-something percent of these and stuff like that. They're throwing these numbers out there. I'm not so sure that I can believe all of those numbers. One last thing is the Jewish people should remember what happened in World War II when people were disarmed.
Appreciate your testimony, sir. Your time's over. I apologize. Thank you. Richard Bonner. James Wright and Darren Rouse are coming up here. Mr. Bonner, welcome, sir.
Thank you very much.
Say your name, position, begin.
I'm Richard Bonner, Comfort, Texas, and my representative is on the committee, but she's not here right now. So I hope she'll appreciate one of her constituents testifying here. And I remember Senator Bob Hall when he was in Fredericksburg at the Tea Party, and I testified before him before, and I appreciate all of the work y'all have done. And with the short time left, I'm glad y'all have picked up SB 1927. Hopefully it'll get passed, get on the Senate floor, and can pass and be put forward to the governor. I think 1927 puts us on an even playing field with the criminals. People talking about us being criminals, I think it gives us the opportunity to protect ourselves. When seconds count, law enforcement can be minutes away. By the time law enforcement could get there, women could be raped, killed, whatever, and then it's too late. Criminals can be gone. So I just hope that this passes, gets on the Senate floor, goes to Governor Abbott, gets signed, and becomes law. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Members, questions? Appreciate it. Martiza Wigera, and I'm not probably saying that real well. I apologize. Please come up forward and sit down. Floyd Trefny is on deck. 3 or 4 down. Please state your name, position, and begin.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Maritza Moguida, and I'm representing myself, and I am speaking in favor of HB 1927. I am urging this committee to pass constitutional carry so that Texans may defend themselves outside of their home where they are often threatened. I have a 22-year-old daughter moving alone to Galveston, Texas to start medical school. The school happens to be in a very high crime area. She will be living there, walking to school, going to the laundromat, visiting other classmates to study, and she will often do it in odd hours because the school has them working long shifts in odd hours. Because she doesn't have much time and money, I enrolled her in an LTC class. We waited for months for her to get into the class. And when it was finally time to take the class, there was a problem with the shooting range, and so the class, she was not able to take it. She is still without an LTC permit and unable to defend herself, even though that the Second Amendment guarantees that right. I am asking you to please remove the license requirement so that lawful citizens may defend themselves outside of the home where it's often needed, and even if they have not yet been able to get an LTC. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. My wife and I both trained at UTMB as physicians. 3 sons born on the island there, too. Appreciate your time. Laura Bingham, sorry. I apologize. Kathleen Brenham. Welcome, Ms. Bingham. Please state your name, position, and begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Lauren Bingham, and I'm here representing myself in opposition to House Bill 1927. I'm a fifth generation and lifelong Texan, save a few years of out-of-state college, where I was still loudly and very enthusiastically Texan. I love this state, and I love that I've been able to start my family here. But I worry about my son Cal's safety growing up here. One big reason is this, which Senator Lucio asked about regarding gun storage. Texas leads the entire nation in incidents where children have gained access to loaded, unsecured guns and unintentionally shot themselves, a family member, or a friend. We are number 1, and we were last year, and the year before that, and the year before that, often by a big margin, every year since the data started being tracked in 2015. These are loaded guns on top of fridges, under car seats, and nightstands by people who consider themselves responsible gun owners. We know, according to the law, they are not. This is not because Texans are inherently more reckless or dangerous, but because we have an education and enforcement deficit. We don't need more gun owners through this bill who are untrained on safe gun storage. Senator Shortner said it's the obligation of every gun owner to be responsible and prepared. But the state doesn't obligate drivers to know how to drive before getting on the road. We don't even obligate fishers to know where to fish. We require them to know because we've collectively agreed that it's important to maintain safety and order. This bill has nothing to do with the right to bear arms. It has everything to do with requiring gun owners to be properly trained, practiced, and educated. At the very least, until we address deficits like background check loopholes and the lack of safe gun storage in our state, I join with 81% of Texan mothers, fathers, law enforcement officers, gun trainers, Republicans, Democrats, Independents who stand against this bill. Thank you, Senators.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Bingham? Thank you for joining us today, ma'am. Thank you. Chair calls James Wright, and then on deck, Darren Rusi, Floyd Trefny, and in the cleanup position, Kathleen Brennan. So, Mr. Wright, you're recognized. You have 2 minutes. Please state your name and whom you represent.
Thank you, Senator Birdwell. My name is James Wright. I'm a married father of 2 from Burleson, Texas. I am an emergency medicine physician. I'm representing myself, and I 100% support 1927. I will only bore you with one statistic. You've been bombarded with them today. The CDC estimates that there are anywhere from between 500,000 to 3 million defensive uses of a firearm every year. A large percentage of those don't go reported to law enforcement. That means that during each 2-minute testimony you hear, anywhere between 2 and 12 people will defend their lives or the lives of a loved one before law enforcement can respond or are even made aware. We live in a world where real evil exists. Nobody will deny that. You can't legislate evil out of people, and you can't legislate morality into people. During my residency training and throughout my career as an emergency medicine physician, I've treated multiple gunshot wounds. One in particular stands out. She was a married mother of 2 and flown in by our life flight. She was shot in the head by an individual who took the entire dollar store where she was shopping hostage. And I know we can't live in a world of hypothetical hindsight. However, I've often wondered if I would have to have the same conversation with her husband. I'm sorry your wife is dead. Had one person brought their handgun in from the car that they could legally carry. No, that would break a law if I did that. They weren't able to actively participate in saving their own life. They had to wait in a corner for someone better than them to come save them. And to paraphrase Representative Schaefer, his bill is common sense gun legislation. If it's common that you can legally own a firearm in your house, you can legally carry it in your vehicle, you should be able to legally put it in a holster and carry it into a dollar store or a movie theater. Thank you for your time, and I trust y'all will work diligently to support and move forward this bill and decriminalize the permit requirement for a person to carry a handgun.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. Member, Senator Hall, and then I'll come to you. Senator Hall, you're recognized.
Thank you for bringing up what you just brought up about the incidents in which, had there been someone there, the outcome would have been different. And we've got 2 good examples that happened here in Texas. I think one was at the Southern and the other one at West Freeway Church.
Yes, sir.
In which we had people there that were carrying a gun, and who knows how much worse it would have been. One in which there was no one shot except the perpetrator before he could take his first shot. We don't know on the other one how many more would have been killed. But it was because we had a person there who was ready to defend himself and others against a bad person.
Yes, sir.
And there is nothing in this bill that makes it easier for a bad person to carry a gun. We already know that people intending to break the law, to do some damage, will do so without regard to what the law says. There's no one that says, oops, I can't take this gun into the bank to rob it because that's against the law.
Yes, sir.
So, but thank you for bringing that up.
You
Appreciate
can't prevent floods by outlawing thunderstorms.
Absolutely right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Wright. Thank you for having had some quality time with an emergency room doctors. Appreciate what you do. Thank you for being a constituent. So, hoo-ah. Thank you, Doctor. Chair calls Darren Rusi. Darren, am I saying that correctly? Roos, okay. Mr. Roos, please join us. And then on deck, Floyd Trefny, Kathleen Brennan, Madeline Lake is in the cleanup position. So with that, Darren, you're recognized. Please state your name, whom you represent. You have 2 minutes when you begin.
My name is Darren Roos. I'm testifying in favor of HB 1927, and I am representing myself. I believe that the current federal legislation already serves to grossly infringe upon our Second Amendment rights. As a current Texas license to carry holder, I ask the Texas legislature to please do whatever is in their power to lessen any further infringement at the state level by removing all Texas licensing requirements to carry a handgun. Public safety is better served by allowing law-abiding citizenry unfettered ability to secure their liberty, peace, and security, no matter where they are, in or outside of their homes, with handguns. State licensing requirements are ineffective at crime prevention, unconstitutional, place undue financial burdens, bureaucratic restrictions, and obstacles that only infringe upon, hinder, or otherwise prevent law-abiding citizens from exercising their rights to self-protection. Licensing requirements do not apply or affect criminals and do not deter crime or positively affect public safety. However, Armed, law-abiding citizens who carry handguns on their person wherever they go in public certainly does, and permitless carry further enables it. A right delayed is a right denied. Having to wait for a license or government permission to be able to legally protect yourself or family can have deadly consequences for the law-abiding citizen. It should be the choice of each person whether or not to obtain a Texas license to carry for the purpose of purchasing firearms or reciprocity in other states, but not as required for Texas carry, open or concealed. Criminals, by definition, do not follow the law. Criminals are not required to get a permit to commit crime. Criminals don't care. Criminals do not subject themselves to background checks, gun permit schemes, or laws. This is why gun control is always destined to fail, and gun control only serves to make the law-abiding more vulnerable to falling victims to criminals. Thank you.
Perfect timing, Darren. Members, questions of Mr. Roos? All right, thank you for joining us today, Darren. Thank you. Chair calls Floyd Trefny, and on deck, Kathleen Brennan, Madeline Lake, and then in the cleanup position, Warren Flick. So with that, Mr. Trefny, you're recognized. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name's Floyd Trefny, a resident of Texas. I vote in every election. I'm representing myself in opposition to HB 1927. And thank y'all for letting me here and talk to y'all today. I've never testified in front of the legislature before. This is my first time. And when I saw this bill come up, I felt deeply concerned with the public safety and my safety. When I look out and I see a person carrying a gun on his holster, I will not know if he understands how terrifically serious that gun can damage people, me. So I am afraid, or I fear. So in some senses, you say you want to do constitutional activity. I also have a right to feel free in my pursuit of happiness. So how can I do that when people are walking around with guns and only a moment they can pull that gun and cause violence? So my concern and suggestion is to not pass this bill. I would also ask you to be careful of statistics. We've heard some anecdotal information from Arizona that said we passed this bill and this happened. But what you don't really know for sure, if you passed the bill, well, if you hadn't passed the bill, maybe the violence would have gone down even further. Just because it went one way doesn't mean that's the way it went. So thank you for your time this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Trefny. Members, questions of Mr. Trefny? All right, thank you for joining us today, sir. Chair calls Kathleen Brennan, and then on deck, Madeline Lake, Warren Flick, and then Teresa Cleghorn in the cleanup position. That, Ms. Brennan, please join us, and then when you begin, you have 2 minutes. Please state your name and whom you represent. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. My name is Kathy Brennan. I'm representing myself in opposition of House Bill 1927, and thank you for allowing me to speak today. I am one of the 81% of Texans who oppose permitless carry. I've heard a lot of talk this morning about law-abiding citizens carrying guns with the expectation of responsible gun behavior. Simply expecting people who legally buy guns to exhibit responsible behavior seems unrealistic. An example that comes to mind is my youngest daughter, who at age 21 decided that she needed to buy a gun. And she is a very sweet, law-abiding citizen, but she knew absolutely nothing about guns and gun ownership. And so when I asked her about it, oh, what do you plan to do? Oh, I'll just carry it in my purse. I'll keep it on my nightstand at night. She had no idea where she could carry. She had no idea when she had never even shot a gun. So I was a little concerned, and I even felt she would put herself as well as other law-abiding citizens in danger. So all I can say is thank God for the license to carry course. She took the course. I feel strongly now she is a responsible gun owner, and had she not taken the course, I don't think she would have been. I imagine there are many other well-intentioned yet uninformed law-abiding citizens like my daughter, and that it's not practical simply to expect responsibility without requiring instruction. License to carry is the one tool we have to ensure that people who carry lawfully in public spaces have a basic education and the training to do so safely and responsibly. So,
Thank you, Ms. Brennan. Members, questions for Ms. Brennan? All right. Thank you for joining us today, ma'am. Thank you. Chair calls Madeline Lake, and then on deck, Warren Flick, Teresa Cleghorn, and then in the cleanup position, Kenneth Cleghorn. So with that, Madeline, if you'd please join us, please state your name, whom you represent, and when you begin, you'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Madeline Lake, and I'm here speaking on behalf of March for Our Lives Texas as the state organizing director, as well as my own behalf. I'm speaking to you all today to ask you to vote no on HB 1927. Not only does this bill make our communities less safe, but it's a gross overstep of the deregulation to an already fragile system. Let's say the right to own a gun should be unregulated because it's the right of American people. Fine. Just because you have the right to do something does not mean that it's without stipulations. Yes, I have the right to free speech, but it's also illegal for me to scream bomb in an airport. Furthermore, the idea of removing permits is so that people are not barred from accessing a weapon. Why is it that there is an age requirement? Is it because maybe we worry the idea of a young person having a gun because they won't be responsible enough to handle it? The same goes for the permit system. Speaking of safety, Senator Creighton, I went to school in CISD from the first grade until graduation from Conroe High School. When you went to CHS, did you ever sit in a dark room hiding from an imaginary shooter, listening to the administration jiggle the lock on the door, waiting to see if it was going to be an active shooter? Because I did, every couple months for 13 straight years. It's terrifying, every time. It's the things they put you through to make sure that you try to survive a mass shooting. Just like it happened in Santa Fe, it could happen to us. I'll conclude my testimony with this. When I was 17, I was domestically abused by my boyfriend. During this relationship, my boyfriend was 21, the age to buy a gun. I wasn't old enough to buy a gun. The idea that permitless carry would have saved me is incorrect. The age limit wouldn't have helped me, but I would have been left defenseless because he could have bought a gun and I couldn't. He could have risked my life, and by removing permits, you give abusers like him a better chance of ruining the lives of women like me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lake. Members, questions of Ms. Lake? All right. Thank you for joining us today, Madeline. Thank you. Chair calls Warren Flick, and then on deck, Teresa Cleghorn, Kenneth Cleghorn, and then in the on deck, or the cleanup spot, Jessica Anderson. And so with that, Warren, if you would, please state your name, whom you represent. You have 2 minutes when you begin, sir.
Howdy. My name is Warren Flick, and I'm representing myself, and I'm in favor of HB 1927. Mr. Hunt of the Houston Police Officers Union asserted that this bill, retaining the requirement for a license to carry on campus, whereas not for the general public, affords more protection to students and less to the general public. As a student at Texas A&M University, I contend that it is in fact the opposite. Constitutional carry allows law-abiding people to easily and quickly arm themselves, which enhances their ability to protect themselves. And to extend that to the general public, but not students, makes us less safe than the general public. In fact, who is Mr. Hunt to advocate for the state making it harder for students to protect themselves? I take it personally that he believes that my classmates and I should be exceptionally vulnerable by putting frivolous barriers in the way of us protecting ourselves. Furthermore, he stated that without LTCs, officers can't verify whether or not persons carrying firearms are prohibited from doing so. This is not the case. If someone commits a crime, a peace officer can arrest and identify them and discover if they are a prohibited possessor by running them through the National Crime Information Center database, regardless of an LTC system. And if a person has not committed a crime and simply going about their business, not causing any trouble, a peace officer has no cause nor authority to stop and identify them because of protections under the Fourth Amendment. In this case, carrying a firearm in and of itself would not give cause for a stop, nor dissolve their Fourth Amendment protections from a stop. Carrying a gun in and of itself does not indicate crime being afoot, and thus would not warrant investigation. So if they aren't committing a crime, you have no right to stop them anyway, and if they are committing a crime, then you can identify them regardless of LTC. My point being, in the only situation where a police officer would be verifying whether or not someone is a prohibited possessor, they have the ability to do so without a carry permit.
Thank you, Mr. Flake. Members, questions for Mr. Flake? Thank you for joining us today, Warren. Thank you, sir. Chair calls Teresa Cleghorn, and then on deck, Kenneth Cleghorn, Jessica Anderson, and then in the cleanup position, Israel Salinas. So, Ms. Cleghorn, if you would, please state your name, whom you represent. You have 2 minutes when you begin.
I am Teresa Cleghorn, and I represent the Republican Liberty Caucus of Texas and myself. Thank you, Senators, for taking testimony and for listening. I am an Army veteran, a law enforcement family member, and a former teacher. Over the past few months, I've written, called, and submitted testimony on behalf of others' constitutional carry bills, and on the idea that we have the right, that what we have right now sets up two classes of Texans. One class that has both leisure time and money to purchase a concealed permit, and one that does not. Literally, in Texas, we have haves and have-nots. A Texan's right to protect themselves should not be so inequitable. I thought about this last week while checking my Nextdoor app, and two women talked about how they were walking in the Greenbelt and were harassed by a man who came up menacing them. One of them was walking her two dogs, and he told her, "I'm not afraid of your dogs." And she screamed, and fortunately, neighbors came out and nothing happened. When she posted that story on the Nextdoor app, another woman got on and said, "I think that same man came after me and my son while we were walking in the Greenbelt." And I thought to myself, they have the right to protect themselves at home. They have the right to protect themselves in their car. But these women who work full-time and have to come home and take care of their kids would have to make a choice of how to spend their money and their time with their families in order to be able to protect themselves while walking in the park. I respectfully want to, never mind.
Thank you, Ms. Cleghorn. Members, questions of Ms. Cleghorn? All right. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us today. Thank you. Chair calls Kenneth Cleghorn. And then on deck, Jessica Anderson, Israel Salinas, and then Jimmy Perdue is in the cleanup position. So, Mr. Cleghorn, when you begin, you'll have 2 minutes. Please state your name, whom you represent.
Thank you. My name is Kenneth Cleghorn. I am speaking in favor of the bill, and I'm representing myself. A month after I retired from the military at Fort Hood, I started my second career as a Texas peace officer, and I've retired from that profession. I started that second career in 1994, so I remember when it was a crime for Texans to have a weapon concealed on their person, and I remembered the debates the following year when license to carry was debated in this very building. I remember law enforcement associations and agency heads and legislators predicting Wild West-style shootouts in the street, and we all know that didn't happen. Just like it didn't happen in all of those other states that already had license carry, we are hearing from some of the same rhetoric from those same people or sources. And I predict that history will repeat itself, and none of that will come to pass. Hasn't been true in any of the other 20 states that have it either. I'm going to ad-lib a little bit here. You all have my written testimony because a lot of it's been covered. If you have probable cause to arrest somebody or reasonable suspicion to stop them, this bill isn't going to stop that, okay? If you arrive at the scene and you can't figure out if the armed person is a bad guy, my training and experience tells me the bad guy will be shooting at you. And anybody who thinks that passing another law is going to stop criminals from committing crimes, I just don't know what to tell you because I think that's kind of naive. I thank you all for your time. Please vote in favor of this bill.
Members, questions for Mr. Cleghorn? All right, thank you for joining us today. Thank you for your
Thank you
service
for
in
the
the
time.
Army too, sir. Hooah. Chair calls Jessica Anderson, and then on deck, Israel Salinas, Jimmy Perdue, and then Charles Rains is in the cleanup position. So, Commander Anderson, please state your name, whom you represent. You have 2 minutes when you begin.
Thank you. My name is Jessica Anderson. I'm a commander with the Houston Police Department. I'm here on behalf of Chief Troy Finner. I represent the Houston Police Department. We are opposed to the bill. In the layout, you said specifically that this bill is intended to give more access to firearms. That's precisely the problem for us. Major cities are encountering ridiculous amounts of violent crime these days, and increasing guns without training and background will just exacerbate the problem. I also need to say that I work for a, quote, liberal Democrat, or liberal big city chief. I need to make sure that you understand this is not about politics, it's strictly about public safety. We vehemently oppose any bill that does away with background checks and training as currently required. Passage of this bill will make it harder for us to protect our citizens and combat violent crime because we will no longer know if those who carry are doing so legally, and they will no longer be required to have basic understanding of applicable laws and gun safety. I'm going to skip around a little bit too. You guys have heard a lot. What I do want to hit on some of the points that you guys have mentioned earlier. Some of you guys have said that this is just an extension of carrying from the car, that we already carry guns in cars, so what's the big deal? The big deal in Houston is that we are seeing road rage through the roof. Our ag assaults are up nearly 30%. Use of firearms has increased nearly 50% from 2019 to 2020. Not a week goes by where there's not a news report of another shooting and a road rage incident. That's gone up 30%. 75% of those include a firearm. I've also heard the argument that people carrying guns illegally is not going to stop this, or they're not going to be stopped from this. I would argue that just because criminals don't follow some laws doesn't mean we need to get rid of all laws. The problem is not that they don't follow laws, it's that they're not deterred by weak laws. I would encourage you to consider the training and the background is very important to the mission.
Thank you, Commander. Members, questions? Senator Schwarten, you're recognized.
So the problem isn't that they don't follow the law? Is that what you,
Well, that is a problem, but I think stronger laws help deter them from.
would you agree that prosecution of
Absolutely.
felonies in possession or illegal display of firearms should be prosecuted?
Absolutely. I do like those amendments with the mandatory minimums, and would even argue that mandatory minimums for drive-by shootings and that sort of violent crime should also be included.
I feel for y'all. Y'all are in a difficult situation where you have elected officials that don't prosecute, in particular, felonies in possession of firearms. So thank you for testifying. It's a multifactorial problem in your jurisdiction.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions? All right. Thank you, ma'am,
Thank you.
for joining us today. Chair calls Israel Salinas. Israel, if you would, please join us. And then on deck, Jimmy Perdue, Charles Rains, and then Tommy Hendricks is in the cleanup position. So, Israel, am I saying that correctly? Salinas and Israel?
Yes, sir.
From San Patricio. My stepfather was born in Sinton, Texas. So
Really?
Welcome.
All
Yes,
right.
sir. Please state your name, whom you represent. You have 2 minutes when you begin, sir.
Hello, my name is Israel Salinas. I am representing the Texas Young Republicans and the San Patricio County Republican Party. Firstly, I'd like to thank each of you for being here to hear on this monumental and historic bill. Firstly, I'd like to state that a right enshrined in the United States Constitution is a human right, granted by God and not bestowed on us by government. A human right should not require government permission to be freely exercised. The detractors of this bill say that constitutional carry in some way, shape, or form is going to create a Wild West situation. People crazed, carrying around guns, gunfights in the streets. But in the states that have passed constitutional carry before us, that hasn't happened. The people who purchase their firearms legally are not the type to then go around and, because they no longer have to ask the government for permission, criminally and dangerously brandish their firearms. That doesn't happen. Not because they don't need a permit anymore, where they then turn to crime because they no longer need to purchase a permit from the state of Texas to freely exercise their human right of self-preservation. I implore each of you to stand with the Constitution of the United States. I implore each of you to follow the facts that you have been laid out before you, that constitutional carry has positively impacted the states that have passed it, and that lessening the requirements needed to freely exercise your human right is only good in a constitutional standpoint. And I'm open for any questions. Thank you.
Members, questions for Israel? All right. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you, sir. Hooah. Chair calls Jimmy Perdue, and then on deck, Charles Raines, Tommy Hendricks, and then Angela Haran. I hope I'm saying that correctly, Angela, is in the cleanup position. So, Mr. Perdue, Jimmy, are you with us? All right. Charles, I know Charles is here, so Charles, come on up, and we'll hold Jimmy in abeyance until he arrives. So, Charles, if you would, please state your name, whom you represent, and you have 2 minutes when you begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Birdwell, Senator. My name is Charles Raines. I represent myself. I'm here in favor of HB 1927. And the question for me is freedom. Are we free citizens or not? Now, our dear president has said that constitutional rights are not exactly absolute. Well, that's funny because every April 15th, they seem to be quite absolute around the 16th Amendment. Try not to send in your taxes and see how absolute they are. The thing that Lady Liberty has a beautiful sister named Responsibility. And we have to be responsible. And the people who buy a gun and follow the law to get the gun are responsible. The problem is criminals. It's not people who own firearms legally. And, criminals are the ones who cause the problem in terms of, the crimes, the home invasions, the carjackings, you name it. But yet, we as responsible citizens, it's like we're the problem. No, we're not the problem. And, I've got a closet full of guns. They've never harmed a soul. Don't break in my house at 2 o'clock in the morning. But the thing is, if any of you have daughters, I do. And the thing is, her safety means more to me than my life. And her ability to protect herself from people who have no regard for the law is paramount to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Raines. Members, questions of Charles? All right. Thank you for joining us today, Charles. Safe trip back to Dawson, okay? Hooah, all right. Chair calls Jimmy Perdue. Jimmy, are you with us? Okay, still not with us, so Chair calls Tommy Hendricks. Tommy, if you join us, and then on deck, Angela Haran, and then Bridget Weiser. I hope I'm saying that correctly, Bridget. You're in the cleanup position. So with that, Mr. Hendricks, if you would, state your name, whom you represent.
My name is Tommy Hendricks. I represent myself, and I come to you in full support of House Bill 1927. I've heard pretty much everything that's gone on with statistics, and I believe in everything that they say that the right to carry an arm the arms, on any of the laws that goes on, you're already a criminal if you're, it's just, I just believe that you should be able to carry if you're legally back-checked to buy a gun. And that's it.
Members, questions for Mr. Hendricks? All right, thank you for joining us today, sir.
Thank you.
Who, Chair calls Angela Haran. Angela, would you please join us? And then on deck, Bridget Weiser, Sharon Roberts, and then Scott Rubin is in the cleanup position. So with that, Angela, please state your name, whom you represent. You have 2 minutes when you begin.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Angela Herron, and I'm representing myself in opposition to House Bill 1927. I'm part of the 81% of Texans who oppose permitless carry. I've grown up around guns. My father served 26 years in the military, and we had guns in the house. I'm also a mom to twin boys, and they're the reason I'm here. Every time I take them to a public place, I wonder, is this the day? Is this the day a person's going to enter and shoot anyone he or she sees, including my children? Is this the next El Paso? I look at my precious sons, and I think of the sheer terror that a mom must feel in that situation. Truthfully, I'm afraid right now. Right here. Afraid someone won't like what I have to say and kill me for it. My sons will be going to school soon. I think with permitless carry, there is a higher chance a person could walk right into their school with a gun. I look at their innocent faces and wonder when I'll be forced to answer the question, why would someone want to kill me? As they learn of active shooter drills and real-life lockdowns, we should be adding safeguards, not removing them. The only option to protect them cannot be to carry a gun myself and weigh the odds I'll be faster than the assailant when many trained police officers aren't. If it is, I ask, would you be ready? Would you remove the metal detectors here in this building and arm yourself? Because that's what you're asking us to do. I often tell my kids it's okay to make mistakes, and mistakes are how we learn, and you can always try again. But really, it's not okay to make some. If we get this wrong, if permitless carry passes, lives will be lost. There's no try again. Can you live with that? We are not experiments to test theories and laws on. We're people. As a mother, my job is to do everything I can to protect my children. As our representatives, it is your job to enable me to do my job. Protect us.
Members, questions of Angela? Thank you, ma'am, for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Chair calls Bridget Weiser. Bridget, am I saying that correctly? And then on deck, Sharon Roberts, Scott Rubin, and then in the cleanup position, Rick Reinhardt. So with that, Bridget, if you would, join us. Please state your name, whom you represent. And when you begin, you have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Bridget Weiser. I'm here representing myself against HB 1927 and one of the 81% of Texans opposing permitless carry. The danger of permitless carry is obvious. Allowing people to carry who lack the basic knowledge to load, aim, fire, or secure their handgun defies common sense. It defies business sense too. In 2017, the Legislative Budget Board estimated a permitless carry bill would result in a $37 million loss for the state over the first 2 years and millions more in the following years. Our resources have been stretched thin by COVID-19 and this winter's disastrous infrastructure failure. We can't afford to sacrifice tens of millions of dollars because a small minority of Texans reject their responsibility to ensure public safety by going through a background check, 4 hours of training, and a live fire exam. This bill would also hurt hundreds of TLC instructors and small business owners who ensure people carrying in public can safely handle their weapons, demonstrate basic proficiency at the gun range, and know the laws governing the use of deadly force. Larger industries may suffer too. The travel and tourism industry is generating tens of billions of dollars. Tourists from states and countries with reasonable gun laws may no longer view our beautiful state as safe. Most of my family is in Germany, and this has been brought up as a matter of concern for future visits. Businesses like Oracle, Tesla, and Apple have been moving to Texas in droves. Will these companies have difficulties attracting talent if permitless passes? will they take their business to states with common sense gun laws and fewer shootings? Passing such an extreme bill now could have serious financial ramifications for our state. I urge each of you to oppose HB 1927, which is wrong for Texas on so many levels. Thank you.
Thank you, Bridget. Members, questions for Ms. Weiser? All right. Thank you for joining us today, ma'am. Thank you. Chair calls Sharon Roberts, and then on deck, Scott Rubin, Rick Reinhardt, and then Kelly Olson is in the cleanup position. Sharon, would you join us? All right. Please state your name, whom you represent, and when you begin, you'll have 2 minutes.
My name is Sharon Roberts. I'm here representing myself against House Bill 1927. How many of you have noticed the last time our country's flag flew at full mast for a number of days? It used to be that flags only flew at half mast on traditional days such as Memorial Day. Times have changed, and since this practice has changed as well. We now fly our flags at half mast to also represent the deaths of those fallen victim to a mass shooting. So I ask again, when is the last time you observed the flag to fly at full mast for more consecutive days than not? You senators took an oath to uphold the Texas Constitution and all that it represents. It is unconscionable to believe that when you took the oath, you took an oath to accept our flag flying so low for so long. This isn't a bill that is about the cost of the permit. It is not a law to stop penalizing those law-abiding Texans who want to carry. Those who want to carry lawfully have little concern for compliance. So what message does passing this law send to the 81% of Texans who are not opposed to this bill? Even trained officers carrying their service revolvers cannot avoid such a fate when facing a mass shooter. A vote for House Bill 1927 is a vote to make every Texan a potential shooting victim. House Bill 1927 is commonly referred to as the Constitutional Carry Bill. So let's talk about the Constitution. As Supreme Court Justice Antonin Scalia once said, like most rights, the Second Amendment right is not unlimited. It is not a right to keep and carry a weapon whatsoever, in any manner whatsoever, and for whatever purpose. Gentlemen, know the next time you see the flag at half-mast, you could have prevented that tragedy. Thank you.
Members, questions for Sharon? All right. Thank you for joining us today, ma'am. Thank you. Chair calls Scott Rubin, and then on deck, Rick Reinhardt, Kelly Olson, and then Andy Turner is now in the cleanup position. Chief, please join us. If you would, state your name, whom you represent, and you'll have 2 minutes once you begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Scott Rubin. I'm the police chief in Blanco. I'm also the current president of the Texas Police Chiefs Association, and we oppose the bill as presented. The Texas Police Chiefs recognize and unequivocally support the rights and privileges of individuals established in the U.S. Constitution, specifically the Second Amendment right of gun ownership for law-abiding individuals with the responsibility for providing safety in our communities. We also recognize, however, the ability of dangerous people acquiring and using firearms for illegal and sometimes deadly purposes. Texas has a long history of a very successful permit-to-carry process. The present law is very effective at balancing public safety interest with preserving the right to carry a weapon. Again, we believe we have constitutional carry. We're opposed to permitless carry. This is not a constitutional issue. This is a public safety issue. Permitless carry primarily benefits individuals who are disqualified from obtaining a LTC. Individuals with suspended LTC would be allowed to continue to carry as permitless. These bills remove virtually every safeguard currently in place to ensure that dangerous individuals are prevented from carrying handguns in public. Our main concerns are the loss of the background and the training aspects of the bills. We think they're very important. We believe that currently using the masks as an example, businesses have the right to post that. The public is not really educated on that. Therefore, it increases the interactions between law enforcement and the public, having to educate them on those issues. we feel that if we take away the mandatory training required currently, we're going to lose some of that education for the public, thus creating more interactions between law enforcement and the public. We're trying many ways within our profession to train officers how to de-escalate, and we think this was going to create issues where de-escalation is going to have to become more necessary.
Members, questions for Chief Rubin? Senator Lucio, you're recognized.
You're about to say one last thing. Would you like to share that with
Just,
us?
if you don't mind, a lot of statistics have been thrown around today, and while I've been sitting here, I just Googled real fast. Arizona was commonly thrown in as one of the states. As you know, of the 7 major cities in the United States, 5 of those are in Texas. Phoenix is the only really major city in Arizona, and the statistics that I found is that the state may have gone down, but the crime rates in Phoenix increased over 12% from 2016 to 2017. So I think when you say you compare us to other states, we have to look at those areas that are comparable to our major cities.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you for serving and wearing the uniform. Thank you, sir.
Thank you all.
Chair calls Rick Reinhardt, and then on deck, Kelly Olson, Andy Turner, and then Ian Sandlin is in the cleanup position. So with that, Rick, please state your name, whom you represent. You have 2 minutes when you begin.
Okay. My name is Rick Reinhardt, and I'm here speaking for myself, and I'm speaking for the bill. Almost everything I was going to say has been said. So I'll say this. When you get to be my age and you look back over your life, you say, gosh, everybody in this room is smarter than I am. But nobody in this room has any more experience than I do. I'm actually from Arizona, interestingly enough. I've sat in this same sort of setting in Arizona 10 years ago. Exact same thing. For and against, the same arguments. So I'll only say this. I support constitutional carry because I know it makes the state safer. And there's a lot been said about common sense, and I just wish there was more of it. I will say that from what I have seen and what I've experienced, permitless carry increases training. The common sense of it is if you buy a piano, you start taking lessons so you can master that, so you can use it. Gun owners are exactly the same. All responsible gun owners that at least I know, and I know hundreds of them, take ownership very responsibly and they take lots of training. And the other thing that I know that permitless carry does is in the end, it teaches gun owners the value of courteous vigilance. That's all I have to say.
Members, questions for Mr. Reinhardt? Thank you for joining us today, Rick, and welcome from Arizona. So, hoo-ah. Chair calls Kelly Olson, and then on deck, Andy Turner, Ian Sandlin, and then Raul Camacho is in the cleanup position. Kelly, right now, I think you have the privilege of being the most traveled from Alpine. That's way out there, so welcome. Thank you for your patience today.
Thank you for having me.
Please state your name, whom you represent. You have 2 minutes when you begin.
My name's Kelly Olson, and I am for HB 1927. I'm a victim of domestic abuse. When someone comes after you with the intent to kill and you have no way to defend yourself, and you wake up days later in a hospital having barely made it. And I believe we should have the right to defend ourselves, and no one should ever be in that situation where they can't. Because I believe if I had been able and been armed that day, I would have been able to defend myself, and he would have backed off and it would have never happened. I also am from El Paso originally, and the Walmart where the shooting took place, I went shopping all the time. So my grandma went shopping all the time. And I believe that day, if more people had been armed, that shooter would have been stopped and all those people would have still been alive. Thank you.
You're welcome. Members, questions for Ms. Olson? All right. Thank you for joining us today, Kelly. Thank you, ma'am. Chair calls Andy Turner on deck, Ian Sandlin, Raul Camacho, and then Lori Mayfield is in the cleanup circle. So Andy, please join us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Assessor Alice Tripp, sounds her best.
Ah, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And please state your name, whom you represent.
It's a redhead thing, I think. My name is Andy Turner. I am proud to be the legislative director for the Texas State Rifle Association. As I sat there and rewrote all my talking points, what occurred to me was everybody who's come up here in favor of this bill has said, I'm an LTC instructor, I have an LTC, I've been trained, I'm in the military. This is not about new gun owners. This is a right restored. This is about people who believe that this is a right that should never have been taken away from them. I mean, we've talked about 20 other states, and we know that Vermont has never outlawed this. They don't have the blood in the streets that we're hearing is going to happen. We're not hearing about this in 20 other states, these problems. Frankly, your neighbor 3 doors down who doesn't own a gun isn't going to go running to the gun store because permitless carry. I saw a John Wayne movie. I can carry. It's not going to happen. I mean, frankly, if they're running to the gun store, they're running because of what's going on in D.C., in my opinion. The question was asked a long time ago about how do we enforce this? And the answer is the same way you enforce long gun open carry. Okay, so, and I just wanted to make sure that got answered. My military director was not able to be here. I know that we had some wonderful veterans here, but he wanted me to make some other points that they didn't get a chance to bring up. The military spouse is most often also working while the military member is preparing to deploy and does not have the time to take an LTC class prior to the member's deployment. Thus, the military member deploys, leaving the family back at home so they can go defend our Constitution. And the spouse may protect the family at home and in the vehicle, but not outside the home and the vehicle. And I have other things, but I'll discuss it later.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Schwartner, and then we'll come to Senator Lucio.
Thank you. Thank you for the testimony. You
Sure.
mentioned enforcement, and it'd be how do you enforce it, same as how you enforce long gun open carry. Can you expand on that for me, please?
So, long gun open carry is a proud Texas tradition from the very start of the state, yes? Okay. So if you are law enforcement and you see someone long gun open carrying, do you stop them? I mean, what do they do? What is their process? It's the same process. It would be, should the bill pass. It is no different, whether it's a long gun or a short gun. So, I mean, I was having this discussion with my husband last night, and I said, frankly, if you see somebody acting a little squirrely and you're a police officer, maybe they're walking around at 3 o'clock in the morning in front of, I don't know, a closed up liquor store or something, maybe they want to ask a question, but it's the same process. So that's, without getting into law enforcement policies, because they differ from place to place, that would be my general answer.
I appreciate your testimony.
Sure,
Thank you.
of course.
Senator Lucio, you had a question for the witness.
I wasn't going to ask questions. I'm just listening to the testimony, but you said something that concerns me. Did you say that our rights to bear arms have been taken away? You said that.
I said our right restored. So
Well, when did we lose them?
when you took away the right to carry permitless, when you require whatever year you were required to obtain a permit.
The U.S. Constitution, makes sure that we have the right to bear arms.
Sir?
We bear arms at home. We bear arms actually in
Yes, sir.
cars. So along the way, I never thought that I had been taking my right away of having a gun.
Well, it's not about having the gun, right? The whole
Owning a gun.
Well, it's not about owning the gun either, right? The whole purpose of this bill is carrying, right? So at the point where the state.
But you stated something else. You didn't state that. Carrie, you said our rights to have a gun were taken away.
Yes, because at the date where the legislature decided that Texans needed a permit to carry, they took away the right to bear arms. They
No, we can
infringed
still bear-
upon that
but
right.
You can still bear arms, even if they.
Under
set them.
certain circumstances,
Of course,
and
at home,
only.
in the
and-
car.
In the car, on your own property, but, for instance, I was here for the 20-hour marathon hearing, I don't know, was that a month ago? It feels like it was, and left here at 5:30 and had to walk over to the visitor center, and, because I carry under Utah, I could not carry into this building, okay? That's another story for another day. But I had to walk over there by myself, and because I'm not legal to bring in this building, so I couldn't bring it with me to come testify, and it's 5:30 in the morning in the middle of downtown Austin, and I cannot bear arms for a number of reasons in the Capitol, but also I can't permitlessly carry. And if I didn't have a Utah permit, I couldn't carry at all.
Yeah, well, the only concern I have is that and correct me if I'm wrong, is any Supreme Court decision where it says that Americans have been taken their rights to bear arms away from them since the Constitution was adopted way back when.
I am speaking of the permitted carry.
No, yeah, but that's not the way you stated. That's what concerned me. That's fine.
No,
I
am talking about when they required us to get a permit to carry.
We have
right?
never lost the right to bear arms in this country.
Senator, I will be respectful of your time, and I will agree to disagree with you.
Okay.
If that's fair.
Lastly, there are some communities, there are some cities, Dodge, unless they're lying to us on those shows where Matt Dillon makes sure that people check in their guns before going into a saloon or coming into town, register their guns so we'll know who's in town with guns, et cetera, et cetera. That also was the case in Texas at one time in our history, wasn't it?
I cannot speak to what was in our history 200 years ago.
But you did say, throughout our history, you stated history.
Yes, I said we've had long gun open carry. That has never been taken away. Is that, and if we're asking questions, am I wrong?
No, we'll stop right there.
Okay.
I just wanted to.
Senator Lucio,
well, I'm gonna
happy to talk to you anytime.
Oh yeah, no, I possess guns. I own rifles and guns.
I know.
And I want to make sure that I know how to use them, how to store them.
Absolutely.
How to make, not leave them in a dangerous place where children can get to them and maybe have an accident.
I mean, my children were raised around firearms. My daddy taught me, his daddy taught him, and you just didn't touch them. It's a family tradition.
Sure.
So for many, many of us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Members, any other questions for Andy? All right. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you so much.
ma'am. Chair calls Ian Sandlin, and then on deck, Raul Camacho and Lori Mayfield, and then in the cleanup position, Misty Howard. So with that, Ian, please state your name, whom you represent. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, my name is Ian Sandlin, and I represent myself. I just want to say that if we follow the logic that we just heard, felons should have guns. I should have a machine gun. I should be able to have a nuclear weapon. I mean, really, why are we limiting ourselves? If we're going to literally follow what's in the Constitution, then why should there be any limitations? The other thing I want to say is that we heard statistics this morning. We heard that property crime went down 700% because permitless carry was passed, or at least that was what was implied. We need to look at causation when we hear statistics. We need to find out whether, first of all, property crime went down 700%. First of all, that statistic looks pretty suspect. But to attribute that to permitless carry, we have no evidence of that. So we have to be very careful when we're using statistics. Crime has been going down in the United States during a protracted period, and we could glom onto that and say that's because of permitless carry. So that's what I want to say to that. I'm opposed to this. I think that that people that have guns should be people that are responsible, law-abiding, and in a good mental state of mind. And this does not get us there. That's what I want to
Members,
say.
Mr. Chairman.
Questions? Senator Swartner, you're right.
I agree with you 100% regarding statistics. As Mark Twain said, there are lies, damn lies, and statistics. As a physician and someone that's seen lots of data over the years, I can't agree with you more. So there's people on both sides regarding information about what this does. It's a relatively short amount of time, and maybe the numbers aren't there. But that's a side issue. But anyway, that issue I do agree with you on.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Thank you for joining us today. Chair calls Raul Camacho, then on deck, Lori Mayfield, Misty Hauer, and then Ann Schwartz is in the cleanup position. So, Mr. Camacho, please state your name, whom you represent. You have 2 minutes when you begin.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Raul Camacho. I'm a licensed peace officer, and I'm also one of the leaders of the License to Carry instructors that wrote a letter to the Capitol that we oppose this bill. The reason why I oppose this bill is not that I don't support the Second Amendment. Obviously, I do. I train people about firearm safety and education and so forth. Is that we have a discipline issue here in Texas, not just in Texas, but also throughout the United States. We got folks out there that don't know how to handle a handgun. If you go to any of the shooting ranges here in the Austin area, you'll see bullet holes on the ceilings, walls, or wherever, okay? The last thing you need is for those inexperienced folks to carry a gun in public, putting bullet holes in your car, putting bullet holes in restaurants and businesses and so forth, okay? People are not disciplined, and that's the issue. We support the Second Amendment in so many ways, but again, I believe that if you get trained and educated, it will go a long ways. We don't live in that perfect world, unfortunately. We know as instructors that ignorance and carelessness are the two causes of gun disasters in the United States. People refuse to go get proper education or proper training. And so that causes all the gun disasters that we read about. And so we can avoid that if they take training and education. A lot of people don't even understand the 4 safety rules. I'm sure some of you guys who are gun owners here on this panel are gun owners, but you don't even know the first rule or even the second rule. And again, that is a discipline issue. Another thing I want to mention is that James Madison, the father of the Constitution of the Second Amendment, he believes in training. If you go look up, if you just do your research, he talks about it, okay? And it's just not that difficult to ask for training and education.
Members, any questions for Mr. Camacho? All right. Thank you for joining us today, Raul.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate y'all.
Hoo-ah, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Chair calls Lori Mayfield, and then on deck, Misty Hauer, Ann Schwartz, and then Rebecca DeFelice in the cleanup position. So with that, Ms. Mayfield, you're recognized. Please state your name, whom you represent, and you have 2 minutes when you begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Lori Mayfield. I'm representing myself as part of the 81% of Texans who oppose House Bill 1927. Representative Schaefer introduced this bill on the House floor as the gun law for single moms who work hard all day and want to go out for a jog at night after she puts her kids down to bed so she can protect herself without a permit she can't afford. I'm a single mom. We don't abandon our kids at night to go for a jog. That's not a thing. That's child endangerment. If I can't afford a permit, how do I afford a $500 gun? Without a gun safety class a permit requires, I won't learn the importance of keeping a gun locked in a safe. A gun lock or a safe I can't afford based on this a permit's too expensive theory. So now my child finds this gun and takes it to school to play good guy with a gun, and then what? Studies show that when a woman owns a firearm, it's far more likely to be used against her than by her. Those are studies of women who have a proper license and training. As a single mom, I still have to get a driver's license to drive a car, pass a test, and know how to operate a car safely. If you want to help single moms and all Texans, pass universal background checks, ban assault weapons and high-capacity magazine purchases, close the gun show loopholes and the boyfriend loopholes, pass red flag laws. Domestic abuse is 5 times more likely to turn deadly if firearms are present in a home. I know this personally, having grown up in an abusive home and losing my father by suicide.
Thank you, Lori. Members, questions for Ms. Mayfield? All right. Thank you for joining us today, ma'am. Thank you. Chair calls Misty Howard, and then on deck, Ann Schwartz, Rebecca DeFelice, and then Ann Baumgardner is in the cleanup position. Misty, please join us. Please state your name, whom you represent. You have 2 minutes when you begin, ma'am. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Misty Hauer. I represent myself and I oppose House Bill 1927. I am a licensed clinical social worker and a supporter of Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America. It is imperative that Texas maintain the current minimum standards for obtaining an LCT, which includes live fire safety training. While this standard is still way less than what we expect of our law enforcement and military personnel, it is the only civilian safety requirement for those who choose to carry loaded handguns in public. Today, many Texans who wish to carry a handgun in public have no experience with firearms. This includes my 75-year-old mother. To share a personal story, Mom is hard of hearing, and her phone is a hotline to me for all technical, appliance, vehicle, and home maintenance-related matters. I'm sure many of us here today are in a similar situation with aging parents. Now, she also wants to carry a firearm for personal safety, but has never used one in her life. Just 2 weeks ago, Mom told my sister-in-law she wanted to purchase a Glock because relearning how to operate the home alarm system would be too complicated. Firearm safety training helps ensure that people like my mom know the basics about how to carry and operate a handgun. Now, my brothers and I love our mom, but without training, when Mom finally purchases that gun, there will be no more sleepovers at Mimo's house because we are unable to ensure her safety and ours. In this day and age of daily mass shootings, it's frankly irresponsible and cruel that the Texas legislature has yet to pass one single proactive gun safety law that would help protect Texans from people armed with both hate and a gun that they shouldn't possess. Rolling back our existing gun safety requirements, as HB 1927 would do, is a dereliction of duty, and I hope you vote against this bill. Thank you.
Misty. Members, questions for Misty? All right. Thank you for joining us today, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chair calls Ann Schwartz, and on deck, Rebecca DeFelice, and then Ann Baumgardner, and then in the cleanup position, Kelly Burke. So with that, Ann, if you would, please join us. State your name, whom you represent. You have 2 minutes when you begin, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Ann Schwartz, and I'm representing myself in opposition to House Bill 1927. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you today. I believe we should not take actions to reduce the current standards in the license to carry system. They protect the rights of people who choose to carry a gun in public while also protecting members of the public and law enforcement. Requiring a criminal background check and training makes sense to most people, including myself. The majority of gun owners think our current system works too. What doesn't make sense to a lot of us is House Bill 1927. This bill doesn't seem to be solving a problem that exists, but instead it disrupts a functioning system. Many people today have argued that permits and training are costly, although of course we have to pay for driver's licenses and other permits. But if the central reason for the bill is an economic access issue, that could be addressed with separate legislation that allows for financial hardship waivers, sliding scale fees under the current system. And we could make changes to provide more training courses if that's something that's needed under the current system. Instead, when it comes to access issues, House Bill 1927 would give access to permits to people who shouldn't have them. Under current law, people with certain recent criminal histories and chemical dependency are prohibited from an LTC permit. Why would we want to eliminate that provision when the consequences of doing so could be more incidents of deadly gun violence? Like many, many Texans, including faith leaders, LTC trainers, law enforcement officers, advocates for those who've experienced domestic violence, educators, of which I'm one, I'm concerned about this possibility. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any members, questions for Ms. Schwartz? All right, thank you for joining us today. Thank you, ma'am. Chair calls Rebecca DeFelice, and then on deck, Ann Baumgartner, Kelly Burke, and then Patty Brockington is in the cleanup position. So with that, Rebecca, please state your name, whom you represent. You have 2 minutes, please, when you start, ma'am.
Thank you. My name is Rebecca DeFelice. I represent myself and my family. So by the time my daughter graduates from high school, she will have practiced avoiding her death at the hands of an active shooter at school a little over 30 times because we, as adults, have failed her. This legislative body has had ample opportunity to enact proactive gun policy to increase her safety and protect the Second Amendment rights of gun owners like me. And it has instead chosen to further an extreme agenda that is opposed by 81% of Texans. We are now raising a generation of children who have been exposed to mass shootings, gun suicide, and gun homicide as a daily occurrence. They view their peers not just as potential friends, but as potential school shooters. And every public place now has the risk of becoming the scene of the next mass shooting. HB 1927 will do nothing to protect our children, and the data from reputable sources shows that it will actually increase gun deaths and violent crime. Most egregious to me, as a responsible gun-owning Texan, is the OOPS provision that will force educators and healthcare professionals to confront armed individuals who choose to ignore posted signage. This is my daughter's last day of first grade. Cute themed shirt, gap in the smile, typical 6-year-old. So a couple hours after this photo was taken, she was huddled in a bathroom stall with her 6- and 7-year-old classmates crying because they were in lockdown. Like most schools in Texas, her elementary school has a strict protocol when an armed individual is spotted on or near campus. This is not the memory that we wanted her carrying away from first grade. The OOPS provision will allow individuals who choose to be armed in public places and enter K-12 campuses to walk away without consequences, while our children will once again be the ones who pay the price. As a parent and a gun owner, I have done my part to ensure the safety of my child. I am asking this body to do the same.
Thank you, Rebecca. Members, questions for Rebecca? All right. Thank you for joining us today, ma'am. Chair calls Ann Baumgartner, and then on deck, Kelly Burke, Patty Brockington, and Gabriela Diaz is in the cleanup position. So with that, Ann, please state your name, whom you represent. You have
Okay.
2 minutes when you begin.
I'm Ann Baumgartner, and I represent myself, and I'm in opposition to HB 1927. So to the majority of Texans who oppose this permitless carry, this bill is eliminating the requirement for safety training. It's complicating law enforcement's ability to quickly assess if a carrier is a law-abiding citizen or a prohibited carrier. Police can ask if a carrier is legally allowed to do so, but the carrier is under no obligation to answer unless they're already causing alarm, and this can escalate. This bill arms everyone first and then tries to figure out if they're a risk second. How does lowering our standards increase our safety? If I can afford to buy a handgun and I am a gun owner, I can afford to pay for a license. A license is $40 renewed every 5 years, and that's prorated to about $8 a year. That's the cost of me washing my truck with a hose at the cheapest station. HB 1927 is not removing a burden from individuals. It is increasing a burden on law enforcement and all of us to now assess whether the person carrying it is not a prohibited person. It's a bad gun bill. And I stand with the 81% of Texans, and that is a recent poll. enforcing with law enforcement and with healthcare professionals and most gun owners in opposing it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. Members, questions for Ms. Baumgartner? Thank you for joining us today.
Thanks.
Oh, hold on a second. Hold on. Senator Creighton, you're recognized. I'm sorry, Ann.
Yes, I appreciate your testimony. There's been quite a bit of reference to the 81% outcome in polling, and if there's any way to help us,
We can provide you
the
with
committee
that.
to provide that and
Absolutely.
cite the source. Thank you very much.
Yes, we'll do.
Thank you, members. Any other questions? All right, thank you. Chair calls Patty Brockington, and then on deck, Gabriela Diaz, Michael Monroe, and then Elaine Hogan.
Kelly Burke is next. That will be me.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Patty. I'm sorry, Kelly.
I'm not Patty.
I'm sorry, Kelly, you're recognized. Then
Hello,
Patty.
my name is not Patty.
Then Gabriela Diaz, and then Michael Monroe is in the cleanup position. So Kelly, if you would state your name, whom you represent, you have 2 minutes when you begin.
I'm not Patty. My name's Kelly Burke. I'm from Houston. So I've been listening to the commentary this morning, and I just wanted to kind of pinpoint a few things. Number one, gun laws are constitutional. So there's been lots of talk about like it's against my Constitution's against my rights. It's not. We all know that. You all know that. It's been upheld by lower courts over and over again. I just like quickly Googled like over 1,000 times since Heller and the Supreme Court. So we're good. So that's like, close that. Gun laws work. States that have stronger gun laws have lower per capita gun deaths. That's just like real basic. Right now, Texas, none of us want to die by gun violence. Our per capita rate is going up, not down. So that's just another like real basic fact. And then lastly, I'm a fifth generation Texan. You know, I got my 4-H 22 rifle in the Caliche pit in Goliad County. You know, I grew up with the gun rack, but I never saw open carry until 2013 or something. Like, this is a pretty recent deal. But at the end of the day, our current LTC process is just basic common sense. That's it. And speaking of common sense, there was a gentleman earlier, and there's a couple other anecdotes about like, God, if only I'd had my gun, I couldn't get my permit, my life was in danger. As a woman, we face this stuff all the time. And so if some guy was talking about being followed by somebody and rammed his car, don't stop. What I did when I was in that exact same situation is I drove to the nearest fire station, or you could do a police station or a city hall, and you get out and you say, hey, some guy's following me and I don't think it's good. I'm going to wait here for 30 minutes. And guess what? The guy went away. So there you go.
Thank you, Kelly. Members, questions for Ms. Burke? All right. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us today. Chair calls Patty Brockington, and then on deck, Gabriela Diaz, Michael Monroe, and then Elaine Hogan is in the cleanup position. So with that,
Hello, gentlemen. We have no women today.
So-
I'll be here to support the women.
ma'am, if you
My
would,
name is
please-
Patty Brockington.
Please state your name, whom you represent. You have 2
And
minutes.
I
when you
represent myself, and I am a survivor of gun violence. I have not heard a lot of survivors come up here today. And I don't know if you guys know how much fear you're putting into survivors with doing this open carry, permitless. Let everybody have a gun, and you stated it, the Wild West. It is so fearful for me. I know other people that are survivors that even with these people here that are carrying, that are open carrying, it scares me to death. It gives me anxiety. I have PTSD. You can laugh if you want. You're snickering back there. You think I'm crazy. And you know what? I am. And I have tried to kill myself with a gun. I have walked into a flea market and bought a gun off the counter and tried to shoot myself. I have had a gun shoved in my face. Have you? Have you had to live with that trauma? Hell no.
Ms. Brockington.
I'm done. Thank
I
you.
just want, ma'am, your time's not up, but
Well, I don't think y'all understand the impact of people who live through this shit all the
simply want to
time.
make sure we're having
Sorry,
Okay. If you wish to be done, that's fine.
I'm done.
I want to get the anger level down.
The anger's down. The snickering was just uncalled for.
All right. If you're
Thank-
done, Ms. Brockington, members, any questions for Ms. Brockington?
Anybody?
All right. Thank you for joining us today. And Ms. Brockington, I will let you know our female member of the committee, Dr. Buckingham, had to do clinic this afternoon, but she will be returning. But we do have a lady member of the committee. Thank you, Ms. Brockington. Members, Chair calls Gabriela Diaz, and then on deck, Michael Monroe, and then Elaine Hogan, I'm sorry, and then Melanie Green is in the cleanup position. With that, Gabriela, if you would, please state your name, whom you represent. You have
Good
2 minutes when you
morning.
begin.
Good morning, you guys. You can just call me Gabby. Good morning to Senator Creighton. You're my senator. Last time we were together at a town hall meeting, we talked a little bit about gun storage. I love teaching my community about securing their weapons, and it was like every officer in the room like came over to us. They wanted to know, do we need more gun locks? So I just want to thank you guys for the time today. I'm the proud daughter of immigrants who left a country that was riddled with gun violence. I'm the proud mom of 2 little girls who, just like Miss DeFelice, have to do shooter trainings that I didn't have to do. When I was a freshman, Columbine happened, and I just thought it was an odd thing that happened, and it's sad to me that it's not an odd thing anymore. I'm the proud wife of a Navy veteran who very much opposes this bill, as I do. I am also a proud trainer, trying to teach my community about gun storage. My favorite is the biometric lock that just reads your fingerprint. I'm a proud VDVR. I'm an elections clerk. I'm going to be volunteering this Saturday. I love watching people vote, but I'm mostly a proud teacher, and I have been teaching for 15 years in Texas. I love teaching about the Constitution. I'd be happy to tell you about my favorite lesson. But I do care deeply about what the Constitution says, and I have a really good friend, one of those ex-boyfriends that kind of stays friends, right? And he's this brilliant guy. He clerked under Justice Gorsuch at the when he was at the state level. Then he clerked under Scalia at the Supreme Court, and then he clerked under Gorsuch again. And I called him a few weeks back, and I said, "Dude, you got to help me out with this Constitution stuff. Like, I feel like I know it, but like you've clerked for the Supreme Court." And all he asked me to do was just read to you guys what Mr. Scalia had to say, what Justice
Hold on.
Scalia, if I
Gabby,
could.
we're doing strict discipline here. If you wish to give us the written testimony of the statement, I would appreciate to do that. But if I begin to let people drift beyond the 2 minutes, we still have, in fact, you're number 100 right now.
Oh, did I get a prize?
So
I hope
after
I
your
get a prize.
testimony, we'll be down to double digits. But so my preference would be that if you could make copies of it and provide it in writing to the committee members, we greatly appreciate it. But I really need to be strict with the 2 minute time limit. Members,
Happy
questions
to
for
answer
Gabby.
any
Senator Lucio.
I just want to thank you. I love your proactive, personality. I wish you would be one of my teachers in my district. I know the kids would be in great shape. I do have people like you, and they're all over the state, thank God. We take everybody's testimony seriously, no matter what side of the issue the senator's on. They respect each one of you. I want you to know that. I've been privileged to work with not only these senators, but many, many more before them since 1991.
And I super respect all
I can tell you, these are men and women who really care and love Texans, and they too want to do the right thing. And in their heart, they're gonna, whatever they do it at heart. So, but your testimony was excellent. I just want to thank you because you reminded me of my daughter. Okay, she's a
Well,
counselor.
daughters are the best. And, I want to thank you guys. I know the incredible pressure you're under. But if my daughter said to me, 20 of my 50 friends are not wearing a seatbelt anymore, Mom, do I have to? I would tell her that, of course, she does, because we are a responsible family.
Absolutely.
And Texas is a responsible state. And I've always really appreciated that about our legislature.
And I want to tell you, I felt some emotion when you mentioned about your parents and what they had to go through, whatever country that was. It just reminded me of a movie I saw this last weekend with my wife during World War II. That's all you know what I'm talking about.
You know the
People
American
getting
story of immigrants. We come here because we want to be safe.
shot, in Poland. This took place in Poland. So I think we do live in the greatest country in the world, and I think that we have the greatest people in the world living here, it's a mixture of so many from all over the world that came here and make America great, so.
And certainly the greatest
you've-
state
you-
in the
You've
world.
added to that, thank you.
Thank you guys so much.
Gabby, thank you for joining us. We very much appreciate it. Thank you, ma'am. Chair calls Michael Monroe, and then on deck, Elaine Hogan, Melanie Green, and then in the cleanup position, Miguel Renaga. I hope I'm saying that right, Miguel. So with that, Michael, if you would, please state your name, whom you represent. You have 2 minutes when you begin, sir.
Yes, sir. My name is Mike Monroe. I'm here representing myself in opposition to HB 1927. I'm also prompted to come here testifying for the first time in the memory of 2 extended family members who have died in gun violence. When I was a boy growing up in Bryan, my parents enrolled me in an NRA-sponsored gun safety course. It was really more than just gun safety course. It was marksmanship and a little bit of horseback riding. And I felt that that was like a Texas rite of passage, and I really enjoyed that. I look back on it with fond memories. I took 2 foundational values out of that course. One was the individual right that we've talked about all morning, all afternoon, that we have under the Constitution. But the other was a responsibility. The gun owners know how to use a gun, that they know how to do it safely. And I think that's what Texans want. More than anything else, Texans want to know that their fellow Texans are responsible gun owners. That's why we're batting around this 81% percentage. We've had a lot of talk today about individual rights and responsibilities. But I would ask this, what is the state's responsibility to its citizens? Isn't one of the most basic responsibilities of government, any government, is to protect the safety of its citizens? And if that's so, what are we to make of the 2,400 people each year who are denied a license, who apply for one? What are we to make of the 3,400 people whose licenses are suspended every year? Doesn't that suggest that we need some kind of vetting for people who want to own guns? I would say that our current statute is one that Texans support. It's one that is important for our citizens' safety, and it's a reasonable requirement. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Members, questions for Mr. Monroe? All right. Thank you, sir, for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chair calls Elaine Hogan, and then on deck, Melanie Green and Miguel Renaga, and then Joseph Walker is in the cleanup position. Elaine, are you with us? All right, we'll move past Elaine and hold her in abeyance. Chair calls Melanie Green. Melanie, all right, thank you, Melanie. If you would, please state your name, whom you represent, and you have 2 minutes when you begin, ma'am. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Melanie Green. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and my family, and I oppose this bill. I'm a 4th-generation Texan, and I want to talk about common sense and the old saying that if it ain't broke, don't fix it. My family owns guns. My husband is licensed to carry. He wanted to be here to testify today, but like many of the 81% of Texans who oppose permitless carry, he's working today. In addition to the background check requirement of our permitting system, the training requirement educates law-abiding gun owners about the best practices that go along with the responsibility of carrying a firearm. It also confirms that licensees can demonstrate weapons proficiency. Lifetime shooters often find that much of the training course is common sense. Maintaining the LTC training requirements makes sure that everyone carrying a weapon legally shares that same common sense. You see, not everyone is as familiar with gun safety best practices as the good folks in this committee and those that sponsored this bill. Many people who want to carry a firearm have had zero exposure to gun safety culture and may have never handled a firearm at all. For them, the LTC course provides an introduction to the law and basic firearm safety. Texans shattered records for gun sales last year, as I'm sure you know, many to first-time gun owners. It's common sense for these novices to have at least a minimum amount of training in order to carry in public. We've heard that this bill will make Texans safer. Cutting the minimum training required for new, inexperienced shooters is not going to make anyone safer. Imagine being in an active shooter situation where someone with zero weapons training is behind you trying to help out with his or her firearm. That sounds like a Hollywood scene where the hero hands their new friend a pistol and asks, "Have you ever used one of these before?" And then they expect something good to happen. If Texans want to carry in public, we owe it to each other to make sure everyone doing so has the same basic common sense related to gun safety.
Thank you, Melanie. Members, questions for Ms. Green? All right. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us today. Chair calls Miguel Renaga. Miguel, am I saying that correctly? I don't see Miguel. We'll move, again, we'll hold Miguel in abeyance if he does arrive. Chair calls Joseph Walker. Mr. Walker. Chair calls David Lovelace. David, Miguel, or Joseph? All right. Are you David or Joseph or?
I'm David.
David. All right, David, please take a seat. Please state your name, whom you represent. You have 2 minutes when you begin, Mr. Lovelace. Thank you, sir.
Let me kind of pull this out of the way. My name is David Lovelace. I'm speaking in favor of HB 1927. I'm representing myself. I'm a husband, father, electrical engineer, member of Gun Owners of America and the National Rifle Association, taxpayer, and law-abiding citizen of the United States. I'm here asking the committee to pass HB 1927, allowing law-abiding Texans to exercise their God-given right to bear arms without seeking the permission of the government. I learned many years ago that our Constitution, specifically the Bill of Rights, those first 10 amendments, were designated to guarantee civil rights and liberties to all United States citizens and limit the powers of the federal government. Americans have always asserted a natural right to defend themselves and their property against all threats, including tyranny of any kind, foreign or domestic. Our founding fathers sought to preserve these rights with the Second Amendment. Note, this is the second of 10 amendments contained in the Bill of Rights. Simply put, the Constitution is our permit to bear arms. I don't recall the Second Amendment written as the right of people to keep and bear arms should not be infringed if you asked for permission and obtain a permit. Texas is a leader in almost every area, but Texas is trailing behind 20 other states who allow legal firearm owners to carry a handgun without a permit. Closing, I'd like to thank the committee for being here and to pass HB 1927.
Members, questions for Mr. Lovelace? All right. Thank you for joining us today, sir. Thank you. Joseph Walker, Miguel Renaga, anybody here? Okay. Chair calls Allison Hayward, and then on deck, Derek Reeves, Carrie McCall, and then in the cleanup position, Donna Pereira. I hope I'm saying that correctly, Donna. Allison, are you here? All right. Derek, Mr. Reeves, are you here? Carrie McCall. Sergeant at Arms, do we have, is there like a, are we at that point where folks are at a ways and we need to give some time to get them in here, or? They're close in. They're close in? Okay. Is Donna Pereira here, or? Carrie? Yes. Yes, ma'am. Carrie, please step forward, join us. And then, Mr. Sergeant, if Derek Reeves or Allison make it in, please let me know. Carrie, if you would, state your name, whom you represent, and when you begin, you have 2 minutes. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Carrie McCall. I'm here representing myself, and I am a gun owner, and I'm also here to oppose HB 1927. I see Senator Hall left. I'm a constituent of his. I began hunting with my family when I was in high school. My dad stuck me in a deer blind and with a .243, but that was also after I completed my hunter safety training, along with spending multiple hours with him and my grandparents, learning about gun safety and what the damage a gun can cause. I believe that that there are dangers to firearms. I believe that owning something that can take a life comes with great responsibility. I strongly believe that the background checks and the training involved to attain a license to carry, which includes the firearm safety and proficiency, learning about the legal implications of using deadly force, as well as the nonviolent dispute resolutions that are taught in the training courses, are crucial to upholding that responsibility. I don't agree that the requirement to get the license is an undue burden to Texans, but I do believe it puts more burden on our police officers, which we have heard multiple times today. I believe that a majority of Texans, including my 80-year-old father, are in favor of keeping the license requirements to conceal carry. I'm asking you to please not pass HB 1927.
Members, questions for Ms. McCall?
Thank
you. Carrie, was the bolt action, was the 243 bolt or semi-auto loading?
It was bolt.
Hooah, good deal, good deal. Chair calls Donna Pereira. Donna, are you with us? All right. Let's go back a couple, Mr. Clerk. We've gone through a lot of folks, and some folks have, can you go back to? Derek Reeves, Allison Hayward. Allison, if you would, please join us. Take a seat, and please state your name, whom you represent, and you have 2 minutes when you begin. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Can
I take this off? My name's Allison Hayward, and I represent myself and my husband. I support HB 1927 as it's currently written and without any other amendments, as it is a strong bill. Historically, gun laws were put in place to keep Black people like myself from owning guns. Gun laws have been put in place since 1871 to keep Blacks from being able to protect themselves. As a result of that, throughout my life as a Black woman, I have always feared the words common sense and comprehensive gun control, knowing it is just another way of keeping Black people from exercising their rights. I'm a strong supporter of this bill because it is personal to me. This isn't just a conversation about guns, rights, and the Constitution. This is legislation that saves lives. I had a friend who had a restraining order but didn't have a license to carry. As most gun owners do, she wanted to follow the law and didn't carry. Because of her willingness to follow the law, she was murdered, simply because it was illegal for her to arm herself. If constitutional carry was already the law, she might be alive today. So I hope you understand that the amount of anxiety I feel for myself, loved ones, and even fellow Texans who need the promise from y'all, the elected officials, that their right to protect themselves will not be trampled on under the name of common sense. These attempts at controlling our God-given rights doesn't keep people safe. It puts them in danger and makes them a target for criminals who don't care about the law. HB 1927 is given by the House, gives busy families, single moms, and minorities the right and the ability to protect themselves and their children. In Texas, we like to say that we're Christian, so please do the right thing and pass the bill. As a Christian, we know in the Bible that Jesus says, sell your cloak and buy a sword. This is our sword of today. So I urge you to pass HB 1927 because gun laws are inherently racist.
Members, questions for Ms. Hayward? So, Luke 22, hooah. So, yes, ma'am. Members, any other questions? All right. Thank you for joining us, Ms. Hayward, today. Thank you. Is Miguel Renaga or Joseph Walker or Derek Reeves arrived, Mr. Sergeant? Okay. All right. Donna Pereira, am I saying that correctly, Donna? All right, then I'm going to move past those names, and the next four, if you would give me, Mr. Clerk.
Yes, sir. Y'all did a really good job over there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Chair calls Sean Sheridan, Jamie Ford, Patricia McTammany Allen, I hope I've said that correctly, Patricia, and Craig Baker in the cleanup position. Are any of those four individuals with us? Yes, sir. Please join us. Please step forward. And please state your name, whom you represent.
Certainly.
And you have 2 minutes when you, once you begin, sir.
Good morning. My name is Craig Baker, and I'm here today representing the entire Baker family, our Baker dozen of 13, representing our strong support for House Bill 1927. We're newbies. We only immigrated to Texas in 1834. I have lived in 2 states that have constitutional carry, and those states were without bloodshed, bloodbaths, chaos that many are predicting would happen here in Texas. As they also said, when Texas first passed concealed carry, and then again when open carry. Those critics were wrong then, they were wrong again, and they're wrong yet again. Texas handgun licenses are rights for the rich. Those of modest financial means can be denied their rights if they can't afford something. Some say requiring a voter to have a state ID in order to vote is repressive and unconstitutional because they can't afford an ID or to travel to obtain one. Do First Amendment rights require a license, or do you have to pay a fee for Fourth Amendment protections? I say no. As a father of 3 amazing and wonderful daughters, I want them to have the legal protection they enjoy in their home and automobile extended to the parking lot or park where dangerous criminals prey upon innocent victims. I don't want my daughters to fear getting an arrest record merely for wanting protection and safety as they jog or walk their dog without carrying their purse. House Bill 1927 brings uniformity to the benefits to the honest citizen and detriment to the violent criminals. Make no mistake, violent criminals have been and are illegally felons in possession of guns. They are arrested and released again and again and again until they finally murder an innocent victim. Mr. Hunt told you exactly that. That's what's happening in Harris County. House Bill 1927 protects the citizen and punishes the criminal. That's the way it should be. Thank you for the opportunity to speak out in strong support of House Bill 1927 becoming law this session. I'm glad I left home at 4:30 this morning to be here. Thank you, and God bless Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Thank you for perfect timing, too. Members, questions for Mr. Baker? All right. Thank you, sir, for joining us today. Thank you. Chair calls Sean Sheridan. Sean, are you with us? Okay, please step forward. State your name, whom you represent, and then on deck, before you begin, Mr. Sheridan, Jamie Ford, Patricia McTammany Allen, Jake Collier is in the cleanup position. So with that, Sean, please state your name. You have 2 minutes after you begin.
Thank you. My name is Sean Sheridan. I'm testifying on behalf of myself in favor of the bill. I'm not a professional instructor, a well-known activist, or a big-name YouTube personality, but I don't have enough fingers to count the number of people who have their license to carry because of me. I taught them the laws, took them to the range, taught them to shoot, got them ready for it, always at my own expense. And that's relevant because for many of them, it took a really long time to get licensed, sometimes years. That's because a lot of them wanted to, but were put off by how much time and money it would take, not to mention navigating the process. So how is a question I get a lot from strangers when I'm open carrying in my daily life, and I know a lot more people who want to but still haven't. Now, we've heard from law enforcement and senators that police aren't stopping people and asking them for their license just for carrying, and it's already case law, but I can tell you from personal experience they're doing exactly that. They've done it to me multiple times in multiple cities across the state, and I'll just tell you a quick story of just one of those times. So I was out with my family, openly carrying, as I always do, at a local 4th of July celebration that had food, games, and fireworks. They also had bouncy houses, which my daughter loves, so I took her to stand in line. And while I was standing there with my little girl, a police officer came over and wanted to see my license. You know, to make sure I wasn't a criminal. The guy standing in line at a bouncy house with a 6-year-old. So as I looked around, I saw a lot of nervous faces that were not nervous before the officer accosted me because, you know, everyone knows that when police are asking somebody for ID, they're doing something bad. Now, I don't think the irony should be lost on anyone that I was stopped and ID'd for not committing a crime at a celebration of liberty. Nor should a group of people who begin every day with a pledge ending with freedom and justice be okay with the idea that I should need their permission to exercise my rights. It's time to stop leasing me my rights and pass constitutional carry. a bill that should never have been necessary in the first place. Thank you.
Members, questions for Mr. Sheridan? Senator Lucio, you're recognized.
Sheridan, thank you for training, having your training programs. That's most important.
Thank you, Senator.
And I know you've done a good job because I can tell the way you present yourself and all.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it.
Do you think this bill, though, if it passes, and will have people continue to go to you for those, or
Yeah.
will they stay away because they don't need to?
Right,
do
right.
so?
Yeah, that's a great question. It's definitely a valid thought. I don't think so, and the reason that is because people who have gone through the process of getting licenses that I don't really know particularly well, they just know me as that guy that open carries, still ask me questions out in public about I don't have the license yet. Can I drive through this area with my gun? How does it need to be stored? Things like that, and generally people. They don't want to carry something that could seriously hurt them if they don't know how. So when people like me are out there, and a lot of the people that you've heard from today, that people know as that knowledgeable gun guy, they reach out for that assistance, and we obviously make the offer like, hey, come to the range with me. I'll show you how to be safe with it. I'll show you how to be competent with it. I'll kind of give you an idea of what is the safest way to use it if you're not just standing in front of a target. There's I don't know if you guys are familiar, there's a range out in Caddo Mills called B Tactical that allows you to rent private pistol bays where it's just you and a berm in a sort of 180-degree semicircle. And I'll take people out there and teach them how to draw from concealment safely, what kind of holsters they need to make sure that they're not having any negligent discharges, how to get on target and make sure that you're not shooting the wrong thing. And this is with or without, them getting a license.
Well, I'm glad to know that you feel that that's going to be the case. That's a good thing.
Yeah. And I think more
and I'm
people
sure
should do it.
that the people you instruct are your best advertisement supporters, because they'll go out and tell people. He knows how to. He knows what he's talking about.
Right.
Please go to him. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Members, any other questions for Mr. Sheridan? All right. Thank you for joining us today, Sean. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Chair calls Jamie Ford, and then on deck, Patricia McTammany Allen, Jake Collier, cleanup position, Michelle Mostert. Anybody with anybody answering up to the? Yes, ma'am. Please join us. If you would, state your name, whom you represent. You have 2 minutes when you begin, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Patty Allen. That's what my friends call me. My full name is Patricia McTammany Allen. And y'all did a very good job at it. I'm here representing myself in opposition to HB 1927. I'm part of the 81% of Texans that oppose permitless carry. I am a nurse practitioner and have been for 41 years and have seen the firsthand physical and emotional toll that gun violence causes. I'm also a mother and a grandmother of 5. For me, I see this law as a danger for my patients and my grandchildren. Owners of buildings and businesses are being asked to tell an armed individual to leave the building, and we already know how well that worked for business owners for non-maskers. For patients, surviving a gunshot wound is both emotional and physical, as you can remember from one of the previous persons that testified. Guns cause significant damage to organs and bones, and people may never fully recover from them. Patients' emotional trauma exists forever. Their families also have emotional trauma. Firearms deaths are a leading cause of death of children and teens. For my grandchildren, making guns easier for them to get to or have to be worried about them when they walk down the street or play in a park is not a future I want for them. I do not believe that God would say that this is okay to kill or strike fear in our fellow citizens. People of faith are called to promote human goodness and kindness, and guns do the opposite. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia. Members, questions? Senator Lucio.
Just very briefly, because I know there's other people who want to testify, obviously, and it's already 3:15. I want to thank you for your testimony. I think one of the most important things for us to understand and be cognizant of is the lady that you referred to a little while ago. I felt terrible for her because I think she went through a traumatic experience that will never leave her.
Suicide is a big...
I pray, and I'm sure many that are listening in will be praying for her. We all should. But that just exists in our community of over 30 million people. So we hope that we can find a way to help those people at the same time.
Absolutely.
That no matter what policy we're passing, we should never forget those that have been hurt emotionally, traumatically during their lifetime. So thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Patricia. Chair calls Jamie Ford. Jamie, are you here? All right. We'll move Jake Collier. Jake, are you here? Yes, sir. All right, Jake, if you would, please step forward, state your name, whom you represent, and before you begin, on deck will be Michelle Mostert, Linda Magid, and then in the cleanup position, Janine Ratcliffe. And with that, Jake, you're recognized. You have 2 minutes.
Awesome. Thank you, sir. Senators, thank you so much for having us out here. Mr. Schwartner, thank you so much for carrying this bill. I am 100% in favor of this bill. I would ask that you guys not change anything. Don't add any amendments. Leave the bill as it is. It passed through the House under Schaefer. Schaefer worked his butt off, and his staff worked their butts off to get that bill to pass through the House. So if you guys don't work with your constituents and pass this bill through this committee, if you don't get it up to the Senate, your constituents are going to be screaming at you guys. And I tell you that out of respect for your positions, out of respect for the Capitol, because I know how angry and focused people are with this. So I ask you guys, go ahead, pass this, make it happen, and really be bold about putting it through the Senate, Mr. Schwartner, because, I mean, it's up to you. We got to have constitutional carry here. We got to be able to protect people who can't protect themselves. And by arming people without having them make them get a permit and go through all those steps, we can remove that responsibility that the government is trying to take away from the right of a gun owner to have the freedom that the Second Amendment applies to. And that's all I got.
Members, before we go to questions, for the purpose of our audio recording, Jake, would you state your name and who you represent?
My name is Jake Collier, and I'm representing myself.
Okay, members, questions? Senator Lucio, you're recognized.
So do you have a gun carry permit?
I was going to say that. I do not, actually. I did go
How
through,
old are you?
I'm 28.
And you're 28, and how long have you felt this way about being able to have a gun and carry a gun?
About probably 14 years old. I mean,
What's kept you from getting it?
Well, it's a funny story. Do you
have any kind of record?
No. No. So I took my courses and stuff like that. I'm a really busy guy. So I, did the courses, I passed and everything like that, and then I just got busy and didn't follow up with my instructor. And so, I mean, frankly, I just didn't want to have to go back and do it all over again. This was years ago, obviously, and I take responsibility for that. But now, I mean, last session, we really thought that we were going to pass con carry. We really, that was something that we thought, because in 2017, all that. So I was anticipating, hey, maybe I can go to the legislature this session, and maybe I don't have to get my license to carry. Maybe I can convince you guys.
Well, you seem like a very responsible young man.
Yes, sir.
I wish you would have had one, gone through the process and gotten one. I did, and I'm much, much older than you are.
Yeah. Well, see, and that's the thing, too. I'll just add, I'm also really involved in my community. I mentor a lot of younger teenage kids, as young as 13, 14. I take these kids, with their parents' permission, I take these kids to the gun range. I teach them gun safety. I make sure that they understand the proper way to handle and carry a gun. They understand. They're young, but they understand it. It just takes somebody to spend that time with them to kind of show them, hey, this is how this is. I get the kids and all that stuff, but that's mostly fear. We're playing into fear when we say that kids are going to be afraid because we have a society with guns. People are already walking around in your grocery stores with guns, people, and they're there to protect you. And there's going to be even more people there to protect you, like me, a guy who doesn't have their license but would love to have it. I would absolutely love to step in the way and help protect somebody else's life before my own.
I don't want to put you on the spot.
Let's do it.
And we got limited time.
Sure.
But, I guess you're instructing people, and you're 28 years old. You seem like a very bright young man.
Yep.
Very proactive and type of person. And I'm just wondering what's kept you from getting your gun license at this point, even though you support this. I think that the fact that was the law, I got other questions, but I don't want to put you on the spot. Do you?
Well, yeah. No.
Do you carry a gun once in a while illegally?
I have one. I do. I have a few. I'm not going to say how many, but
you
the government's probably listening.
Yeah.
No, I don't carry, but I have multiple guns. Yeah, and I keep them closed.
You're right, and the people that have been testifying here are right. Mm-hmm. Law-abiding citizens should have whatever they feel their rights are addressed, but law-abiding.
Right.
That's so important to us. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, guys. Have a good day.
Thank you. Thank you, Jake. Chair calls Michelle Mostert. Michelle, are you here? Okay, thank you. Michelle, if you would, please state your name, whom you represent when you begin. But before you begin, on deck will be Linda Magid, Janine Ratcliffe, and then in the cleanup position, Jason Vaughn. So with that, Michelle, you're recognized. You have 2 minutes when you begin.
Thank you very much, committee. My name is Michelle Mostert. I'm representing myself, and I most definitely support this bill. And I would, as the previous gentleman said, the amendments are great. What we have now, we don't need any more. It was lots and lots of work that was done on that bill, and it's excellent as it stands. I have a personal story. I moved to Texas 6.5 years ago. I had a license in Indiana, did not need to have any instruction, no prerequisites to get a lifetime license there. We don't have an excess of murders and crime and stuff because of it. But when I was living in Indiana, I had a boyfriend that I broke up with, and he was so upset. And one of the things, he was stalking me. When he even emailed me and said if I had some acid, I'd throw it in your face. I was scared. I was really scared. And when I came here last year, I said, okay, I'm going to get a license to carry. Well, it took me, it was a few weeks before the class was going to happen. Then I had to wait 2 weeks to make the appointment to get my fingerprints. And then it took me 3 months to get my license. Well, in that time frame, if that ex-boyfriend was here and decided to do something, how was I going to protect myself? So if you're law-abiding, you should be able to carry. It's our constitutional rights. And that's that's pretty much all I have to say.
Thank you, Michelle.
But I agree with everything else. And there is going to be a gentleman going to talk about that 81%.
Okay.
He's going to be letting you know where that came from.
Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you
Members,
very
questions for Michelle? All right. Thank you for joining us today, ma'am. Chair calls Linda Magid. Linda, are you here? All right. Chair calls Janine Ratcliffe. Janine, please join us. And then on deck, Jason Vaughn, Nicole Golden, and then Jen Ramos is in the cleanup position. So Janine, please state your name, whom you represent. You have 2 minutes when you begin, ma'am.
Hi there, my name is Janine Ratcliffe, and I'm representing myself in opposition to this bill. I have 18 years of experience as a social worker and as a teacher. I'm also a mom and a proud military spouse. I'm grateful for the trained gun owners in our military and those in our police office force that know how to use guns and are trained As a social worker, I am worried about those who have untreated mental illness, who can pass a background check, and who can get a gun. And we know from this, wow,
That seems fast.
that seems so fast.
Seems,
I had been practicing
Okay.
all day.
let Senator Lucio, hold on, Janine. Senator Lucio, you're recognized.
I have too much to say, but those who I have worked with who commit suicides, victims of domestic violence, this would get worse with people who are unstable. I'm fine with those who are stable. There are too many who are not.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members, questions? All right. Thank you, Janine. Thank you, ma'am. Chair calls Jason Vaughn. Jason, if you would, please join us. And then on deck, Nicole Golden, Jen Ramos, and has Linda Magid joined us by chance? All right, then we will register Linda, and then Donald Dahl will be in the cleanup position. So with that, Jason, you're recognized. Please state your name, whom you represent. You have 2 minutes when you begin.
Thank you very much. My name is Jason Vaughn. I'm here representing myself and Texas Young Republicans. This is a priority issue for us, and we did a survey, and it actually ended up being the highest ranking by far of any of our priorities that our members wanted us to carry. I think we have a good representation of Republicans across the board. We're not a far-right organization. We're not a moderate. We have young Republicans really of all styles, and by far, this was the number one issue that they supported and wanted us to make sure to get done this session. You know, we keep talking about rights a lot, and the founding fathers really they enumerated this right, the Second Amendment, after fighting a war from a tyrannical government that wanted to take their guns away. We have to remember guns ultimately are not about they're not about hunting or even personal protection. They're about the government, and we have to remember that is the point. That to say we have to ask the government for that right to carry doesn't make a lot of sense. I don't think the founding fathers would have agreed with that at all. Wanted to talk a couple about real quickly about some of the other amendments on here. There was a no stops for just carrying amendment that was added. Phenomenal amendment in my opinion, making sure that you shouldn't be stopped or harassed just because you're carrying a weapon, just because your rights. If you have other suspicions, obviously that's allowed, but just for your rights, it should not be allowed. The other one was making sure that if you've been convicted under this before, it's expungement of your record under this section of law that would now be legal. This would now be, we would expunge everybody's record. That's another important amendment that Mrs. T, Representative Thompson, passed. And then finally, making sure oral notification is required to make it a Class A misdemeanor if you go into a place that it's not allowed to carry. This just makes sure that we are able to have we all get frustrated. You go into a school, you've been called for your kids, you want to make sure that they are, that you actually just ask somebody to leave instead of arresting them.
Thank you, Jason. Members, questions of Mr. Vaughn? All right, thank you for joining us today, Jason.
Thank you very much.
sir.
Appreciate you guys.
Thank you. Chair calls Nicole Golden. Nicole, are you here? If you would, please step forward. And then on deck is Jen Ramos, Donald Dahl, and then in the cleanup position, Cyrus Zafrani. I hope I'm saying that correctly, Cyrus. So with that, Nicole, please state your name, whom you represent. You have 2 minutes when you begin.
Hi, good afternoon. I know it's a long day, so thank you for being here to continue to listen. I'm Nicole Golden. I oppose HB 1927. I'm speaking on my own behalf. I'm a mom, I'm a social worker, and I'm a community advocate. I do that on my own time. I'm also the proud stepdaughter of a Vietnam vet who's also a responsible gun owner and a former police officer from a small Texas town. And I am part of the majority of Texans who oppose this bill. I'm not here because of a political agenda. I'm not paid to be here. I've spent many hours protecting Texas families because I just kind of can't help myself from imagining a safer world free from violence and fear, one that's rooted in data and ethics, and I really hope I see it in my lifetime. Look around. I'm joined by major law enforcement representation, faith leaders, gun owners, veterans, LTC instructors, and survivors who you've heard from. Sadly, it's honestly really hard to tell what impact our collective words are having on you. I know, I can see the writing on the wall. I know a majority of you are intent on passing this law, despite evidence that Texas voters don't want it, against proof of its recklessness, and despite the fact that survivors of devastating acts of violence have sat in this building countless times, imploring you to prevent other families from suffering as they have. Again, just look around. Have you asked yourselves who supports this? I mean, I'll tell you who I see supporting this, supporting dismantling our license to carry system. Groups like Gun Owners of America, who are representing today, who met with senior leadership last week here at the Capitol to force this bill through. My understanding, and perhaps you're aware, that Gun Owners of America recently circulated a hateful flyer against a Jewish lawmaker in another state. And as a Jewish Texan, I have to assume that if you continue to allow groups like this to push policy forward, you're complicit in their hateful tactics. And so I'll just close by saying that our children are watching, and advancing this bill will be an act of complete failure toward them, making their world more dangerous and more uncertain. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. Members, questions for Nicole? All right. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for
so
joining us today. Chair calls Jen Ramos, and then on deck, Donald Dahl, Cyrus Zafrani, and then in the cleanup position, Jennifer Dickinson. So with that, Ms. Ramos, Jen, are you here? Okay, Jen, I'm not, Donald, are you here? Yes. All right, Donald, please step forward. If you would, state your name, whom you represent. And you have 2 minutes after you begin, sir.
Okay, thank you. I'm Donald Dahl. I represent myself. I'm asking you to support HB 1927 and vote it out without any amendments as it is currently written. One thing I kind of was bothered by listening to a lot of the police today was that the number one place that police encounter most people are in their cars. And you can already carry without a permit in your car. You can carry in your home and in your car. But look at even many of these shootings they have with police officers, in that they are involving pulling people over in their cars. And I bet everybody here has at least once in their lifetime been pulled over by the police in their car. The business bill will not make any difference on what the police officers' problems, they're to deal with the public. And that's already the bad people that are doing it. They're not worried about a small misdemeanor, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
When they're going to go out and rob stores, do a drive-by shooting, any of that kind of stuff. They don't go, hey, I'm not going to take my gun. I'm not going to take that gun with because I might get a misdemeanor.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Members,
Pass
questions
HB,
of,
1927,
okay.
yes.
Thank you. Members, questions of Mr. Dahl? All right. Thank you, sir, for
Okay,
joining
thank
us
you.
today. Thank you. Chair calls Jen Ramos. Jen, are you here? All right, Jen, we're going to, we'll register you as opposed. Chair calls Cyrus Zafrani. Cyrus, are you with us? All right, thank you. And then on deck, Jennifer Dickinson, Jonathan Findley, and Elizabeth Hanks is in the cleanup position. So with that, Lieutenant Zafrani, please state your name, whom you represent. I have not seen a Lieutenant Barr in a long time. So with that, please begin your testimony. You'll have 2 minutes when you begin. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Chair Shortner, Vice Chair Birdwell, and again, thank you for pronouncing my name correctly. Members of the committee, my name is Cyrus Zafrani. I'm a lieutenant with the Dallas Police Department. I'm the commander of the Dallas Fusion Center. I'm a United States Army veteran, and I'm here to represent the Dallas Police Department and the Dallas Police Chief, Eddie Garcia. I want to thank Senator Hinojosa and the rest of the members in supporting him this morning. Dallas Police Chief is coming from San Jose. I'm coming from New York, but we both got here as fast as we could. And just so you all know, he's a cop's cop, and he's a dedicated serviceman, and we appreciate having him. We oppose House Bill 1927, as this bill, if passed, will endanger the lives of not only our citizens, but our officers. It puts 100% of the burden of ensuring an individual's right to carry a weapon on law enforcement. Our officers have two goals every day when they put their uniform on and leave home and go to work. Their first goal is to provide safety and security for the citizens whom they serve by upholding the Constitution and federal, state, and local laws. The second goal is that they return home safely at the end of their shift to their families. Now, I ask that each one of you put yourselves in the boots of our officers. Having to stop an individual with a gun is always dangerous, even if they are law-abiding, good-intentioned individuals who currently can carry handguns and receive training on the laws and handling of their weapon. Imagine making that same stop knowing that there were absolutely no checks or training completed for that individual to carry a weapon. We as a society recognize that we need governing, and this is why you all are elected and are here. We also recognize that we need peacekeepers in our society, and that's why we have law enforcement and policing. The largest law enforcement agencies in this state.
If you just finish your thought, but don't take long. So,
Absolutely, sir.
Yes, sir.
So the largest law enforcement agencies in the state oppose this bill, and that's equivalent to your doctors or your attorneys giving you life-saving advice. And so I implore you, please listen to us as peacekeepers and as the experts in the field.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it, Lieutenant Zaffarani. Members, questions of the lieutenant? Safe travel back to Dallas, okay? Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to bring the next individual up, give the on deck, but then I'll step out. I'm going to give you the.
Can you give it to Brandon?
Sure. I'll be happy to, if Senator Creighton's going to be here for a while, because I got, so, Chair calls Jennifer Dickinson, and then on deck, Jonathan Findley, Brandon Burkhart, and Paul Hale. Jennifer, are you here? All right. Jonathan, are you here? Jonathan Findley. Brandon Burkhart, are you here? Paul Hale, are you here? Elizabeth Hanks.
I think Brandon Burkhart's on his way over from the overflow room.
Okay. Elizabeth, Elizabeth, please step forward and state your name, whom you represent. You'll have 2 minutes, and Senator Creighton will have the gavel.
Okay, thank you. Can you get on my lap? Okay, come here. Good afternoon. My name is Liz Hanks. I'm a Houstonian. I don't even know how many generations. I'm here to speak in opposition to HB 1927 today. I'm an attorney. I'm a mother of 2 girls. This is one. And I'm among the 81% of Texans you keep hearing about today who oppose permitless carry. But you already know the what that makes this bill so dangerous. So I just really wanted to tell you the why that motivated me to be here today. She is my why. Thinking of losing my daughters because of an unlocked gun or a raging driver or a school gunman keeps me up at night. Even if they never encounter a gun, our gun culture reality seeps into every corner of our daily lives. It disgusts me that adults would rather put our children through the trauma of hiding from bad guys in closets rather than have the guts to pass laws that make schools safe. She is also my why not. Why didn't more people testify against this bill in the House, we heard. She's why. Caretakers cannot just take a day off during a pandemic to wait for 16 hours until 5:30 in the morning to explain to you what 81% of Texans and law enforcement already know to be obvious. The Speaker and Lieutenant Governor ignored the petition we delivered with over 2,000 signatures from Texans who do not want this bill. Ignored the dozens of Texans who sat in this building for over a dozen hours to oppose it in the House. Dismissed the fact that we usually honor your time by only having one speaker represent the thousands of us in this grassroots movement. But not today. We are here in force today. And even still, we represent millions of Texans who want to protect the very people that keep them from being here with us today. So, she is my why. Protect our communities. Please do the right thing. Thank you.
And if you could you restate your name for the record, please?
Sure. Elizabeth Hanks.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Hanks.
And this was Eloise.
Chair calls Jennifer Dickinson. While we're waiting on Ms. Dickinson, Chair calls Jonathan Finley. Mr. Brandon Burkhart.
Yes, sir.
Good. Howdy. How you doing?
Very good. Committee, how are y'all? My name is Brandon Burkhart. I'm president of This Is Texas Freedom Force, and we are for the bill. The first thing I want to point out is that 1,210 people does not equal 81,000 people in Texas, 81% of the people in Texas. The right to defend ourselves is a God-given right. We shouldn't have to ask permission from the government. In the Bible, Luke 22:36 says, let the one who has no sword sell his cloak and buy one. That's because during those days, the sword was the finest weapon that was out. Had there been firearms at that time, the Bible would quote something to say, sell your cloak and buy a firearm. That's because our right to defend ourselves is a God-given right and something that government has no business in. So earlier today, I also heard one of the members say that those that live in poor districts may not have the means to buy a gun. To that, I have to say when there is a will, there is a way. I was considered 100% disabled before my 21st birthday. I've got more metal parts in my body than I do bone. On that, I've made less than $700 a month. Still yet, I made sacrifices to go out, to buy a firearm, and to get my license for an LTC. So it was a matter of sacrifice to get that LCT. It was a matter of sacrifice to get that firearm. But when there's a will, there's a way to get it. Overwhelmingly, Texans have asked the legislator to honor our God-given rights. Session after session, we've seen these bills die in committee, or we've seen them die in either the House or the Senate. Texas leads, it does not follow. Yet nearly 24 states have beat us to the punch. Today, we have an obligation to honor the will of Texans and pass this bill in the 87th legislature. Do not kick the can down the road. And for the last point I'd like to make is that we put a poll out too, and 91% of Texans on our poll said to pass this bill. Only 2% said not to pass it. The rest were indifferent.
Thank you, Mr. Burkhart. Chair calls Jennifer Dickinson. Is Ms. Dickinson here? Chair calls Jonathan Finley. Chair calls Paul Hale. Is Mr. Hale here? Chair calls George Clement. Chair calls Ramon Garza.
He's coming from the overflow.
Okay. Mr. Garza? Thank you. You could state your name and who you represent and your position on the bill.
Okay, good afternoon. Senator Creighton, we're waiting. My name is Ramon Garza. I'm the Outreach Director of This Is Texas Freedom Force. I'm speaking on behalf of many of our members that can't make it today, and we do support this bill, HB 1927. There's been a lot of talk here that on both sides, really, I would say the nasty word, common sense. When I was in the Marine Corps, I used to get in trouble for using that word, common sense. But we got to live life like that. I did get my license for LTC also, so I do have a license to carry. But good luck, I'm not carrying. Just because we have a license doesn't mean we have to carry. And that's one thing I want to make sure everybody knows that. I've had friends that went to take the course as well too. None of them ever owned a firearm, but yet I helped them out in their classes, and we do go into the ranges and do fire the weapons. Guess what? That's common sense for anybody who owns a firearm. Just because you have a firearm doesn't mean you're going to go crazy. Doesn't mean you're going to go berserk. Common sense here in Texas is a lot. Being a veteran, we are trained. Yes, we are. But I also know some veterans that are not trained well in weapons. But the thing is this, I have friends and I have family members that are law enforcement as well. And they train, and I go out with them and train with them too. So guess what, folks? There shouldn't be no excuses saying that this bill should not pass for that reason. Because I guarantee it, anybody in our organization that do carry firearms, that do have their license, they train as well too. And they train because they want to be proficient in the weapon, because the fact is the weapon is only a tool. The person carrying it, the person that's firing a weapon, if they're not trained, that weapon's useless. And it's just for self-defense. Because I have had a friend of mine who did get killed, shot in the chest, because he didn't have a weapon. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Thank you, Mr. Carson. Come on forward. Go ahead.
Hello, George Clement. I am in favor of the bill, and I speak for myself. There's been a lot of talk, a lot of great facts, data put out here. There was also one lady who really summed it up really well. I am an LTC owner. I have an LTC. Doing that, doing that process, I found it to be rather difficult in some respects. I had to put time away. I had to, put out money and so forth. It wasn't a big deal for me. I had the luxury of the time. I had the luxury of the ability to do that, to take the time off, to pursue the various pieces that I had to do and provide the data. That's a barrier I don't think is necessarily valuable, especially for people who don't have the luxuries that I do. And I think that should be removed. I don't think that's necessarily, I think it actually was, it felt like it was a bit on purpose. And I don't think it's very good. And for that reason alone, I do not like our current situation, and I wholeheartedly ask you to pass this bill and move it forward as is. Thank you.
Members, questions? Thank you, Mr. Clement.
Thank you.
Chair calls Jonathan Finley. If you could state your name and who you represent and your position on the bill. Thank you.
Sure. My name is Jonathan Finley from Pasadena, Texas. I represent myself. I am in favor of HB 1927. Pretty much all the testimony that I had hoped to cover has already been covered. I especially agree with the testimony from Sean Sheridan as well as Jason Vaughn. But one point I haven't seen addressed yet was with respect to the education requirements for the license to carry. And so I don't think this is a proper venue for that. I think when it comes to education, we need to focus on things like the civilian marksmanship program, Appleseed, there's a lot of different ways to do this. And I think that the state of Texas should focus on that rather than trying to impose upon people with respect to their right to keep and bear arms. Furthermore, I think it would be a travesty not to call out Synfronia Thompson for introducing one of the most incredible amendments to a bill that I've ever seen. Of course, her amendment expunges the record for people who were convicted under the statutes that HB 1927 seeks to repeal. I also think it's important to note why I'm here today. It comes at great personal expense to me. I am off of work. My wife is expecting. It's possible that she could go into labor right now. But instead of being at home with my family, I'm here telling you that you need to take this opportunity to do one of the most amazing things in the history of Texas legislature and pass HB 1927 without amendment. Thank you.
Members, questions? Thank you for your testimony and what it took to be here to give the testimony, and to everyone here to testify and waiting. We very much appreciate all of you.
Thank you
being
for
here.
allowing me the opportunity.
Chair calls Paul Hale. Chair calls Lamar Henry. Next will be Barbara Laguerre, Francis Shincon, and Rebecca Evans.
My name is Lamar Henry. I'm speaking for myself and also as Vice President of this Texas Freedom Force, and I am in favor of this bill. Gun control in America at large and here in Texas is fueled not by legitimate concern to battle gun crime or gun violence. If this were so, we would see bills about guns directed at criminals. I've been around a long time and know what reality is. I can see when socialists are pulling our legs, and I know what common sense is. What we see is endless legislation targeting law-abiding citizens who own guns at people not committing crimes. It is senseless to say one is fighting crime by targeting the victims of crime. The type of legislation bills are meant to disarm a population for control purposes and not meant to fight crime. Gun crime and violence is rampant, and Texas citizens have a right to defend themselves and others from the criminal element. This right does not come from the state, but rather a much higher authority, a license. And a license in the law of contracts is a permission confirming a right to do some act which, without such authorization, would be illegal. But it is not illegal to defend oneself, and no license should be needed to give permission. A license from the state to exercise one's Second Amendment right is unlawful by nature, and it should be eliminated. Please pass this bill.
Members, questions? Thank you, Mr. Henry. Barbara Laguerre? How do you pronounce your last name?
Legier.
Legier.
It's French.
Got it.
I married it.
We have trouble with that in Cut and Shoot, Texas.
I had a lot of trouble with that. I have a funny story about it, but I'll save it for beer later.
We appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely. Hi, my name is Barbara Legier, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself in opposition to HB 1927. I oppose this bill for many reasons, but I'd like to talk about how it unfairly puts the onus on school administrators for enforcing gun laws. That's because this bill, from what I understand, and I could be wrong, I don't know all the amendments, says prohibitions against guns in certain places where they're particularly dangerous, like a school, don't apply to a person unless they're personally confronted by someone authorized to act for the school and then they refuse to leave. I took off work today to testify. I am a school secretary at an elementary school. I am the first line of defense in protecting 600 little children and 90 staff members against horrific tragedy. I cringe every time I see that little red button, the emergency call button, and I see it daily. Now, with this bill, a person can bring a handgun to campus. They're not breaking state law. I'm good, thanks. Until they refuse to leave, until I confront them. You can tell by my voice. Me, I bear the intimidating burden of telling an armed individual that they aren't welcome. This bill chips away at our safety laws, expanding the Whoops Clause to schools. Firearms do not belong on school grounds ever unless they're carried by a uniformed and trained police officer. Further, by removing the license to carry, you're absolving Texas gun owners of the responsibility to be informed about laws governing concealed and open carry. This bill hands out mulligans, as we heard, while making me act as a law enforcer, encouraging untrained individuals to carry murder weapons in places where they have no business. Please vote no on this bill. Thank you.
Members, questions?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Francis Shincon. Rebecca Evans will be next, Anthony Seeley, then Stephen Williford.
Y'all are having some hard names today.
Yes.
It's Schenken. I also married it.
I wanted to answer Senator Lucio's question first about how many guns there are in homes in the United States and in Texas. I think the general idea is that there are about as many as there are people, and there are 328 million people in the United States and almost 29 million in Texas. So a rough estimate would be about 29 million guns are in Texas, whether they're in homes or not.
Mr. Chairman, don't start the clock yet on this young lady, but the reason I wanted to ask that is that kind of gives me a satisfaction that guns had not been limited in our country. We have guns.
Yes, sir, I believe that's right.
We have guns all over the country. In this state, there are guns available to us in our homes, in our cars, and everywhere else. But I also believe in majority rule, and we'll continue to do our best to listen to the general public. And I enjoy working with my colleagues. They're all class acts. They really are. Thank you.
That's very good to know. Thank you. I wanted to get back to the discussion you had earlier about the Constitution and the Constitution of Texas. We all support the Constitution. That's how our rights are founded. Section 23 of the Texas Constitution is one thing that y'all talked about, and that's the one that talks about how you have a right to have arms in Texas and that the state has a right to regulate those arms. And you've done that. In 1995, you passed the concealed carry bill, and so for the last 25 years, we have had a license to carry system. What I wonder, though, is what has changed? The U.S. Constitution has not changed. The Texas Constitution, that section has not changed, though the Constitution has been much amended. So what has changed? License to carry has changed is one thing. You used to have many more hours required to get a license to carry, and it used to cost $140. It's now $4 to $6. You can do it online, except for showing proficiency with a gun, and it only costs $40. So you have changed that and made it much easier. 1.26 million of Texans have a license to carry, so they have somehow found the time and the money to do that. What I wonder, though, is even with this weakened system, who is going to stop the felons? There were 2,300 of them stopped last year through the background check. There were about 900 people. I heard a much higher figure earlier, so I don't know what's correct, but DPS says 900 people whose licenses were suspended or they were revoked altogether last year. So the system does stop people. Who is going to stop those people now? It seems like we're expecting the police to do that, and they seem to be pretty worried about that too. But this bill puts the lives of first responders at greater risk. There are going to be more guns in circulation, likely, and more gun owners who have not gone through a background check. So whose back does this legislature have? Is it the blue? I don't think so. Is it the majority of Texans who in every poll, including the Dallas Morning News and UT Tyler poll, show support the current system? They think it should stay in place. So whose back does this legislature have? Thank you.
Thank you. And just point of clarification, Senator Schwartner, I wanted to ask you.
I'm right.
Real quick. Your bill does not remove the background check for those that wish to purchase a firearm, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
I just wanted to clarify that.
There are certain laws that are protective regarding public schools as well that are certainly very strong laws.
Yeah, I think it's an important point of clarification as we move through the hearing because there's so many hours that pass, so many new witnesses that come into the Capitol. They're hearing different things in the holding room and as they come in. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to point out
Senator Hinojosa.
the other ways that people get guns without having a proper criminal background check. So just to,
That's correct, Senator Hinojosa, and my only point of clarification is that the bill did not remove the background check because many of those testifying have said there will no longer be a background check.
not for purchasing a gun, that doesn't eliminate the background check.
Correct.
But doing away with requiring a license to carry eliminates the background check for that person.
Correct, and I wasn't concerned about that testimony. I was concerned about the misleading aspects of testimony that says that a background check would be removed by this legislation, the federal background check.
This legislation removes the requirement to have a permit to carry in a holster by a citizen aged 21 years or older in an open area.
Thank you.
That's what this legislation does.
Thank you, Senator Schwartner. Chair calls Rebecca Evans. Is Ms. Evans available for testimony? Chair calls Anthony Seeley. Chair calls Stephen Williford. Am I pronouncing that correctly? Is it Wilford?
Williford.
Williford, got it.
I'm Stephen Williford. I represent myself, and I am for this bill. Senators, I really appreciate you asking or allowing me to come speak today. I'm from Sutherland Springs, Texas, and I know some of you probably know my story. On November 5th, 2017, a madman came into our church and started shooting and killing people within our church. I grabbed my rifle, my AR-15, I ran across the street, and I engaged a shooter. And we had a gun battle. He hit the truck in front of me, the car behind me, and the house behind me. And I put 6 out of 6 rounds on him, ending his murderous spree. He eventually ran down the road and committed suicide, but I would tell you, had I not intervened, he wasn't done yet. He committed suicide, but I stopped him from killing anyone else. That day, I did not have my concealed carry permit anymore. I got it. I was one of the ones that lined up when it first became a law where you could. At the time, I was a very young man, and I ended up finding myself unemployed when it was time to renew my permit. And I was faced with taking time and money that could provide for food for my children to renew my permit or to let it go. And at the time, I had let my permit go. It had elapsed. So when November 5th happened, I did not have a permit. Didn't ask for permission to grab a gun and run across the street and engage a shooter.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Senator Hall.
I don't have a question. I'd just like to thank you for what you did. It just well demonstrates that it takes a good person with a gun to stop a bad person with a gun. And it's the persons involved that take the action, not the inanimate object. And thank you for your courage that day, and thank God he put you there to do that. So
I just did what good men and women like yourself would have done in the same situation. I did what God called me to do, and I protected my community.
One more question.
Senator Lucio.
Yes, I join my colleagues to thank you for saving lives. The shooter that committed suicide that you stopped from doing additional harm to members of that church, what was the outcome in terms of his person? Did he have a mental problem? Tell us a little bit about him.
That young man had been He dismembered his infant son's puppy in front of his infant son while the puppy was still alive, trying to get his infant son to stop crying. Obviously, that wouldn't work. After he did that, he beat his infant son until he fractured his skull. He was at that time a member of the Air Force, the United States Air Force. They put him into prison for a year and a half. When he got out, he threatened the superior officers, said, "I'm going to come back in here with a gun and I'm going to kill everybody here." They put him into a mental institution where he escaped. And the Air Force discharged him dishonorably and didn't enter any of that information into the NICS system, the instant background check system. The government failed to enter any of that information into the NICS system.
So he was able to secure a gun.
Because they didn't enter any of that into the system, he walked into a store, passed the background check, and walked out with a gun.
Thank you for the testimony.
Members, any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Williford.
Thank you.
Chair calls Vanessa McDougal. Chair calls Jen Ramos. Marcia Strickler will be next, and then Ernie Rice, followed by Brandon Watson. Ms. Ramos.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Jen Ramos. I'm a lifetime constituent of Senate District 21, represented by Senator Judah Saffarini. I currently serve as a State Democratic Executive Committee woman for Senate District 21, and I am testifying in opposition to HB 1927 as currently written in honor of the 4.5 million women in the United States who have been threatened with a gun and the nearly 1 million women who have been shot or shot at by an intimate partner. Parentless carry would only increase these risks. According to the Educational Fund to Stop Domestic Violence, women are 5 times more likely to be murdered when their abuser has access to a gun. In 2017, our district experienced the deadliest shooting in Texas history when a domestic terrorist killed 26 people and injured 20 others at the Sutherland Springs Church. The shooter was prohibited by law from purchasing or possessing firearms and ammunition due to a domestic violence conviction in a court-martial while with the United States Air Force. The shooter had a lengthy disciplinary record, which included 7 suspensions for falsifying records, insubordination, profanity, and a drug-related offense. It is important to note that the shooter had a thoroughly documented history of abusing his wives. The state of Texas denied his application for a license to carry, although a license is not required to purchase firearms under Texas state law. The Air Force court-martial should have sufficed, and yet it didn't. This is still being investigated by the Air Force. The shooter at Sutherland Springs was a domestic abuser and thoroughly documented one at that. I am a third-generation domestic violence survivor. The man who terrorized my family for over a decade, like the Sutherland Springs shooter, was a documented domestic abuser. To date, he still has his firearm. We are lucky to be alive. I can't force you to think of my family when you vote today, but I ask you to think of what you would do if your daughters and granddaughters were one of the 1 in 4 women, or your sons and grandsons were 1 in the 7 men who will experience severe physical violence at the hands of their intimate partner in their lifetime. As a result of the years of trauma we've endured, my mother is licensed to carry and understands the right to a well-regulated militia. This bill does not serve to help that. Thank you.
Members, questions? Thank you. Chair calls Marcia Strickler. We can come back to Ms. Strickler. Chair calls Ernie Rice.
Good evening.
Mr. Rice, thank you.
My name is Ernie Rice, and I represent myself, and I am in favor of this bill. and I currently serve as a missionary in the country of Haiti. Something a primary school teacher said about the Second Amendment has stuck with me all these years. He said it was created so we, the citizens, could defend ourselves should our government try to take these inalienable God-given rights from us. It sounded peculiar to us then, and elicited grins and knowing glances among us. Who would ever want to change such a well-thought-out government process? Ridiculous. But then we were kids. The last day I felt safe in America was the day of the event that happened in Sutherland Springs. I was baptized in that church, and those people were my neighbors and friends. Sorry. This event taught me that our local police departments are critical to the way of life the Constitution has afforded us. But the life and safety of me and my family, when confronted with evil, may very well depend on my ability to defend us from it. Now, at the very highest levels of government, we are confronted by those who would remove or render ineffective our local police forces. The same people, they are seeking to remove from us the very equipment we need to defend ourselves from evil. The same people, the words of my civic teacher have come back to me now, because the same people who've taken oath swearing to prevent our rights from being taken now constitute the biggest threat to them. Haiti has an ineffectual police force, and government restricts gun ownership. It's a dangerous country with unrestrained lawlessness. I don't want America ending up like Haiti. Please pass this.
Thank you for your testimony, members. Any questions? Thank you, Mr. Rice.
Thank you.
Chair calls Marcia Strickler. Chair calls Brandon Watson. Next will be Benji Campbell, John Franklin, and Devin Greeter. Mr. Watson, thank you.
Brandon Watson. I'm against this bill, and I'm doing this for myself. I think being able to carry a gun in this state without a permit is irresponsible, reckless, and ridiculous. This is not the time for this bill at all. Do we really want more police officer jobs being more difficult with issues of police brutality going on especially? Let's be reasonable and use common sense. I'm not against the Second Amendment. I just want reasonable and prudent people in the public to have guns. In this instance, I'd rather be a dad. I am a dad, and my tax dollars go to well-trained police officers to protect my community without implicit bias, not an uneducated citizen or untrained citizen. Again, permanently irresponsible people carrying around guns that don't have a permit is just not the Texas way of life. We have morals here. We have values here in Texas. Again, it's irresponsible. A lot of us have coworkers and colleagues that are irresponsible. I had a coworker once say, if they try to come take my guns, they're going to get the bullets first. Do you want people out there in the public like that, with that train of thought, with that mentality? Lastly, I would just like one suggestion. Let's just do some in-depth research of whether or not people having guns is going to make Texas safer. Let's make our children safe and continue to have their best interests at heart.
Thank you, members. Any questions? Mr. Watson, just to clarify, your submittal into the system, when you registered, your testimony was submitted as on the bill. You prefer to change that to be against the bill, opposed to the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
We'll note that in the record.
Okay.
Thanks for your testimony.
Thanks.
Chair calls Benji Campbell. Go ahead, Mr. Campbell.
Hello, committee. My name is Benji Campbell, and I'm here to speak on behalf of my family in support of HB 1927. I'm a veteran that has had annual training for many years, and even now continue to practice gun safety and training on my own. However, I have never had the ability to protect my family, friends, neighbors, or myself outside of my household due to the current law. I'm a law-abiding, peaceful citizen, but I have an extreme hesitation of getting a LTC because I do not want my name on a list held by government, just for me to be able to practice my God-given right to keep and bear arms. I know many people out there believe this means I have something to hide. That's not true. I just never believe our government should be the gatekeepers of who can practice their God-given rights, provided they have checked the right boxes and paid a fee, and who cannot practice this right. I do not believe I should have to do these things in order to practice my Second Amendment. The second reason I support this bill is that the current law as it stands requires a course and fees. Maybe at first glance it seems good. However, for many people, including myself at various times, this system is cost prohibitive. When you look at the cost of required LTC class, gun range time, fingerprints, and LTC fees, requiring the LTC to carry is an infringement and a roadblock. I do not believe there should be any infringements or roadblocks put up in order for a Texan, or anyone for that matter, to freely protect themselves or others. It is for this reason I support HB 1927 and ask you move it forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Chair calls John Franklin.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for this opportunity. It's a privilege to be here today. My name is John Franklin. I represent myself, and I'm speaking in support of this bill as it was passed out of the House. A couple of years ago, my son met a girl and they started dating. When she broke up with her current boyfriend, he became a stereotypical ex. He was jealous and angry and began threatening both of them. According to her, he had a history of violence against her, so this was not an idle threat. My son felt the need to arm himself for protection. He already had all the training he needed to safely carry a firearm. He'd spent years practicing and had even given some of his friends informal training. He knew the law, and while no one should ever be considered fully trained, he was as competent as anyone could expect. But he lacked one thing, a license. Up until then, he did not feel the expense and time was worth it. He was a poor college student and frankly did not appreciate how dangerous a person could be. But now suddenly it became a priority. But what could he do? If he armed himself against a credible threat, he would become a criminal himself. Thankfully, the story had a happy ending. The ex eventually reconsidered and backed off. But for at least a few weeks, had he chosen, he could have easily put both their lives in danger. My son was lucky, but how many times does this same story play out with tragic results? Men, women, and children we never hear about are battered, beaten, and killed. Innocent people are threatened and are left defenseless because of a short-sighted law. How many lives would a constitutional carry law save? How many people are like my son and don't feel the urgency of getting an LTC until they do, and then it's too late? It's now been 150 years since Texans lost their right to constitutional carry. Let 2021 be the year that right is restored. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions? Chair will call Devin Greider. Lola Estes will be next, followed by Sharon Lundgren, then David Dennis. Is it Greider? Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Yes, sir, Greider.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Devin Greider. I'm here representing myself, my family, to speak for this bill. I'm a career fire captain, a veteran, a former police officer, been around a bit. I'm also a proud husband, adoptive dad. My wife and I have 7 children between us, the last 4 adopted brothers. I'm here for this bill. I feel like my wife is the absolute person this bill would benefit. I've heard a lot said today about training and untrained people, and I know there are a lot of women out there like my wife who grew up around guns on a farming, ranching family. She's had guns, owned guns, shot guns her whole life. Either I'm around, circumstances she's never gotten her LTC. With the Motorist Protection Act a few years ago, she can carry in her car. She carries on our property if need be. She's the type of person that this bill would allow to carry in public. She's the farthest thing from untrained. I would not use that word at all to describe her. I've heard a lot of people up here talk like the LTC would go away if this bill is passed, and as I'm sure you're aware, that's the farthest thing from the truth. I've had a CHL/LTC for 15 years. I fully intend on keeping it even after this bill is passed and signed into law. I travel to other states, and I enjoy the reciprocity of having the LTC. Also appreciate the benefit when purchasing firearms that I don't have to stand in line and wait on a phone call. I've already had my background check. So the LTC won't go away. Someone mentioned earlier about people going to fire stations. I want to tell you that fire stations are not secure. If your crazed attacker is chasing you, don't go to a fire station, because as far as I know, almost every city in this state prohibits their firefighters from bringing weapons into the building, even if they have an LTC. I grew up in an era when firearm safety was taught in schools. I think we should bring that back. Firearms were everywhere in schools until the Gun-Free School Zone Act of 1990. I'll close by saying I know a lot of rank and file police, and they all support this bill. So please pass it.
Thank you. Members' questions? Thanks for your, Senator Lucio.
Very good testimony, and I appreciate the cause. I think you're a fine Christian man. We might have to do that in terms of our schooling. If get to a point where there's so many guns out there, I would gladly support a bill that would bring gun safety instruction.
Yes, sir.
They're going to be there, and we certainly don't want our young people to be exposed to guns without the proper knowledge. So it's a good point you make.
Yes. I'm very happy. Thank you, Senator. I'd be very supportive of that also, and even volunteer to teach at my local school for gun safety for our young people.
Senator Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Lucio, you beat me to it. I was going to make a comment because we had so many comments made about the lack of training. And I recently visited one of the schools in our district that actually does that. They have, not only do they have gun training, they have a gun range within their school building. And they take it seriously, and those kids are learning just what we've talked about here. So I know it's not for this bill, but I'm glad it was brought up. I think it's something that we seriously ought to consider looking at, is making it available for our kids. So thank you very much.
Be very good. Thank you, sir.
The chair calls Lola Estes.
Good afternoon, Senators. My name is Lola Estes. I'm representing myself in opposition to House Bill 1927. I am part of the 81% of Texans who oppose permitless carry. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. I'm an 8th generation native Texan. I think I win that game so far today from what I've heard. My family founded Beeville 188 years ago. I've lived my whole life in Texas. I come from a family of gun owners, and my family does not support this bill. We need stronger gun laws controlling access to guns, not less control, not less training. I beseech you to listen to the officers, the licensed to carry instructors. Listen to the 81% of your constituents who are against this bill. Just this year so far, We've had 160 mass shootings in America. The police, the LTC instructors, the public safety organizations are all testifying against this bill. They spoke on the steps of this building this morning saying so. Why are you putting more guns into a volatile situation? They asked you not to support this bill, and so am I. Safety training does not infringe on your rights. One word we have not heard here very much today is well-regulated. I believe to have a license and insurance, I think we should have insurance, but let's not go there. But I believe the license to carry is part of a well-regulated gun population. This bill makes law enforcement officers' jobs more difficult. This bill would make Texas less safe for everyone. I urge you to oppose this bill. The numbers have been thrown around freely, but I do want you to vote against this bill. Understand it's not safe for Texans.
Thank you, members. Any questions? Senator Lucio.
Just thank you for your excellent testimony. And you brought up a couple of more possibilities for legislation. We don't ever want to have a wrongful death, right?
Correct.
In anybody's family, that would be horrific. So we might be looking at the insurance part of this for the next decade.
I do believe if guns were insured, the insurance company would make sure that they were safer.
Thank you.
Who they controlled.
Thank you, members. Any other questions? Chair calls Sharon Lundgren. Next will be David Dennis and then Elizabeth Abrahamson.
Good afternoon. My name is Sharon Lundgren, and I'm representing myself as a mother, a gun owner, a military brat, a fourth-generation Texan, and as a social psychologist with a doctorate from Texas A&M. I am part of the 81% of Texans in opposition to permitless carry, House Bill 1927. There was a question about where that percentage came from. That percentage comes from a recent poll of Texans by Survey USA, and a similar percentage comes from a poll just last week by UT Tyler. And they can both be found via Google. It is not uncommon for folks who own guns and have not gone through a background check due to loopholes in the background checks. I know this because I happen to own multiple guns and have not yet gone through a background check. So I am one of these people. I inherited my guns, and I'm not on a registry anywhere. I'm looking forward to getting my license to carry. I only have not done so because of the pandemic. That slowed me down. And I just feel that if we get rid of the license to carry program, I know the conversation was brought up about background checks, but the license to carry program actually does have a safety net that catches those who may already own guns and maybe have not gone through a background check because of loopholes in our background check laws. It does tend to catch people who have committed multiple DWIs. It catches people who 2 out of 5 were denied in 2020 from denied an LTC due to felony convictions. The LTC program stopped 136 folks from carrying because they had a family violence conviction in 2020. So the problem with this bill, as I see it, is it's going to allow bad people to carry guns in public. Either from the loopholes in the current background checks or allowing people who already have guns who no longer have to go through this license to carry program to filter out that they've committed an assault or have something on their record. So, thank you.
Thank you, members. Questions? Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls David Dennis.
Thank you, Senator. I'm David Dennis of Highland Village, and I'm here representing myself, my family, many co-workers, several hundred people actually, that I've been talking to and polling in support of House Bill 1927. I'm a former FFL Class 7, which is licensed to manufacture firearms and munitions and specialties, and I'm an entrepreneur and I'm an inventor. And I have dealt with literally dozens and dozens of companies and hundreds and tens of thousands of people throughout my careers. I'm also a member of Texas ABATE, so I'm very familiar with bipartisan legislation, and I've worked recently with Senator Birdwell, Senator Springer, and many others to help for motorcycle advocacy and safety. I'm also currently CEO of a rapidly expanding disinfecting wipes company. So as you can imagine, we're quite busy this year. I took time out of my schedule to testify today because my coworkers, dozens of my friends, my family members are all in support of this bill. And as an experienced entrepreneur, I do not believe that it will reduce the number of LTC permits. I believe it will actually increase and the number of people that will seek further training. I also believe that education should be done in our schools during such programs such as the Outdoor Trails program that are commonly popular in LASD, where they teach boating skills, boating awareness, safety, archery skills, survival skills, and so on. It should be part of our natural rights and safeties because it's just one of those life skills everybody should know. I also have a personal insight. I am an LTC holder. I've been around firearms my whole life. My father was a munitions officer in the U.S. military. I was in Las Vegas on a rather tragic day. I'm sorry, I choked up.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm an LTC holder. I flew to Vegas for a friend of mine's birthday party. I was carrying. I was allowed to carry, did my firearm properly, checked it, had to wait till the end of the plane. We went to go to a show, and before we were allowed to come in, they asked me to disarm. So we had to go back in the limo, back to the hotel, check my gun, come back. I witnessed firsthand what it's like to have people dying around you, people shooting, and you can't shoot back. Nobody could shoot back. Everybody had been disarmed. Police officers were running back to their cars to try to find their weapons because in these venues and licensed, no one is allowed to carry, even though they're trained, even though they had LTCs. Because it was a public event with, all these people around, there were just so many people and so many heroes saving others, but you're just sitting there and you're a target. And that shouldn't be the case. And you see it happen. The church over in Fort Worth and such, the man that testified earlier, we can stop this if we are prepared, and we're not prepared if we are not armed. So I please implore you, pass HB 1927. And as an Eagle Scout, as some of you all are as well, be prepared is our motto. So please, follow the motto of Texas, and let's show them what it means to don't mess with Texas.
Thank you for your testimony. Senator Lucio.
I want to thank you for your testimony, and I wanted you to have the time to tell your story. In fairness to all witnesses that come before this committee, I'm sure everybody will agree with me that people have gone through some very traumatic experiences that obviously brings us to this point in our lives to have an opportunity to share those experiences and why they're on this side or that side of the issue. And thank you for, being a good young man also. An Eagle Scout, did you say?
Yes, sir.
That's strong. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, members. Any other questions? Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Elizabeth Abrahamson.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Abrahamson, and I'm representing myself in opposition to HB 1927. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm a native Texan, a gun owner, and one of the 81% of Texans who oppose permitless carry. I implore you to consider carefully the real-world consequences of passing this dangerous legislation. Texas has continuously been loosening regulations on guns since 2013, and since that time there have been several high-profile mass shooting events. Mass shootings, however, while frightening, are not my biggest concern. My biggest concern are accidental shootings. Gun accidents have even affected members of the Texas legislature. Rep. Mondo Martinez was hit by celebratory gunfire on New Year's Eve 2017. I have witnessed a gun accident myself. I'd like to tell you about my father, Carl Hill DeWolf. He was an Air Force veteran, a survivalist, a lifelong member of the NRA, and a member of Mensa. My dad collected guns like other people collect stamps. He kept them in the closet, the handguns in their cases on the top shelves, and the long guns on the floor, leaning on their stocks right next to his boots. In 1994, I was 10 years old. I was in the kitchen with my mom and sister doing the dishes and talking when we heard the unmistakable sound of a shotgun blast. My mom shoved past me and we all ran to the source of the sound in my parents' bedroom. Before we even arrived, my dad was shouting, "I'm all right, I'm all right." He had accidentally shot a hole in the ceiling. My point in telling you this story is this man who literally had a genius-level intellect, who had military firearms training, who is extensively knowledgeable about guns, who worked in occupational safety and was famous for saying, there's no such thing as an unloaded weapon. If this man could have an accident with a firearm, there's no one who can't. My dad escaped tragedy that day solely by the grace of God. Imagine the havoc that could be wreaked on public peace when untrained, uneducated, and untested individuals suddenly have the right to carry loaded weapons in public that they might never have even fired. There's a reasonable center on this. We don't have to swing all to one side or the other. As legislators, it's your duty to maintain that common sense middle ground that keeps us safe without infringing on our rights. I trust you to do the right thing. All of Texas is counting on you. In closing, I leave you with this. Laws do not exist to prevent crime. Laws exist so that we have a standard by which to hold accountable those who disturb the peace. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Lucio.
just very briefly, thank you for your testimony. For those that don't know, it's represented by Armando Martinez, is from Weslaco, Texas. He's in the House, but he got injured, and it was a critical wound, when somebody shot a gun up in the air, and that bullet came down and hit him in the head, correct?
Yes.
It must have been like a 4th of July or
It was New Year's Eve
New
2017.
Year's Eve, okay. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, members, any other questions? Thank you. Chair calls Donnie Evans. Is Mr. Evans available? Chair calls David Hamill. Chair calls Courtney Perry. Chair calls Nathan Fleer. We can have these witnesses come forward if they are not yet ready to testify. Chair calls Davelyn Forrest. Ms. Forrest, Mr. Fleer, Ms. Perry. Chair calls Heather Hill. Sir, was your name called? Okay. Welcome. If you could state your name and who you represent and your position on the bill.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Nathan Fleer. I am representing myself, and I support the Constitutional Carry Bill 1927. There's been a lot of really good testimonies about, the racist roots of gun control and things like that. So I'll go ahead and talk about my my personal experience as to why I started carrying a gun. As soon as I turned 21 back in Arkansas, I was really excited and went out and got my concealed carry permit and promptly didn't carry a gun after getting it. I started using it as an extra form of ID until I was sitting in my car on the sidewalk and I saw a woman walking down the sidewalk and there was a guy kind of looking like he was stalking her. And eventually he ran up and started threatening her life and acting like he was going to beat her. And so I thought, oh, well, if anything gets out of hand, I'll just reach for my gun I'm not carrying. So I started thinking about it. Fortunately, there was some people who gathered there, and I think he was a little nervous, and she ducked inside of an office building, so presumably got away. But I started looking into it and thought, what if maybe she had applied for a concealed carry permit? Maybe he was an abusive boyfriend or something, and she was waiting for the 3 months to get her permit or something. And I looked at if she had decided to carry a gun, and he had tried to assault her and she had defended herself, then he could get, he may get a couple of years in jail if he, didn't die, and that would be sort of his penalty depending on how harsh it is. But then the court would turn to her and say, but how dare you not let him assault you and use a gun? You get a year in jail. So I don't think that sounds very just, that people should have to make the decision as to whether they can defend themselves and go to jail with whoever it is who's, attacking them, or if they can carry a gun and protect themselves from things like that. So like I said, I support 1927, removing the requirement to have the permit to carry. I like it as it is. The amendments are good, and I urge you to pass it through.
Thank you. Members' questions? Thank you very much. Is Ms. Heather Hill available to testify? Chair calls Aaron Rickel. Chair calls Billy Mustin. Take your time. No problem. We understand how that is, I guarantee you on that.
It's been a long day.
Please state your name for the record, who you represent, and your position on the bill.
My name is Billy Mustin. I represent myself, and I support this bill 1927. Gun violence does not exist. Guns do three things. They function, they fail, and they rust. Violence is from the heart, and you cannot legislate a pure heart. In 1962, we passed the 24th Amendment to the Constitution, which eliminated the poll tax. It says you cannot be charged a fee in order to access a right. But the right to vote is given to you by government that was established by man. That's a privilege. So how can we then be assessed a fee to get a permit to access our God-given right to survival? If you think that the firearm training you get in an LTC course is firearm training, then you've never had any effective firearm training. That is merely familiarization, which is worthless. Now, the classroom part of that course is good, and I recommend anybody take that, whether they're going to get a license to carry or if they just want to know what's the score. Thank you.
Members' questions? Thank you, Mr. Mustin. Chair calls Jesse Cohen. Chair calls Kayla Seahand. Chair calls Brent McCain. Mark Randall. Scott Bertelis. Chair calls Anthony Moore. Mr. McCain, take your time. Come on forward. We know it takes a little bit of time to come from the other hearing room, so.
I'm here.
All right. My name is, let me move this. Yes, thank you for having me. My name is Brent McCain, and I represent myself, and I am in favor of HB 1927. I'm a first responder paramedic for the past 33 years. I would like to begin my testimony with a quote by Robert Emmett Bledsoe Baylor, ordained Baptist minister, district judge, Texas Supreme Court justice, and co-founder of Baylor University. The right to bear arms is essential to freedom, for it is the policy of governments to disarm the people that they may have the opportunity to oppress them. I had some other things that written down, but through the course of listening, I've got some personal testimony. I have worked both in New Mexico and Louisiana. Both of those states have some type of constitutional open carry. In working in those two states, I saw no troubles with people doing so. In fact, talking about wanting to or volunteering to get training and information, I specifically looked up the statutes of each of those states to ensure that I was not going to break a law. I was unfamiliar with their laws, and I wanted to make sure that I was current with them and not violate anything. Also, as a paramedic, people have mentioned securing firearms. I have seen a lot of devastation, gunshot wounds. Myself, I have 11 grandkids. And I carry, my firearms are, let me finish. In closing, I encourage members of this committee to favorably consider HB 1927.
Very good. Thank you,
Thank you
Mr.
very much.
McKay. Members, any questions? Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
I ran here.
We understand it takes a little time.
It does.
If you could state
I
your,
don't want to ever have to run here again.
we understand.
So-
If you could state your name and who you represent and
I will
your
do
position
so.
on the bill.
Okay. My name is Heather Hill. I am the leader of Come and Take It Texas. You received my papers. I'm not going to bore you with that much. I'm sure you read them. Okay? So what we've got to do here.
If you could have a seat, miss, so
I
we
will.
could hear
Okay.
you in the microphone.
All right. So I am a survivor of a very sad shooting. My son's father was shot with a shotgun and died in my arms. My son grew up without a father, okay? We need training. We need training in our schools so that not another child grows up without his father. My son is now 31 years old, and all he's ever seen was the picture of his dad that I took the day before he died. So I'm not going to waste any more time. I'm going to go as fast as I possibly can because I am here to represent a friend of mine. Her name is Terry Horn, and she is the leader of Open Carry Texas. She says, I reside in Wood County and I support HB 1238 Constitutional Carry Act, but now we're here for another bill, which is HB 1927. I urge y'all to pass this legislation, making Texas, along with 19 other states, a constitutional carry state. Passage of said legislation would empower more law-abiding Texans who can really own a firearm to carry said firearm in defense of themselves and their families. Many Texans cannot financially afford the costs entailed in acquiring Texas LTC. Texans on low fixed incomes, such as 2 disabled amputees I care for, who even though they are gun owners, have to go unarmed, leaving them unable to defend themselves. Texans such as single mothers, dads, and who have the right to carry need to have that right. And I will end with this.
Thank you.
My eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. He has trampled all the nations where the grapes of wrath are sown. Peace out.
Members, I assume we don't have any questions. Chair calls Anthony Moore. Mr. Moore, there's absolutely no expectation for you to sing
You do not have to worry about that whatsoever.
during this hearing, but we value your time and testimony. Thank you.
All right, my name is Anthony Moore, go by Tony. I'm a veteran, business owner, proud father, and grandfather. The reason I'm here in support of this bill for several reasons. First of all, it is about time that we restored that, constitutional carry. The reason for that is we had, and I'm from a little town in Gonzales, Texas, birthplace. We had the Hard 18 who made a decision to tell the Mexicans that no, they wouldn't give the cannon back, and 2 of them died in that volley. And if they hadn't done that, Texas would not have existed as a nation. So 18 men did the right thing. I would think that we need to do the right thing. Honor that, because Texas was a nation before it was part of the United States. And our laws are a little different. So the other thing is I've heard a lot of emotional testimony, 81%, all that. Here's the reality. The reality is it's trust. You trust your citizens, your law-abiding citizens, to carry a gun. I would say that there are probably more people like Mr. Wilson in the state of Texas than there are gun nuts, okay? That man that did the shooting, he wasn't one of those law-abiding citizens. The man that put him down was. So I say that we pass HB 1927 with no amendments, as is, and remove the licensing to carry part of it, but leave, the fact that we still can get a license for reciprocity. It makes sense. And as far as training goes, I can tell you I drive all over the state. There are more gun ranges opening up. And it isn't just to get your LTC. More people are taking up and shooting as a sport and learning about guns, because shooting as a sport it's excellent. It's fun. So I ask you to pass 1927.
Thank you, members. Any
Thank you.
questions? Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Chair calls Vicente Torres. Next will be Amy Turney, and then Bradley Hodges.
All right, my name is Vicente Torres from McKinney, Texas. I'm here on behalf of myself, and if we're going to use statistics that we can make up, I say that I took a poll last night on Facebook, and 100% of my friends agreed with me that this should be passed. We also feel that this should be put on the floor for a vote. We've heard too many times over and over that this doesn't have the votes to pass. It doesn't have the votes to pass. However, we speak to our representatives, and we're told by multiple representatives, by multiple different areas, that, hey, yes, I support this, I support this, I support this. Well, then put it on the floor and let's see the vote. If you don't support it and you don't want to vote for it, then vote against it, but then we know. I'm running right now for office in my town because of this very reason. There's people there that keep saying, hey, we support you, we're listening to you, but they don't listen at all. So at some point, you need to hold people, the representatives, feet to the fire and make them stand up and take a side on this. I've been a victim of armed robbery. That doesn't mean that I think the law-abiding citizens like myself who carry every single day shouldn't have that right. Okay, I'm on campus. I work for a campus, UT, up in Dallas. Okay, I've heard all the crazy stuff that, we won't be able to have discussions in class because somebody will get up and get mad and they'll pull their guns. Hasn't happened. Just hasn't happened. I've been in those classes. I just recently graduated in 2020. I heard so many crazy, ridiculous stuff. Not once did I get up and think, wait, I got a gun. I can stop this conversation. It doesn't happen that way. I hear so many people talking like just because we're going to make this without a license, which should be right and guaranteed to us by the Constitution, that then we're going to be criminals just because now there's no license. There's no grounds for that whatsoever.
Thank you. Members, questions? Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Chair calls Courtney Perry. And then next will be Amy Turney.
Thank you. I had to run home to work and ran back. Thank you for seeing me late. And you're about to hear that I'm a former teacher. I was a PE teacher, and right now I'm thinking that I had the fitness to run in here. I am representing myself today. And like I said, I'm a former teacher. I'd like to ask everyone for just a moment to pretend that you're 5 or 6 years old. It's a few weeks into school. You finally stopped crying at drop-off with your family. You're still crying a little bit at lunch because the day just feels too long. And then just after lunch, as a new kindergartner, you're coming into Miss Perry's PE class. And your classroom teacher reminds you that today Miss Perry is going to run you through a lockdown drill. These are words you've never heard before. A lockdown drill, what's that mean? And so a few minutes into class, we've got our balloons or our jump ropes, and all of a sudden a loud bell goes off. You've never heard this bell before. And then you hear your principal's voice, and she says, everybody, shelter in place. And then all of a sudden, Miss Perry urgently puts you into small groups, and I'm a good teacher, so I can do it fast. They already knew their shapes and their numbers, and I put each of these small groups into separate closets in the gym. I turned off the light, I shut the door, they're alone. You're alone, because you're this kindergartner. You're alone, the lights are off, there's no one in there with you but you and 5 or 6 of your little friends. Now come back to this moment and just ask yourself, how many of you have been in that position? I venture a guess not many of us, unless you lived back in wartime. But that's the reality of school children today. That is something that I actually had to do. That was about 3 years ago, and that was the beginning of the end of my teaching career, because I knew if I was going to be put in that position, that I was going to have to go fight on a deeper level for these students. And exacerbating this anxiety-inducing situation is COVID-19, because now there are some classroom doors that can't be closed because they need increased ventilation. So now we've got classroom doors open to the outdoors with active shooters. I please ask you, there's no problem. The law enforcement officers are saying, please give me a minute. They're saying this is a constitutional problem, solution looking for a problem. There is no problem. We have permits, we have licensing. Let's keep it in place. Please oppose House Bill 1927.
Thank you, members. Questions? Thanks for your testimony. Ms. Turney.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Senators. I'm Amy Mobley Turney, and I'm testifying as a member and on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Texas in opposition to House Bill 1927. We appreciate the opportunity to appear before you today. Thank you for allowing us to share the League of Women Voters of Texas position on this bill. I'm not going to read my testimony. You can read it, and I talk about the importance of the first 3 words of the Second Amendment, which are a well-regulated. I want to speak about this bill on a personal note. I've heard lots of people talking about how women need to be protected. I have witnessed 2 murders with a gun. I have lived in those parts of town that people talk about where the woman needs to protect herself. I lived across the street from a flop house. I never wanted to carry a gun. I was in a domestic abuse situation. That person stalked me for almost 10 years. I have suffered from anxiety, depression, and post-traumatic stress disorder. I didn't do anything outside without the accompaniment of someone else for 16 years. Now, though, I run in my own neighborhood. I bike in my own neighborhood. I walk in my own neighborhood after dark, and I'm so flustered that I left the slug in my bag here to show you about the recklessness of what happens with guns when people are not trained and people cannot demonstrate that they are trained. The slug that was found on the patio in my backyard. I urge you to oppose this bill and not to speak for me. And one more thing, I can't see your eyes. I have scars on my corneas. Do you think it's a good idea for someone like me to carry a gun? Thank you.
Thanks, members. Questions? Chair calls Bradley Hodges. Next will be Judith Reuter, and then Robin Breed.
Bradley Hodges, self, and for the bill. As amended from the House. I do hold an LTC, but that is not what this bill is about. This bill is fundamentally about the state of Texas taking people off the naughty list and is not about putting more people on the naughty list. I call to your attention the two outstanding friendly amendments by Texas Reps Thompson and Dutton, as you are aware, regarding essential criminal justice reform, specifically for explicit prohibition on police Terry stop abuse, alleged, and for retroactive expungement. The one amendment vote was unanimous. The other was 141-4. These are both awesome amendments that deliver the reform that everybody wants by actively promoting freedom, liberty, and independence that Texans do value. So keep those amendments intact. Pass this bill so the Senate can vote it into law. If it pleases the chair, in answer to a question raised by Senator Lucio regarding status of infringement of individual carrier rights, I understand the relevant answer to the infringement on public record dating back to the 1870s Jim Crow laws then imposed as part of Reconstruction when Democrats imported their Sullivan Code gun control disarmament from New York City here to control and disarm freedmen at the time. And this bill is going to address that point as a good start. This bill is not about the number of firearms, nor about promoting people-controlled disarmament, or about more criminal restrictions conflated as regulation. It is about decriminalizing individual access to possess and use firearms for legitimate, legal, and lawful purposes as emergency life-saving equipment. Essential. So I would encourage all senators to recognize the positives that are now on the table by voting for this bill with the current amendments.
Thank you. Members, questions? Appreciate you. Chair calls Judith Reuter. Chair calls Robin Breed. Next will be Christina Delgado and Kevin Perez.
Hello. My name is Robin Breed. I'm representing myself, and I'm opposed to this bill. I'm a resident of Williamson County, and as a mother and a nurse, I cannot think of one reason to believe that permitless carry will make anyone safer, not one. Eliminating background checks and training to carry firearms in public will not make me feel safer. It will not make me feel safer for my children who attend UT and Texas Tech. It will not make me feel safer for my grandchildren growing up in Texas. Requiring a permit to walk around with a loaded weapon in public is a very low bar, in my opinion. Driving a car takes a permitting process that requires a year for most teens and 6 months for adults learning to drive. We register our cars and take a class to prove we are safe to be behind the wheel. I had to have a background check and training to volunteer with the Boy Scouts and at my kids' schools. Why does it make sense to eliminate the permitting process with mandatory training and background checks when considering a weapon that can kill? I shouldn't have to be down here today asking you all to do the right thing. I shouldn't have to be here reminding each of you that as elected officials, we expect you to protect Texans' lives above all else. It's the most important part of your job. Law enforcement groups oppose this bill. I am one of the 81% of Texans who oppose permitless carry. This bill puts lives at risk, including the lives of police officers. I am always a little uneasy when I see men walking around my town with guns strapped on their bodies. But the one small comfort I take is knowing that likely they had to pass a background check and go through some basic training. This bill will remove that reassurance for me. Please keep Texans safe by opposing this bill. Back the blue, back Texans, and oppose this bill.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Thanks for your testimony. Chair calls Christina Delgado. Next will be Kevin Perez, then Ann First.
Good evening, Senators. I'm Christina Delgado. I am here representing myself and my daughters, one of whom is with me, and I'm opposed to House Bill 1927. Reflecting on previous statements, as a parent, community volunteer, survivor fellow, and domestic violence victims advocate, deconstructing the current law does not create more security for citizens and gun owners alike, but put them more at risk. Removing the ability to run checks, additional checks, on individuals who may be incapable of owning a firearm due to incarceration or judgment of a violent crime or mental or substance abuse simply does not make for more security. As a Santa Fe parent and volunteer, we know what occurs when a gun makes it on campus. Our committees are doing everything in our power to keep students safe and free from losing classmates. My friend knows all too well as her daughter misses graduation this year because she died in art class. Senators, this body has the ability to set the precedent that the sanctity of the Second Amendment should not and will not be made jest, that the lives of the citizens an oath was sworn to protect and serve will not be made to pray their children come home as they left, that those around them who practice their Second Amendment rights are doing so in good faith, that our law enforcement are not forced to believe that who they see carrying is now equally a threat as a common criminal. I urge that you all oppose this bill and update and make our current standing legislation more efficient. I also would like to note that as we have said so much about domestic violence victims, I have seen nothing to make it easier for them to gain the training and the access to these firearms that would keep them safe, when our current legislation has nothing to protect them. Our current justice system leaves them in the dark and lets them know there's nothing more they can do for them. I find it very offensive for the women that I advocate for that you would utilize those stories, utilize those voices, utilize those experiences, and give no recourse, no help. I see nothing in this legislation that brings forth something to give them that level of protection against their abusers.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Chair calls Kevin Perez. Next will be Ann First, followed by Ruth York.
Good afternoon. My name is Kevin Perez. I'm for the bill, and I'm representing myself. One thing I keep hearing about is people seem to have this notion that if someone has a gun on them, if they open carry now once this bill is passed, that they are instantly or potentially a criminal. I always thought that was something in sci-fi, Philip K. Dick and, pre-crime. If a person has done nothing wrong, then you can't just assume them guilty just because they're there. Other than that, you look at, I understand there's a lot of law enforcement here that seem to be against the bill. You people were elected not to represent law enforcement. You were elected to represent the people. And there are many people that are here that are for the bill. So I get law enforcement and I understand what they're saying, but you're not here just to represent them. I grew up in Chicago. I lived most of my life in Chicago, where the utopia of all your gun control bills were around when I was a kid in the 80s and 90s, and none of those bills did a dang thing to stop or to prevent criminals or bad people from doing bad things.
Thank you. Members, questions? Senator Lucio.
Mr.
Sir,
Pettis?
we have one
Mr.
question for
Pettis?
you. Yeah. We
Mr.
have one
Pettis?
question for you from Senator Lucio.
Well, Mr. Pettis, I just never have heard anyone, and I represent close to 1 million people down in the Rio Grande Valley of South Texas, ever call those that have that carry a gun openly, like the gentleman behind you, call him a criminal.
Right,
one's ever-
many
Let me
people-
finish.
Okay.
No one's ever told me he's a criminal because he's got a gun, but it scares them to death.
That's a feeling.
Well, it is a feeling. and
But
it's a traumatic.
Ma,
let
your
me
feelings
finish.
don't trump
Can I
individual.
finish? Can I
Let
finish?
Senator Lucio finish his point.
I want to finish my point because you said something that is not true. You said that you feel and you think and you've heard that they feel you're a criminal if you have. I've never heard that, never. And if you have, well, okay, you have, but I have not. And I just want to say that a lot of people are very scared of guns, and you have to respect that also. I respect your testimony. I respect the gentleman's, and I hope he testifies, that's sitting in the audience that's carrying a gun right now, openly, and where people can see it. But a lot of people become very uneasy and scared and actually run for cover because they have gone through traumatic experiences. So I just want you to know that we're respectful of everyone, all of us here that come before this committee to testify. And I actually appreciate people's testimony on both sides of this issue. I really do.
Just, was it last week when this bill came up in the House? There was a representative who was talking about a quote-unquote 20-year-old individual who was able to go to a gun store and buy a gun, which would imply that that individual passed a background check. And that lady, that representative, said that it was now going to be Wild West pimp style, and that Wild West pimp could go around and then commit crimes. That
And that
representative
speaks for
is
himself.
basically saying, is essentially committing pre-crime. That goes against what you just said.
No.
That representative
No.
just a week ago.
Just because it's going to say the Wild Wild West, well, the Wild Wild West was the Wild Wild West. People would come around
Right,
on horseback
but
and shoot guns up in the air and in salutes and all. It was a wild.
In her testimony, that individual, even in her own story, had passed a background check, but she was accusing him of potentially being a criminal.
Mr. Perez, Senator Lucio has made a point that he respects both sides. He didn't ask a question. Thank you so much for your testimony.
Okay.
And we appreciate you being here. We're going to turn the gavel back over to Senator Birdwell, who is back with us, and continue the hearing with the rest of the witness list.
Hooah, we will move with a purpose. Chair calls Judith Reuter. Am I saying that correctly? Judith? Okay. Ma'am, who are you? Which one? Okay, Ann, please come forward if you would. Provide your testimony. And on deck would be Judith Reuter. And then Ruth York, and then Jeffrey Clemens. And so with that, ma'am, if you would, state your name, whom you represent. You have 2 minutes after you begin.
Absolutely. Good afternoon. My name is Ann Furs. I'm representing myself as a Texan and a gun owner and a lawyer in opposition to HB 1927. I'm part of the 81% of Texans who oppose permitless carry. I am a member of a ranching family. We need guns. We use guns. We shoot feral pigs, alligators, deer, snakes, game birds. But we have great respect for our weapons. They're useful and they are lethal. We are fully trained in how to use them. We know the laws about where guns are permitted and when deadly force can be used. We store our guns and ammunition securely.
We are not violent offenders or domestic abusers. We are not mentally unstable. Our goal is to avoid having to shoot unless necessary. We are responsible gun owners. HB 1927 would allow anyone to carry a loaded handgun with no safety training or no background check in public places, in crowds, next to your family, next to my family. I'm sure some of you, if not all of you, are gun owners. As gun owners, you have to understand how hazardous this is. The current system works. I respectfully ask you not to vote this out. Thank you.
Members, questions for Ann? Thank you for joining us today, ma'am. Thank you. Chair calls Judith Reuter. Judith, am I saying that correctly? Okay. And then on deck, Ruth York, Jeffrey Clemens, and then Robin Hayes is in the cleanup position. So with that, Judith, if you would, state your name, whom you represent. You have 2 minutes when you begin.
Didn't hear quite all that, but I'm Judith Reuter. I represent myself, and I am for HB 1927. Number one, I think that not passing it and leaving it the way things are. Permits are just one more way to discriminate against the most vulnerable populations because of the expenses involved and difficulty getting ways to protect ourselves. That includes little old ladies on fixed incomes. All due respect to law enforcement, I'm hearing so much opposition from them. If someone's in trouble, the most effective defense is from the first person on scene, and that is the person in trouble. I want to be able to defend myself. And I guess lastly, I'll just say that as a reminder, we have the Constitution. People keep talking about constitutional rights. Well, it isn't a constitutional right. It's an inalienable right we were born with. And the Constitution is not meant to rule over the people. It's for the people to protect ourselves against government. Thank you.
Members, questions for Ms. Reuter? Thank you for joining us, ma'am. Thank you. Chair calls Ruth York, and then on deck, Jeffrey Clemens, Robin Hayes, and then Michelle Herskowitz is now in the cleanup position. With that, Ruth, please state your name and whom you represent, and you have 2 minutes when you begin.
So I am Ruth York, speaking for myself and the Tea Party Patriots of Eastern County and the Texas Family Defense Committee. As mom of 8 and wife of a construction worker, there were many years I could not afford the gun, the ammo, the license, or even the class required by the state of Texas in order to be armed. I was blessed to live in a relatively safe neighborhood, but many Texans are not. When I read the U.S. Constitution, it says my right to be armed shall not be infringed. I believe the people most negatively affected by our current restrictions are the very people who need it most. Especially now that I am older and less agile, I sometimes feel vulnerable. Here in Austin, there have been times I left this building at midnight or later and walked blocks alone to parking garages in the dark. Don't deny me or in any way diminish my right to defend myself. I ask you to pass HB 1927 without amendment. This is a change the people of Texas want and deserve, as witnessed by its overwhelming passage in the House. Please vote yes on HB 1927.
Okay. Members, questions of Ruth? All right. Thank you for joining us, Ruth. Safe travels back to Eastland, okay? All right. Thank you, ma'am. Chair calls Jeffrey Clemens, and then on deck, Robin Hayes, Michelle Herskowitz, and then Sam Mohammed is in the cleanup position. Jeffrey, are you here? Okay, Robin, you here? Robin Hayes? Robin, please join us. If you would, state your name, whom you represent, and you have 2 minutes once you begin, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Robin Hayes. I'm testifying in favor of House Bill 1927. I am testifying for myself and the Eastland County Republicans and my dad, who has worked for many years of his life as a sheriff and in the Department of Public Safety as an officer and also a JP. My family has been around guns and gun-related situations, partially due to my dad's jobs for many years. And my dad joins me in favor of House Bill 1927. I wanted to speak for my kids and my grandkids. And as they go to and from college and their jobs, and my grandkids are not in college yet, but they will be someday, and they will be alone at night, early in the mornings, traveling home, and as they get of legal age to carry, we want them to be able to carry to protect themselves if they have vehicles that break down, or if they forget to fill up with gas, or even on their way to the grocery stores, things like that. We are diligent in teaching our children about safety with guns and all kinds of weapons, as I was raised in the same way. The majority of people do know how to use their guns. The laws, as they are now, are punishing the law-abiding citizens. We need more law-abiding citizens to carry handguns. As this happens, the criminals know that they are more likely to have major opposition to them by us being able to defend ourselves anywhere and anytime. Violent criminals. Thank you.
Robin, hold on, Robin, hold on. Members, any questions of Ms. Hayes?
Yes,
Senator Lucio.
I'd like to have her finish your statement. Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay.
I have grandchildren too.
Well, maybe I'll finish. Oh, there we go.
If you would, Ms. Hayes, finish briefly, because I don't know how much you have left there.
Oh, not much.
Just close your thoughts, please.
Oh, yeah, not much. Violent criminals will always have access to guns and other weapons. When they want them, they find them. I'm asking that you bring HB 1927 to the floor for a vote, and that you will vote yes without amendments. Thank you for serving Texas.
Mr. Chairman, I
Yes,
just
sir,
want to
Senator.
say that I don't think there's a member in the entire legislature, in any state, all 50 states, that do not agree that we should make sure that people are safe, and especially against criminals. And that was most of your testimony. I certainly agree with you on that. That I don't want criminals to have the upper hand with you, your family, or anyone else listening. That's something that I certainly will fight hard to make sure doesn't happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for joining us today. Chair calls Jeffrey Clemens. Jeffrey, have you joined us? All right. Chair calls Michelle Herskowitz. Michelle, are you here? All right. Thank you. Michelle, if you would, please come to the microphone. Please state your name, whom you represent, and you have 2 minutes once you begin.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Michelle Herskowitz, and I am representing myself in opposing this bill. And yes, I too stand by 81% of Texans who oppose permitless carry. I think if we're willing to admit it, many of us know someone who shouldn't carry a firearm. For me, it was my mother-in-law, who suffered from dementia. As her caregiver, sadly, I had to remove her firearms and knives to make sure she didn't hurt herself or us. Right now, Texas has safeguards that prevent people who shouldn't have guns from being able to carry them in public. The LTC course, which weeds out people who are physically or mentally unable to handle firearms safely, and the LTC background check. HB 1927 would eliminate the background check, and let me say how. Senators, as we know, there's no background check currently required for private sales in Texas. You and I could meet behind the Capitol in the parking lot, and I could sell you a gun right now, and it would be perfectly legal under Texas law. But if you applied for a license to carry that gun in public, you'd be required to pass a background check. And that's where the safeguard is. Most Texans think that's a good thing. Law enforcement thinks so too. So why? Texas DPS rejects thousands of LTCs every year for many reasons, including violent misdemeanors, chemical dependence, domestic violence convictions. Last year, Texas issued nearly 1,000 disqualifications for the LTC due to felony charges alone.
Ms. Hershkowitz, would you close your thought, please?
Yeah. Under HB 1927, ineligible and potentially untrained people will be carrying right next to you, me, and our kids. They'll be on the highway when you mistakenly cut some off, and our families will be in danger. Please reject this dangerous bill.
Members, questions for Ms. Hershkowitz? All right. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us today. Thank you. Chair calls Sam Mohammed, and then on deck, Stephen Stanley, Brandon Vance, and Leonard Perez. So, Mr. Mohammed, if you would, please state your name, whom you represent, and you have 2 minutes once you begin.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Sam Mohammed. I'm a police sergeant, 20 years on the job and counting. I'm out of the DFW area. I drove in this morning from Dallas. And I am representing the North Texas Muslim and Middle Eastern community. I'm also a founder of the Mesquite Islamic Center, and I sit on the board of directors as a vice president of that center. I'm a LTC instructor, police academy instructor, and I was a 2020 sheriff candidate in Dallas County, and I'm here to oppose this bill as a law enforcement officer, as a law enforcement instructor, and also as an assistant imam in the mosque, where I've seen several reckless and untrained groups go around the Islamic centers and the mosque in the DFW area just to intimidate people with fear while they're brandishing their firearms. So I heard the other law enforcement officials talk about why they oppose it. I'm not going to be redundant and repeat what they were saying, but as an instructor, I want to tell you some of the things that I've seen over the past almost a decade and a half of being an instructor and seeing things on the at the range and in the class. So we have some of the things that I've seen as danger among the actions and the attitudes. We have the know-it-all student that comes in with no prior knowledge and he thinks he knows more than everybody else. We also have and they turn out to be the most dangerous people in the class. We have also one of the times I had a student that pulled his gun, brand new weapon, out of the box, and to rack it, he put it in his chest and he tried to pull the slide with his finger on the trigger. And when I screamed my lungs out on him to warn him, he said, well, it's empty. So even though this bill the LTC course is not a shooting course, but it's people that have it will have a better common sense and they'll be held at a higher standard than the average citizen that doesn't have it.
Okay.
So
thank you, Mr. Mohammed. Members, questions of Mr. Mohammed?
Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining us. Safe travels back to Dallas. Thank you, sir. Chair calls Stephen Stanley. Stephen, are you with us? There you are, Stephen. And then on deck, Brandon Vance, Leonard Perez, and then in the cleanup position, Blair Taylor. So with that, Mr. Stanley, please state your name, whom you represent, and you have 2 minutes once you begin.
Thank you, sir. My name is Stephen Stanley, representing myself, the State Republican Executive Committee and the RPT. I'm going to amend some of my comments because you've got them in writing as I go along with, based off of some of the stuff I heard today. Starting with good morning now, it's good afternoon, Chairman Fortner, Vice Chair Birdwell, and the distinguished members of the special committee. We all look forward to hearing testimony from all sides of the ultimate passage and for the ultimate passage of House Bill 1927 out of this committee and onto the Senate floor for final passage and onto the governor's desk for signing. Again, my name is Stephen Stanley, and I currently serve the SREC committee man in Senator Hall's district, and having the privilege to work with our great Senator Bob Hall for his Senate district and all of Texas. Following the RPT state convention this last year, having our top 8 priorities outlined for the SREC, we soon began working, setting up our legislative priority subcommittees for each of these priorities, and here is a fact. Constitutional carry had garnered 85.38% of the 7,300 plus delegates, which is 6,233 people that had voted. This is one of our top priorities for our delegates at the convention. Today, I sit here as a subcommittee chairman for the Constitutional Carry with RPT. To date, I've had the privilege of traveling from Mount Pleasant in Deep East Texas to where I first had my first love of guns at the age of 8 with my first 410 shotgun. But luckily, having my father teach me how to handle firearms, all the way to the Laredo and many cities in between. I have spoken to hundreds of law-abiding Texans who want their Second Amendment rights restored. Constitutional carry should once again be the law of this land here in the state of Texas after a long 120-some-odd years of having our constitutional Second Amendment rights stripped from us.
Thank you, Mr. Stanley. Members, questions of Mr. Stanley? All right. Thank you for joining
Thank y'all.
us today.
Appreciate it.
So keep the good senator out of trouble, okay? So.
Do the amber light, that way they've got a 1 minute warning, because they're going the whole 2 minutes on green, and then it's surprising them that they're out of time, so you need to go to the green, amber, red. Yeah, you need to do green, amber, red, it's just staying green the whole 2 minutes, and therefore the witness thinks they've still got more time, and then it goes from green to red.
So, okay. Chair calls Brandon Vance. Mr. Vance, if you would, please join us. And then on deck, Leonard Perez, Blair Taylor, and then in the cleanup position, my constituent from Waco, Destiny Hallman. So, hoo-ah. Mr. Vance, you're recognized. Please state your name, whom you represent.
Thank you, committee. My name is Brandon Vance. I live in Dallas, Texas. I am representing myself and my neighbors, who I've talked to a lot about this bill. We hear a lot of names about things that have been going on in the country. George Floyd, Tamir Rice, so many names, Breonna Taylor. But the one name that always sticks out to me is John Crawford of Ohio. If you don't know him, I ask that you please look up John Crawford of Ohio. This is a young man who, his only crime was that he went to Walmart as a black man in America, in an open carry state. He was talking to his girlfriend on the phone, and someone called 911 and said, this black man's in Walmart with a gun pointing it at people. It was a BB gun that he had picked up in a Walmart that he was kind of carrying around while he was looking at dog food. I bring this up because I'm a veteran, I'm a disabled vet, I'm a homeowner, I'm a taxpayer, I'm a very involved constituent in Dallas, and this law terrifies me. I don't say that hyperbolically. I mean, this law literally terrifies me because I can see clear as day that scenario could happen to me. I could be wearing my pistol on my side, walking down the street in Dallas with my headphones in, and someone else gets scared because there's a black man with a gun, and they call the police. Or they decide to take their gun out and be like, what are you doing? Those things happen in the United States. Those things are currently happening in the United States. And that terrifies me. None of you will be there to protect me in that situation. None of you will be there to defend me when the police come and harass me. Why do you have a gun? What are you doing? What's your business? Because the Constitution will say that I can carry a gun, but none of you will be there to say, leave him alone. I'm a good guy. I'm a taxpayer. I'm a veteran. But this law terrifies me, and I ask you to please vote against it.
Members, questions of Mr. Vance?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for serving, Mr. Vance. Thank you, sir. Hooah. Chair calls Leonard Perez, and then on deck, Blair Taylor, Destiny Hallman, and then in the cleanup position, Kyle Garco. I hope I'm saying that correctly, Kyle. So with that, Mr. Perez, you're recognized. Please
Good
state your
evening. My name
whom
is
you
Leonard
represent.
Perez.
So,
I'm here representing myself. I'm a member of GOA, and I support HB 1927. I want to tell you I'm a Cuban-American Jew. I'm a Juban. My parents were political refugees in this country, and we recognize a commie when we see one. Our country is being led astray and trying to disarm this populace. I've seen freedom of speech and other freedoms being attacked. Even the church, whether it be Jewish, Islamic, or Christian, okay? I am telling you that we are here not just for the Constitution of Texas and restoring a right that should be ours, unrestricted, as per written in the Constitution, but we represent the hopes of fellow patriots in other states and around the world watching Texas right now for what we're going to do. Tell you what, we almost have half of the states on board with constitutional carry. This would be the 20th state. We are watching. We are awake. If you vote against us, we know who you side with and what you're about. That is clear as day. So if you're about the Constitution, restoring this nation, and you really care about freedom and peace of law-abiding citizens, vote for HB 1927. It's the only right thing. When they disarmed us in Germany, you know what happened. When they disarmed us in Cuba, you know what happened. You know what happened in Venezuela. The Perez family is not going to leave, and I'm not leaving Texas. And many patriots feel that way. We're watching you all. You work for us. Thank you.
hold on, Mr. Perez, hold on. Members, questions of Mr. Perez? All right. Well, no questions. I just didn't want you to get out too soon, Mr. Perez. Thank you, sir. Chair calls Blair Taylor. Blair, are you with us? All right, there you are. Blair, please join us. And then on deck, Destiny Hallman, Kyle Garco, and then in the cleanup position, David Tony Robertson. With that, Ms. Taylor, if you would, please state your name, whom you represent. You have 2 minutes once you begin.
My name is Blair Taylor, and I'm representing myself in opposition to HB 1927. I realized earlier, apparently there's a song portion at the end, so I'm a little nervous. I didn't prepare. So I'm a mom of 3, and I spend a lot of time explaining things to small people. One thing I can't explain is that I missed bedtime for the first time in his 14 months for my youngest to drive down here last night and to sit here all day to testify. Something I've yet to explain to my oldest too is this fixation a small but vocal group have with being armed for everyday activities. HB 1927 is fueled by a lie. Permitless carry supporters have bought into the falsehood that they must be armed to shop, to go to the playground, to go to the movies, to live, and that to require firearms training and permitting is an infringement of their freedoms. The truth is that more guns don't make us safer. The presence of a gun in the home doubles the risk of homicide and triples the risk of suicide. Guns in public spaces aren't magically safer than they are at home. Supporters of this bill often use women and children and our need for protection to prop up this and other dangerous and unnecessary legislation. They live in a fever dream in which one random Sunday at Kroger, they will be called upon to step up and become a good guy with a gun and save the innocents in a hail of bullets. I live in reality, as most of us do. We have not asked for untrained vigilante pretend police that are completely okay with viewing all humans as potential targets. We have not asked for more guns. We have asked for expanded background checks on all gun sales, ERPO legislation, and responsible storage requirements. We have not asked for more guns, not once. The people of Texas have asked for things like Medicaid expansion, for fully funded public education, and to increase affordable housing, among other things. The majority of us, your constituents, dream of a more fair and prosperous society, not a more armed one.
Members, questions of Ms. Taylor? All right, thank you for joining us, ma'am. Thank you. Chair calls Destiny Hallman, and then on deck, Kyle Garco, David Tony Robertson, and then in the cleanup position, Gretchen Brown. So with that, Destiny, please state your name, whom you represent, and you have 2 minutes once you start.
Hello, my name is Destiny Hallman, and I am representing myself in favor of HB 1927. I'd just like to make it short. You've heard a lot of testimonials today. I'm handing out, you are the special committee for the Constitution, and I hope that you understand that you guys all have a responsibility to represent us and value the Constitution. So I wanted to make sure that each one of you have a little pocket Constitution as well as a little pen and a patch. But I want to get to a point here. You guys have heard testimonies from cops. I want to say that criminals have carried handguns forever without permits, and they will continue to carry without permits. This law allows Texans to have the same rights as the criminals do. And so if you believe in the Second Amendment, I find that you cannot actually believe in this license to carry, because the license to carry does infringe on your Second Amendment rights, and it's that simple.
Members, questions of Destiny? All right. Thank you for joining us today. Safe travels back to Waco.
Thank you.
All
Thank
right.
you so much.
Hoo-ah.
Appreciate it.
Chair calls Kyle Garco. Kyle, are you with us? All right, Kyle, is that you coming in, Kyle? It is. All right, hoo-ah.
How is everybody doing?
Good. On deck is David Tony Robertson, Gretchen Brown, and then Gonzalo Alvarado is in the cleanup position. Kyle, if you would, please state your name, whom you represent. You have 2 minutes once you begin.
Thank you, Senator Birdwell. My name is Kyle Guarco. I'm representing myself. I'm in full support of this bill. I've got a statement, but real quick on the subject of stats and numbers, I've been hearing a lot of testimony referring to this imaginary 81% opposition figure. I'd like to inform everybody on the committee here that a recent Pew research study has found that 62% of all people who identify as progressive or liberals suffer from some form of mental health disorder. Essentially, the majority of opposing testimony that you're hearing today is from crazy people. I am a gun owner, and I don't want to be a gun owner. I'm going to say it again, I don't want to be a gun owner. I have a couple guns that are worthy of hunting, but I'm not a hunter. All of my guns are bought with the express purpose of killing a person before they can kill me or anyone, anywhere that I happen to be. I didn't always used to be this way. I used to be as anti-gun as anybody who is testifying against this bill. That was before I lived in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn, New York, where Bloomberg had constructed a police state with a complete prohibition on the Second Amendment that had failure after failure, so it came to the point where he instated stop and frisk, which is the practice of profiling, stopping, and searching individuals for things like weapons. Yet New York City itself continued to suffer 4 mass shootings per week. A figure that has gone up since I fled the place that I put into that. Excuse me, sorry. It's late. A figure that has gone up since I have fled the place that's put into practice all the common sense measures that I used to support. The difference between having an idealistic expectation for the world and what reality does are 2 different standards. This is why I am a gun owner, and this is why 1972 must pass, as is.
Okay. Thank you. Members, questions for Kyle? All right. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you, Kyle. Hoo-ah. Chair calls David Tony Robertson, and then on deck, Gretchen Brown, Gonzalo Alvarado, and then in the cleanup position, LaDonna Masad. David, if you would, please join us. I know where Sour Lake is. All those years I lived in Beaumont, not too far away. So, please state your name, whom you represent. You have 2 minutes once you begin speaking.
So I thank y'all all for your seat time. I know it's been painful. My name is Tony Robertson. I represent myself. I'm here to represent 1927 to be brought forward in a favorable light. I need to inform you that I am here without a permit to address my grievances with my government. I also need to inform you I have an unlicensed Bible that did not go through a background check. This 80% of Texas is against this. Comes from texasgunsense.org, and that sample size was 1,200. So if you know anything about statistical sizes, that's a very, very small sample size. And out of the 1,200, only 800 people responded to that question. So that 80% that we keep hearing is a 1,200 people sample size. So keep that in mind. We've been hearing that all day. We've had major city police chiefs come and speak against. I want to remind you, those are not elected officials. Those are hired. The Texas Sheriff Association spoke earlier, and he did note that the majority of his sheriffs were in favor of this, and those are elected officials. Violent crime is on the rise, but gun crime is not. I also advise against this new Senate bill. We know what the leadership is attempting. They're attempting to slow down the process of the House. They did a very good job. My rep, White, did an outstanding job in his committee to get this bill here to you. Also remind you that this is a God-given right, not a legislative task. Texas is currently in violation of the 14th Amendment, Section 1, and that reads that no state shall make or enforce any law which should abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States. And just want to make one more last comment that the rural counties like Hardin County, Sour Lake, we will be holding our representatives accountable because this has been a legislative priority for quite some time.
Thank you, Mr. Robertson. Members, questions? Senator Lucio.
You had a very good testimony. I just question one thing you said. Gun crime is not up. I don't think there's any gun crime. There's crime by individuals that use guns. I want to know where that is. A lot of people are afraid that that's what's going to happen with more guns out there in the community. But I really respect your testimony.
Chair, may I respond briefly?
Yes, sir. The senator's asking a question.
It was just that people kept saying violent crime was on the rise.
No. You said gun crime.
Gun crime is not. Violent crime is.
Okay.
There's a difference.
Okay, sir.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Robertson. Thank you for joining us today. Members, we have, just as a point of update, we have 19 individuals remaining to testify. Chair calls Gretchen Brown. And then again on deck, Gonzalo Alvarado, LaDonna Masad, and then in the cleanup position, Persis Bevan. So with that, Gretchen, if you would, please state your name, whom you represent. You have 2 minutes once you begin.
Good afternoon. I've been sitting in that chair since the doors opened this morning, ready to talk to you. So thank you so much for having me. I'm Gretchen Brown. I'm here supporting myself in strong opposition to this House Bill 1927. I am one of the 81% of Texans who oppose permitless carry. Unbelievable. After years of inaction on gun violence, this is the legislature's answer, allowing permitless carry? HB 1927 does the opposite of what a gun safety bill should do. It makes Texans less safe. But aside from the obvious danger of people with no safety training and no firearms experience carrying loaded handguns in public, it's just not what Texans want. You were elected to represent your constituents, but you're taking action on a bill most of them oppose. Most Republicans oppose it. Most gun owners oppose it. Texans do not want permitless carry. Important to me, Texas faith leaders have spoken out forcefully against permitless carry, including the Texas Catholic Conference of Bishops, leaders from the Jewish, Lutheran, Baptist, Episcopal, and Methodist faiths. Many of you are people of faith, and I hope their opposition will open your hearts to the will and the safety of Texans. I also hope you'll listen to law enforcement, from El Paso to San Marcos to Houston. Individual officers and groups like the Texas Municipal Police Association and Texas Police Chiefs Association have spoken out against permitless carry. They know the importance of training. Permitless would make a hard job even harder, burdening officers with trying to determine whether someone is carrying legally or illegally in the field. This bill is not backing the blue. Most Texans do not want permitless carry in our state. I urge every one of you to oppose this dangerous bill. Thank you.
Members, questions for Ms. Brown? All right. Thank you for joining us today, Ms. Brown. Thank you. Chair calls Gonzalo Alvarado, and again on deck, LaDonna Masad, Persis Bevan, and then Elfa Bevan in the cleanup position. Gonzalo, are you with us? All right. LaDonna, are you with it? LaDonna, please come forward if you would. Please state your name, whom you represent, and you have 2 minutes once you begin, ma'am.
Thank you. My name is LaDonna Masted, and I'm representing myself and my family. I come from a family of gun owners. My father was a champion skeet and trap shooter and ran the gun department for 2 separate sporting goods chains. I grew up reading his American Rifle magazines and loading his shotgun shells. I never felt compelled to speak on gun ownership until October 1st, 2017, when I received a late-night phone call from my then 22-year-old son. He was calling to let us know that there was a shooter at the concert where he was working. At the time, I didn't realize he was in the middle of what would be the Route 91 massacre, America's most deadly shooting. He survived, but 58 people didn't, and hundreds, more than 800, were injured. And everyone there and their loved ones still carry the trauma of what might have been. After this experience, I made a point to educate myself about bump stocks and high-capacity magazines, things that our family never owned, but that have become fetishized by some, including the man who shot at my son. Let me tell you about my dad, who died last year. He was serious about his guns. He had one of those bumper stickers back in the day. You can take my gun when you pry my cold, dead hands from them. When you pry it from my cold, dead hands. Let me get that right. However, when running his gun departments, he refused to do things like sell paintball paraphernalia. After spending 20 years in the United States military, he didn't think shooting should be part of a game. And even though he taught my sons to hunt and shoot skeet, he refused to give them their own guns until they passed an online safety course. He was like the vast majority of law-abiding gun owners. He knew a gun's immense power, and if he were still alive, he would join the majority of gun-owning families who reject permitless carry. Committee members, it is possible to hold 2 thoughts at once. You can support gun rights, and you can understand that with rights come responsibilities. Please vote with common sense in your constituents and law enforcement and oppose this bill.
Members, questions for LaDonna?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you for joining us today, ma'am. Thank you. Chair calls Persis Bevan. Persis, are you here?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Please join us, ma'am. And then on deck, okay, you've moved past me here, Mr. Clerk.
Sorry, 2 people showed up that weren't here.
Say it again.
Sorry, 2 people showed up.
Oh, okay.
So, I
All right.
apologize.
So Elfa Bevan is on deck, and then Gary Teal, and then Aaron Rickel is in cleanup. So with that, Persis, please state your name, whom you represent. You have 2 minutes when you begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Persis Bevan. I am from El Paso, Texas, and I'm representing myself in opposition of HB 1927. I am a mother, a disabled veteran, a former high school teacher, a community college professor, and since January of 2020, a graduate statistics student. I am also part of the majority of Texans who oppose permitless carry, and for the record, I support a well-regulated Second Amendment. As an Army veteran, I understand that training, testing, and qualifying are vital. So is the background check that the LTC provides. As a mom who taught 2 teenagers how to drive, I am glad they had to complete online written and driving training. Moreover, I am glad they were tested by an expert before obtaining a driver's license. When my children are responsible and mature enough to buy their own gun, I hope they have to abide by the license to carry requirements such as training and testing before they're allowed to carry a loaded weapon in public. As a high school teacher who once had to call the police on a parent during a parent-teacher conference, I am terrified for students and teachers that might encounter a parent caught in the heat of the moment who mistakenly forgot to read a sign prohibiting weapons in sensitive places like public schools. As a statistician in training, I understand some states that have enacted permitless carry legislation have seen an increase in aggravated assaults with a weapon. A study from the Arizona Department of Public Safety Access Integrity Unit reported an average of 8% increase from 2010 to 2018 when permitless carry was enacted. Alaska was the first state that adopted the same law in 2003. According to the Uniform Crime Reporting Program from the Alaska Department of Public Safety, the increase of aggravated assaults reflects a 65% increase from 2003 to 2018. As an El Pasoan, I still cannot.
Would you please close
It's
your
last
thought,
thought.
ma'am?
Yes, last thought. As an El Pasoan, I still cannot go inside any Walmart store. I do not want to live in fear and have an anxiety attack every time I see an armed individual because I do not know if they were responsible enough to learn how to properly handle and carry a loaded weapon in public or if they are a law-abiding citizen. More guns do not make me or my family safer. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Persis. Members, questions of Persis? All right. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for joining us today. Safe travels back to El Paso.
Thank you.
Thank you,
And
ma'am.
thank you for my service.
Thank you. Hoo-ah. Chair calls Elfa Beaven. Elfa, are you with us? Okay, Elfa, if you would, please join us. And then on deck, Gary Teal, Aaron Rickel, and then Jesse Cohen in the cleanup position. So Elfa, if you would, please state your name, whom you represent. You have 2 minutes once you begin.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to give my testimony today. My name is Alpha Bevan, and I am a PhD student at the University of Texas at El Paso. Part of my studies this semester involved interviewing amputees about their experiences. I had the privilege of speaking to an above-the-knee amputee. I asked him how he lost his leg. He told me he unintentionally shot himself in the leg because he wasn't practicing firearm safety. He was a man that owned gun his whole life. He told me he just wasn't being careful. This bill isn't just about criminals, it's about regular people like you and me. This bill would allow me to buy a gun and take it almost anywhere. I have never used a gun before. I've never shot a gun before. Removing the LTC requirement allows for more unintentional shootings to happen. People can still hurt themselves and others, even if they do not intend to. How can we trust that everyone who can carry a gun anywhere has the proper training on how to use it? Accidents can happen, even with trained people, as we saw when an officer mistook her taser for a gun. Everyone should feel safe knowing that the person next to them who has a gun knows the proper way to use it. Since I have a little bit more time, I was hearing a little bit about gun training or gun safety training in schools. And I would just like to ask, if you are going to consider that, also consider teaching about contraception in school, not just abstinence. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Elfa. Members, questions for Elfa? All right. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
And, all right, Chair recognizes, or Chair calls Gary Teal, and then on deck, Aaron Rickel, Jesse Cohen, and Mr. Teal, if you would, please state your name, whom you represent, and you're recognized, and you have 2 minutes.
Great. I'm Gary Teal, representing only myself. I'm speaking for the bill. Happy to be speaking to my senator, living in Whitney now. I think that you guys are in service. You run for office in order to serve the public and to protect people's lives, as one of the people said. But I think in this area, we have put some expectations on you that are unrealistic. There have been people who've died in gun violence. They've left behind family and friends who are heartbroken, and they're sincere, and they're your constituents. And others see what happened in the media. It's run over and over, and they're left utterly terrified. If any of us knew how we could identify the next person who's going to murder someone, we would all go to that place and try to stop that murder. There's no lack of courage or resolve here. But even Texas senators are neither omniscient nor omnipotent, and these acts of evil and insanity cannot be defeated by laws and regulations. I know that any of you would do whatever you could to make 80% of Texans voters happy, but the problem is that you could literally seize half the guns in Texas, and there's still going to be a senseless murder and a horrible accident, and those 80% are going to still come back to you and say, we want more. We want you to protect us. And that seems like a great motive, but I just don't think that it's anything that the legislature can make go away from this world, unfortunately. This is not a crazy fringe idea being promoted by a few far-right, crazy, bearded Texans. This is the law in a lot of states, and it's working fine. Please let the lieutenant governor know that there are the votes to pass this, and let's see if we can't make it happen in Texas, please.
Thank you, Mr. Teal. Members, questions of my constituent from Whitney? All right. Thank you for joining us today, Gary. Hooah, thank you. Chair calls Aaron Rickel, and then on deck, Jesse Cohen, Michelle Gonzalez, and then in a cleanup position, Carolyn Smith. So with that, Aaron, if you would, please join us. State your name, whom you represent. You have 2 minutes once you begin, sir.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thanks for the opportunity to speak in front of you guys. My name is Aaron Rickel. I represent myself and my business, Grizzly Arms. My position on this bill is for the bill, so please pass it. I am a veteran retired. I am also a former competitive shooter, and I also own a gun manufacturing company, and I also own a firearms training school. Over the many years of my firearms training, which is over a decade, almost a decade and a half, of teaching civilians and military and law enforcement, even across the world. During my training, I've noticed that when a government dictates the minimum standard to carry to protect themselves, that gives that individual, the public, a false sense of security and false sense of accomplishment. And that's dangerous, because that's reckless. And that can be endanger the individual, because then they think that might be a minimum standard. But the thing is, though, it shouldn't be the government to dictate how the individual protects themselves. That should be up to the individual. So this is a public safety bill. This should, if you pass it, will actually make the public more safe. And sorry, I just lost my train of thought.
It's okay, Aaron. It's okay. You still have some time.
Since I train a lot of my students have actually used the skill sets that I teach to save their lives. I have quite a few of them. I've got quite a few stories. And I've noticed that the individuals who I teach recognize that they needed training. The average gun owner knows that they get the training that once you own a gun. Sorry, I'm gonna get one more thing. And also other states that have passed constitutional carry, you've seen the gun safety has gone up, the personal training has gone up. And thank you so much, and thank you for this opportunity to speak in front of you guys, and thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Members, questions for my constituent from Waco? All right. Thank you, Aaron.
Thank you so much
for being here. Safe travels back, okay? All right. Thank you. Hooah. Chair calls Jesse Cohen, and then on deck, Michelle Gonzalez, Carolyn Smith, and then in the cleanup position, Varnell Hopkins. So with that, Mr. Cohen, you're recognized. Please state your name, whom you represent. You have 2 minutes once you begin.
My name is Jesse Cohen. I'm for this bill, and I represent myself. It has been the greatest privilege of my life to serve these last 5 years as a peace officer in Texas. I'm coming up on my 3rd year working the night shift, where we see the worst of the worst. I've heard concerns from some law enforcement organizations and administrators about passing constitutional carry. I do not share these concerns. I keep hearing that this bill will endanger officers and make our jobs harder. This hasn't been true in any of the 20 states where similar legislation has already passed, and I see no actual evidence as to why this will be an issue in Texas. The fears expressed by some law enforcement groups are irrational. We officers are supposed to deal with evidence and facts. The evidence shows officer safety isn't an issue with this legislation. The facts are that officers swore to uphold the natural rights of citizens listed in the Constitution, including carrying a gun for self-defense, without having to go through an arduous permit process or ask permission from the government. If the badge we uphold as officers is to have any credibility, we must be on the side of actually defending the Constitution, not just saying it when we swear our oaths to get our jobs. Every true public servant, officers, and all of you here should support removing the permit requirement and pass HB 1927. Thank you.
Members, questions for Officer Cohen? Yes, Senator Hall, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Cohen, you are a peace officer.
Yes.
There's been some discussion about one of the
parts of the bill. I think it's called Section 10, or also referred to as the Dutton Amendment.
Yes.
What are your thoughts on that?
I don't have a problem with it. Basically, that Dutton section and then that combined with an earlier section, I forgot what it's called, but it's right at the beginning of the bill. Those two things combined basically just put into statute the current requirements for a Terry's frisk, and that is that we have to have reasonable suspicion to stop somebody, and then if they're armed, we can control their movements, detain them, and temporarily disarm them while we investigate.
You're saying what it just says? It just says what's already in law.
It says what's already in case law. It doesn't change. It would not change anything that we practically do on the street, as far as I can tell.
Thank you very much.
Members, any other questions? All right. Thank you, sir, for joining us today. Thank you, Officer Cohen. Chair calls Michelle Gonzalez, then on deck Carolyn Smith, Barnell Hopkins, and then in the cleanup position, Catherine Dorr. I think I'm pronouncing that correctly, Catherine. I hope I am. With that, Ms. Gonzalez, please state your name, whom you represent. You have 2 minutes once you begin.
Yes, hi. My name is Michelle Gonzalez. Thank you all so much for your time. I am here on behalf of myself. I'm a protective mother, responsible gun owner, patriot, and constitutionalist. I am part of the supposed low 19% that fully supports this House Bill 1927. I believe in my God-given freedoms. Therefore, I believe people like myself have the right to protect ourselves and our families outside of our homes and our vehicles without having to ask the government for permission. While some are concerned that the wrong people will have access to carry a gun, the reality of it is criminals will always have a way to access guns and to carry them. Gun laws tend to only negatively impact law-abiding citizens like myself. When law-abiding citizens are armed, more lives are saved. Good example was Sutherland Springs earlier. You also have states like New Jersey, New York, Maryland, California, and Illinois that have strict gun laws, and yet they still have high gun crime rates. You just cannot legislate evil heart issues. Let's also keep in mind that we still have to go through the application and background check process to purchase a gun. The lady earlier mentioned 3 words that she wants you to remember from our Second Amendment: a well-regulated. I would also like to mention 4 important words: shall not be infringed. So therefore, I hope and pray that this bill will be passed in Jesus' name. Amen, not a woman. Thank you so much.
Members, question, Ms. Gonzalez, hold on a second. Members, questions for Ms. Gonzalez? All right. Thank you, ma'am. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you for joining us today. Chair calls Carolyn Smith, and then on deck, Varnell Hopkins, Catherine Dorr, and then Lisa Ross. Carolyn, are you here? All right. Thank you, ma'am. If you would, please state your name, whom you represent, and you have 2 minutes once you begin, ma'am.
My name is Carolyn Smith, and I am representing myself, and I oppose the HB 1927. I am a Vietnam-era veteran, and I am an elected deputy/judge for the election time. And I just spent the last week during the election, so I had to look at people's ID cards. I had to look at, them, exhibit them answering the questions. I had to make sure that they signed off everything. But then when this House bill came up, I couldn't understand it. I am not a native Texan, but I've been here longer than most Texans. So, and I kind of agree with some of the rules and the laws that you have here, but I just can't understand how could you not give training or any kind of program of training? Because I feel that you have to be a wise individual to go out there with a weapon. But then, because I know most Texans do love their guns, I just have an issue with the training for de-escalation purposes, for overall just being able to help individuals. I worked as a medic in the U.S. Army, and I saw gunshot wounds. I saw injuries, holes in heads and everything else, picking up people off the street. So basically, once I became a civilian, I decided I couldn't go any further with that. And now I got more productive into other fields. So with this, the law enforcement has another problem. They have to go make a split decision, and if they can make a split decision and it can cost them, how can other people who may not be capable of trying to make this decision of whatever it is that they happen to be influenced with? So basically, I see that the legislation here today look like me, but I still oppose 1927. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Carolyn. Members, questions for Ms. Smith? All right. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you for your service too, ma'am. Thank you. Hooah. Chair calls Varnell Hopkins, and then on deck is Catherine Dorr, Lisa Ross, Greg Vital is in the cleanup position. So Varnell, if you would, please state your name. Please have a seat, sir. Please state your name, whom you represent. You have 2 minutes once you begin.
My name is Varnell Hopkins. From Killeen, Texas, and I come before you in support of 1927. It's going to be real hard not to be repetitive of so many other people have said on both sides of this. One of the big things I take from this is that everyone that's come here speaking with y'all today wants to have a better Texas. They want a better place to live for our families. A lot of folks just have a different way of going about doing it. One of the big takeaways that I for myself on this, I'm a firearms instructor myself. I've had people come through classes or potential students that look like everyone up here on this stage right now and everyone out here in the audience right now, on both sides of the aisle, on both sides of this issue. At the end of the day, I say that the big benefit on this for Texans here is that, one, if someone is in a crisis situation, which I've had young ladies call in crisis situations where, it was last minute, they may have thought about wanting to get a gun or may have thought about wanting to get a license, but for right there and then, they had an issue where they felt their life was in danger, and they couldn't wait 60 days to get a license. They couldn't wait till the next time I have a class for them to take a class. They couldn't necessarily wait 3 days if they get a delay on getting their pistol. They wanted to be able to have the ability to defend themselves, not just in their home, not just in their car, but on themselves whenever they feel that it's necessary for them to do so. We spoke earlier in the outside about a nurse that was walking out to her car, and a boyfriend actually caught her at her car. It was legal for her to have a gun in her car, legal for her to have a gun at home, but she was not able to defend herself in that one instance there, and that was where her life was ended. I appreciate everyone here coming and being so patient and listening to all of us here today, coming from all over these places, and y'all doing the same. But thank you.
Thank you, Varnell. Thank you. Members, questions of Senator Buckingham, you're recognized.
We've had actually a lot of constituents from Senate District 24 come, so we just appreciate all of y'all, and thanks for coming, and that was really great testimony. So.
You as well, man. Thank you.
Members, any other questions of Varnell? All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining us today. Chair calls Catherine Dorr. Catherine, am I saying that close?
Yeah, it's correct.
All right. Thank you.
I signed up, and my daughter actually would like to speak at my place. Is that acceptable?
As long as she registers by name, but if you would.
Register by name. I don't know if she's on the list. I don't know if needs to make it her soccer practice.
I didn't hear the last, but what'd she?
She signed up. She signed up.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, come on. Please, by all means. And then on deck, Lisa Ross, Greg Vital, and then John Eden is in the cleanup position. So with that, Catherine, if you would, please state your name, or I'm sorry, Mr. Orr, if you would, please state your name, whom you represent, and you have 2 minutes once you begin.
Hi, my name is Marie-Therese Morosky. I'm representing myself. I'm 14 years old, and I'm opposed to this bill. The reason I'm opposed to this bill is that I think that we need more gun laws and not less. I've been involved in advocating for stricter gun laws since I was 6 years old in Sandy Hook, Connecticut. On December 14, 2012, there was a shooting at the elementary school. 20 first graders and my friends were killed. Since then, I have not felt safe in school, grocery stores, or even outside riding my bike. I don't think the government should allow people with no training to carry firearms in public. I think that you should do more, not less, to keep kids like me safe.
Members, questions?
May I ask,
Senator Lucio, you're recognized.
what grade are you in, young lady?
I'm in 8th grade.
You're the youngest witness we've had today, and you're going to high school next year.
Yeah.
Well, she's going to be an activist, that's for sure. We appreciate people taking part, especially our young people. Whether you're for or against this bill, we appreciate everyone coming to let us know how they feel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all for joining us today. Chair calls Lisa Ross. Lisa, if you would, please join us. And then on deck, Greg Vital, John Eden, and then Kurt Cadena Mitchell. And members, we have 9 witnesses remaining. So with that, Ms. Ross, if you would, please state your name, whom you represent, and you have 2 minutes once you begin.
Thank you very much. My name is Lisa Ross, and I'm a board member of Texas Gun Sense, and I'm also a founder of Lock Arms for Life. My mission as Lock Arms for Life is that I educate young adults about the importance of making sure firearms are stored safely. I'm coming to you at this as a mentor of my gun community. I'm an NRA member, I'm a gun safety advocate, and I'm a licensed to carry holder. I'm also a mom who lost a son to a gun tragedy. This is my son. Here's pictures of him. He was a 23-year-old college student in North Carolina. He was in a room with a bunch of young adults. The young adults were all under the age of 25. The gun was sitting on a coffee table. Someone handed my son the firearm, and it discharged, and killed him. Now what I do is I advocate to make sure that young adults like my son are well educated about the importance of making sure guns are stored safely. I feel that this bill 1927 makes it very reckless for young adults because they are already at a vulnerable age and they already are somewhat reckless in their behavior. I think that the reason that I educate them is because it's important that they know firearm safety and training, and I feel like that this bill does not do the education that it should before we're letting them. It's almost like putting the cart before the horse. We're not doing the education that we should with young adults. There's not enough PSAs out there. There's not enough education as far as firearm safety goes before we go ahead and allow them to start carrying a firearm. We also know that science kind of tells us that the brain isn't developed until the age of 25. These young adults that are in the room with my son, too, were not mature enough to even handle a lot of the responsibility of handling a firearm. And this is what happens when we don't have the proper education, the proper safety, and the education, the stuff that goes behind it. My time's up, so I'll go ahead and leave, but thank you very much. And again, I am begging you to please pass this bill.
Members, questions? Senator Lucio, question for Ms. Ross.
Ms. Ross, thank you for your testimony, and my respect, my heartfelt sympathy.
Thank you very much. Like I said, yes, like I said, had there been the training there, had we had taken the time, then my son might still be alive today. And that's why I think it's really important that we educate as many young adults as we possibly can about making sure that guns are stored safely, we have safe practices online, and things like that, that the education is there.
Thank
First.
you for being proactive, and hopefully the people that are listening will take you at heart.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Any other questions? Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for joining us today. Chair calls Greg Vital, and then on deck, John Eden, Kurt Cadena Mitchell, and then Gil Switzer in the cleanup position. With that, Mr. Vital, if you would, please state your name, whom you represent, and you have 2 minutes once you begin, sir.
Thanks for letting me speak my piece. It's nice to see everyone here. And my name is Greg Vittle, and I represent myself and this is Texas Freedom Force, and I am for this bill. Now, last year, in May, okay, there was a large riot. It started off as a peaceful protest of people marching down the streets, and it turned into a real live melee riot. There was 4,000 people there, and 150 patriotic Texans of This is Texas Freedom Force answered the call to arms. Literally answered a call to arms. Let me rephrase that. They answered the call to arms to come and protect the Alamo. They went down there and they lined up in front of law enforcement, SAPD, and who were also in front of the Alamo Rangers. They literally stopped that crowd from doing any kind of damage or vandalism to the cenotaph and to the Alamo and to harming any police officers that were there. Not one shot was fired and everyone was loaded to the gills. Okay, so I'm just trying to tell you that under law-abiding, there's a fallacy in this room, and there has been all day, as far as the safety of people and everyone and with people who have firearms. Law-abiding citizens with firearms reduces crime. I don't know. I'm just telling you, all the states before us, before Texas, that introduced the constitutional carry, all of their crime rate went down. I mean, not at a small, I mean straight down. Okay? Vermont has had constitutional carry for years. You can Google this stuff right now. I don't have to bring paperwork up here and look at my cell phone. I'm telling you, I've Googled this stuff today since I've been blue in the face. I think that every law-abiding Texas has a right to protect themselves with a weapon if they have to.
Thank you,
So I think you should pass this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vitale.
Sorry,
Members,
so long.
questions of Greg? All right. Thank you for joining us today,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Vitale. Thank
I'm
you
also a
very-
retired veteran, United
Ooh.
States Marine Corps. That's how you do it. All right.
Chair calls John Edine, and then on deck, Kurt Cadena Mitchell, Gil Switzer, and then Mark Randall. So with that, Mr. Edine, if you would, please state your name, whom you represent.
Sure. My name is Johnny Dean. I am a doctor. I am a pediatric orthopedic surgeon. I am the membership director for Doctors for Responsible Gun Ownership, and I am a proud Navy veteran. I've also had a license to carry since 2007, and I'm here to support constitutional carry, specifically HB 1927. Now, my public health colleagues tell us that gun violence costs $280 billion annually. However, they never discuss the benefits of lawful firearms use. In 1995, criminologists Gary Kleck and Mark Gertz published their landmark study, Armed Resistance to Crime, the Prevalence and Nature of Self-Defense with a Gun, that concluded up to 2.4 million defensive gun uses occurred in the U.S. annually. The CDC conducted studies in 1996, 1997, and 1998 that confirmed Kleck's findings, but they never published them. And then in 2013, President Barack Obama, after the Sandy Hook shooting, commissioned a study, and it found that there were 300,000 criminal gun uses, but over 500,000 to 3 million defensive gun uses a year. So how much money does the presence of armed citizens save the taxpayers? I'm also a firearms trainer with over 1,200 hours of training. It's a concern of some of the trainers, and Senator Lucio, you've been concerned about that people aren't going to get trained without the LTC. And the opposite is true. In Arizona, the number of people that got training went skyrocketing up because people they didn't know whether they had enough training, so they actually sought it out themselves. They're responsible individuals. Gun owners are the most responsible people. They're more responsible than police officers, frankly. They're more law-abiding. And so I think that we need to make sure that we get the constitutional carry. We need to make sure that people can arm themselves without having to go through a large cost. A lot of people just can't afford it, and it's especially if you're a single mom living in a big city. So anyway, as it stands now, 20 states have constitutional carry. What are we waiting for? please pass this bill out of committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Adine. Members, questions of Dr. Adine? All right. Thank you, sir, for joining us today. Thanks, Doc.
Thank you.
Okay, my screen went blank, Mr. Clerk. Okay, good, here we go. All right. Chair calls Kurt Kadena Mitchell, and then Gil Switzer is on deck, followed by Mark Randall on deck, and then Clint Polar in the cleanup position. Kurt, are you with us? Kurt, are you here? Okay, how about Gil Switzer? Gil, is that you?
It's Jill.
Jill, okay, it's spelled differently than I would have expected. So, thank you. Please state your name, whom you represent. You have 2 minutes once you begin, Jill. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I am Jill Switzer, and it's spelled G-Y-L. That's the confusion. My mother spelled it that way, not me.
Okay.
I'm the executive director of Texas Gun Sense, and we oppose House Bill 1927. I have the handout with some of the facts, not all, tried to keep it short. Happy to, I know, for example, Senator Lucio has asked a lot of good questions, so I plan to answer those questions when I go by your office. Something really concerned me today. 2 young adults came before this committee earlier today and shared personal stories of how shootings motivated by anti-Semitism have deeply impacted their lives. They told this committee they deal with ongoing fear while worshiping, worrying their congregation could be next. That family or community members worshiping next to them could be shot to dead. Then minutes later, they had to listen to a permitless carry activist practically shout, "The Jews should remember what happened in World War II." The chair cut him off before he could say anything else, but didn't admonish him or have him removed. I find that very, very problematic and exemplary in the sense that his comment was a clear reminder that many of the groups that support this legislation are extremist groups, and that some individuals and groups have a realistic fear of irresponsible and hateful armed persons around them and targeting them. I wanted to make some points, which I'll deliver to your office, about the arguments of self-protection. Data show that self-protection use of gun is extremely rare. More often is the use of your gun against you. If you look at the data and decide you are somehow the exception to the self-protection myth, fine, get a license to carry. The Supreme Court has ruled that the Second Amendment can be regulated for safety.
Thank you, Jill. Members, questions for Ms. Switzer?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you for joining us today, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kurt Kadena joined us. Kurt, are you there? Okay. Chair calls Mark Randall, and then after Mark is Clint Polar, and then Ann Smith. So, Mr. Randall, if you would, please state your name, whom you represent. You have 2 minutes once you begin.
Good evening. I'm Mark Randall. I'm representing myself, and I am in favor of HB 1927. I'm going to skip through a lot of this because a lot of it's been talked about before. But one thing I haven't heard talked about is how much it costs to actually get an LTC. The $40 fee has been mentioned quite a bit, but today I went and looked on a local in Austin facility to see how much they actually charge for this. For the class itself, it's $77. For the ammunition required to complete the course, it's $40. So that's $117 just for the class itself before you get to fingerprinting, which is another $10, and $40 finally for the state fee. Now, the time, I don't want to discount that either. I mean, we're all well aware of how much time it takes to take the LTC course and do the course of fire. But then after that, you have to go get fingerprinted. In my case, when I went to do it, I went to the fingerprints facility twice because they had some kind of glitch in their system where I wasn't in there. So I had to schedule time off work again to go take care of that again. So there's things that come along in the system that really don't need to be there. So, and I'm pretty fortunate. I can afford to take time off of work. I can afford the class. There's people that can't. And that's not right. Texans and Americans have the right to protect their lives and family, and it must not just be the Texans with time and money. Please pass HB 1927 as it is.
Thank you, Mr. Randall. Members, questions of Mr. Randall? All right. Thank you for joining us today, sir. Chair calls Clint Polar. Clint, are you with us? Yes. All right. Senator Buckingham's constituent. Please join us. And then on deck is Ann Smith, Carl John Zeitz, I hope I'm saying that correctly, and then Marie-Therese Morosky, I think that is everybody in the database, I believe. That's what, so hold on. Let me get Mr. Polar to begin, but well, let me check with the clerk. But I'll get your names after Mr. Polar testifies. Mr. Polar, if you would, please state your name, whom you represent. You have 2 minutes once you begin, sir.
Good evening. My name is Clint Polar. I'm here to testify in favor of HB 1927 on behalf of my fellow Texans, since I'm already an LTC holder. First off, the 81% poll question being robotically chanted is an unvetted online survey, only a few weeks old, with a 70-word loaded question, when an intellectually honest one would have simply been to ask, do you support constitutional carry? 5 words. If you believe the 81% number actually represents Texans against constitutional carry, then I've got some oceanfront property in Arizona to sell you. Second, I'll read a partially redacted statement made by somebody on this committee, possibly not present. This law is unconstitutional and creates suppression against our citizens. The right for our Texas citizens must not be burdened with unnecessary hurdles. That law was simply to require an ID to vote. There's no more natural of a right than self-defense of oneself and their loved ones. So somebody is going to make an argument that it's an unnecessary hurdle just to get an ID to vote, something that's also required to get an LTC plus a lot more, then it's most certainly an unnecessary hurdle, and more importantly, an immoral one, to have that natural right to protect themselves from all the criminals that do not care about any of these laws. Any misfounded uneasiness one may have doesn't trump our neighbors' rights to protect their loved ones, and we know law enforcement simply can't be everywhere all the time. We already recognize that natural right of self-defense in the home and vehicle, so let's correct it across the board for this great state of Texas. Thank you for your time.
All right. Members, questions of Mr. Polar? All right. Thank you for joining us today, sir. Hoo-ah. Chair calls Ann Smith, and then on deck, Carl John Zeitz, and then Marie-Therese Morosky. I also have Angelica Halpin. Are either one of y'all that, okay, Angelica, I think we'd called you at some earlier point during the day. I'm not sure, but I got you. Okay. And then, ma'am, your name with the, did you catch that?
I did not. Any chance you'd write that down for me?
Did you?
Can you get her to write it down and give it to him?
Say, spell it right.
Okay.
So you write it down. Oh, okay.
And then, Madam Clerk, if you would, too, the gentleman over there to the right as well. So with that, Ann, are you here? Ann? Ann Smith, Ann, are you with us? All right, I'm not seeing Ann. Carl John Zeitz. Carl, are you with us? Mr. Sergeant at Arms, is there anybody in the waiting rooms? Is anybody in overflow, or is everybody that's in the room now who's still with us?
Everybody's in here, sir.
Okay. Okay, so there's nobody extraneous to the hearing room that's waiting to testify?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, all right. And then, you got ahead of me on one here. Marie-Therese Morosky. Marie, are you with us? Marie? Okay. Angelica Halpin, would you please join us? All right, Angelica.
I drove in from Houston, so drive back.
All right, if you would, Angelica, please state your name, whom you represent, And once you begin, you'll have 2 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Angelica Helfin, and I was invited by Mothers Demand Action. I am against the bill, and this is my first time to ever participate in anything like this. I'm asking God every day why, and, you know, if I'm going to be stuck on this earth without my son, I lost my son, Harrison Schmidt, to gun violence. 18 years old, just driving a friend home, road rage. I know in Houston, there's a lot of questions of what's going on. I'm not going to blame one person, but I am seeing Wild West. People are taking things into their own hands. The boy that shot my son had no criminal record, had the right to hold the gun, but he lost his temper. He'd had a bad day. It was Halloween. A lot of kids were in his way. And that's what concerns me. I've heard a lot of people talk about some really interesting things and experiences that they had. And you guys really have to, who cares what they threat or what they do or Constitution? I mean, not to say that it's against their Constitution, but what about if we go back to the preamble? Establish justice and ensure domestic tranquility. I'm not seeing it. We literally every night have 3 to 4 road rages. I'm hearing, let's put it about education. No, I've been working for Houston ISD for almost 30 years. We can't even teach the kids reading. Most kids are behind in reading, and you want us to start teaching them about gun safety? My son loved guns. He learned it through Boy Scouts. I'm a Navy wife. My husband doesn't carry a gun in the car because he knows he's got a temper. But we're talking, and I've been hearing wonderful people talk about, I can do this, I can do that, and I trust them. Even people from opposing sides against, you know, we talked, we actually shared numbers. But we need to think about the generations that are coming, guys. These kids fight. Oh, I'll just finish my thought.
Angelica, just please finish your thought
Yeah.
and bring it to a close.
And so that's what I'm asking you is this. As you sit and as you think about these future generations that have been taught to take a test and they don't know how to play together. They're going to be adults soon. And that's what scares me the most. They don't know how to handle situations. Thank you so much.
Questions
Mr.
for
Chairman?
Angelica? Senator Lucio.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Angela.
Angelica.
Angelica, thank you. Biblical name, I guess. I really feel bad about your son.
He's
I think of mine when something like that comes over, or my grandson. But you said something that's most important for us to be able to hear you and other mothers who feel that there are other issues in our public schools that we need to address to make things better for them so they can learn and build that foundation we call an education so that they can build strong lives and you know, live a good life, or most important. I was the culprit. I said, well, if it's going to happen that a lot of people have access to guns, and you know, if it does, then I would like to see our young people get to know more about gun safety so we could save lives.
right.
That's where I
Education,
was going
education.
after. But your comments are well taken. There is a lot of bullying going on. There is a lot of stuff that a little bit. They need more discipline in our schools. I agree, and unfortunately, and I'm not referring to mamas that might not have control over their kids. It's hard when you have so much peer pressure also, and there isn't. You know, there's some responsibilities here that start at home, but also continue in the classroom, and then out in the general public. You're right. We're all in this together, and we should try to find solutions for the ills of society. So I just want to thank you for your testimony, and I feel sorry for those like you and others that are not here who are listening, who have lost loved ones, a neighbor who they cared for as well. It's hard.
But I'm glad, oh, can I just real quick? I'm glad to hear you say that because I recently resigned from Houston ISD because of that problem. We won't even take time for the kids to learn how to play together. We rarely give them recess. And they have to call ambulances because they start making each other bloody. And we have only ourselves to blame as we have become a system that cares about a test more than about our future. And so I take responsibility for that because I did watch that. And every time I tried to stand up for it, I was told, okay, older teacher, what do you know?
Thank you so much.
So, but thank you for that.
Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you guys. Good luck.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Angela, or Angelica, I'm sorry. So, final call for Carl John Zeitz. Carl, if you're with us. All right. Ann Smith. Ann, have you joined us? All right. Marie Teresa Morosky. Marie, are you with us? All right. With that, the last two cards that I have, members, Weston Martin. Am I reading that correctly, Weston? Weston?
Martinez.
Oh, Martinez. Okay, I just have Martin up here. I'm sorry. Okay. Weston, if you would, please.
I've always dreamed of being a doctor.
And then, okay. And then on the, on deck, Alma Arredondo. Alma, are you, okay. So you're on deck. If, after both of you testify, if you would obviously state your name, whom you represent, and then register outside after your testimony, if you would, please, so you can be a part of the record for being here today. With that, Dr. Weston, or I'm sorry, Dr. Martinez, you are recognized. Please state your name, whom you represent. You have 2 minutes once you.
And before you start the clock, Senator, I will say I did register outside, but I'll be more than glad to do it again.
Oh, okay.
No
Thank you, sir. All right.
First off, thank you each for being here, Senators. I appreciate the bedside manner that you have. It certainly is a little bit of a different temperature than what we have in the House, even though some of you came from the House. So whether we're talking today about successfully supporting law enforcement or the enjoyment of a hog hunt in East Texas, or maybe even a duck hunt down in the valley, or grid security in North Texas, I think we can all agree that we cannot legislate solutions for symptoms. We have to legislate solutions for the actual root cause of the problem. And being a former statewide commissioner, I too, like you, swore an oath. And that oath was very clear. And that oath was something that we all held our hand up, swore on a Bible, that we would defend against all enemies, foreign and domestic, without passion. With passion, but without passion, because it's free from our influence, because it's larger than us. It's interesting that when we look at, as a real estate commissioner, and we look at licensing, because licensing has been a big conversation today. Imagine if we required every property owner to register all their properties in their name, not in their entity, so everybody wouldn't know their address, or not in their name of their trust, so they could transfer it to their family, but in their individual name. Regarding access, imagine that if someone here would advocate for young women to have access to abortion without a license, without a permit, without training on how to deal with this self-inflicted wound without infringement. Yet that same woman can't carry a gun to protect herself from the rape that could be cause of that abortion to begin with. With respect, maybe we can use all this public testimony to advocate for abortion being limited until proper brain development is done, and limit abortions until the age of 25. Santa Ana would have loved to force the defenders of the Alamo to be disarmed and declared ineligible to declare arms. Remember the Alamo, allow freedom to ring, and please put people over politics in your decision today.
Members, questions for Mr. Martinez? Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you each.
Thank you, Weston. Thank you, sir. Chair calls Dr. Alma Arredondo. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. If you would, please join us. And Mr. Chairman, if I may take one moment of liberty as Alma is joining us. We've had 100 and nearly 80 individuals testify, and this is how a discussion should function. There's been some times we've all had hearings and such that had a little more relish on the hot dog than we might have wanted, And so proud of the people of Texas for the manner in which they've carried out the debate and the discussion today. And I know you're going to have some closing comments here in a bit. But before we get to that, Dr. Alma, you are recognized. Please state your name, whom you represent, and 2 minutes, please, ma'am.
My name is Dr. Alma Arredondo Lynch, representing myself, and I live in Uvalde. I've lived there for 20 years, but originally I'm from the Rio Grande Valley, from Starr County. I am for HB 1927. My late husband was a special agent for U.S. Customs. He was a firearms instructor and a sharpshooter, and we lived in McAllen, Falcon Heights, Zapata. We've lived all over the border. And we had 3 children. We had guns all over the place, but my husband taught them how to respect the guns. None of those guns ever went off or killed anybody. I am here to address Senator Hinojosa, and I'm sorry that he's not here, and Senator Lucio. We all grew up in the Valley, the poorest Hispanic population in the state of Texas. Senator Hinojosa and I are both migrant farm workers, and we rose from the dust of poverty to positions of leadership. Senator Hinojosa was responsible for bringing health care awareness to the forefront in the Valley by bringing that medical school. The Valley has become a cauldron of illegal aliens coming across the southern border. These illegal aliens are not model citizens. We're talking about MS-13s, the Cartel of Del Golfo, El Cartel de Sinaloa. Our people, our gente, need these guns to defend themselves. And like everybody has said, or most have said, getting this license and training is expensive. And you know, our La Gente doesn't have the time to go out for this training because they're working and supporting their families. PJ once told me, if you ever need any help, go to Senator Lucio. I am asking you for you to support HB 1927. I will say this, I stood before the SREC as they stripped me of my committees for supporting a Democrat, Ryan Guillen. Ryan Guillen is a very good friend of mine, and I grew up with his mom in Rio Grande City, and we went to school together. He authored HB 1927. Not all Republicans are good for Texans and all Texas, just like Democrats are not all bad for Texans and for Texas. And I appreciate this opportunity, and I'm sorry I was late. I was in a tornado last night in Hondo. I was coming back from McAllen, Texas, and I was caught, and I got it on film, that tornado. Right. And so I got home at midnight, and I was up by 4:30 to try to make it here from Concan, Texas, south of Gardner State Park, to be here by 9 o'clock, and I did sign in, and I guess my brain was still with a tornado, so thank you.
Members, questions for Dr. Alma. Senator Lucio, you're recognized.
Is that Redondo?
Yes.
Muchas gracias.
De nada.
I appreciate you being here, and I respect where you've been in life, your testimony. I had a call last night, members, and it was a very disturbing call from one of my constituents in San Benito. Got a ranch, and he said, and I haven't had a chance to talk to the lieutenant governor or my brothers and sisters here in Christ that I call them. And you're right about the problem we have with immigration right now and the amount of people that are coming over.
Incredible.
But it's los coyotes and the drug dealers are having their way. And I question where we are at this point at the national level. And I actually want to sit down and write a strong resolution so that the Senate, our Senate here in Texas can speak out on this particular issue. I am hoping that I can get the chair of Veterans Border Security to allow us to have a special meeting, public hearing, so we can invite those that are being affected in these ranches where people are going through. He found this young lady that had been lost out in his ranch for 3 days in near death. Saved her life. But he was just completely, I've never heard my friend talk that way. extremely concerned about what is going on. And I felt an urgency myself to do everything I could to allow him a forum, along with anyone else that is encountering this. He said that there are many more on the way, and it's organized, as you well know. And they're coming through these ranches, and there's a major humanitarian problem at the same time. And I know that a lot of people might not care about the humanitarian problem, but just the immigration problem. But we have to address both because we have it. And I want the Biden administration to do its job to
Yes, sir.
protect that border, to protect the citizens of this country, who we are. But at the same time, we need to collaborate and cooperate and get the job done and make sure that our neighboring country understands they have a responsibility, they have a duty, to intercept and to do their part so that their good neighbor, do not have to put up with this incredible problem. This is just the tip of the iceberg that I'm even talking about tonight. And I'm just answering part of what your testimony was about here. Mr. Chairman, I'm really sorry to have to interject with this because it's a federal issue, but it's also our issue because we're being affected. And we have to, at one point, meet it head on.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate your testimony. We have another rule in the Senate that our senators look at their district and vote their district, and we try our best to make sure that we echo the sentiments of our people, the people we represent.
Yes.
But I also have another responsibility statewide. I understand that because we are a family of senators who, and at the end of the day, we're going to pass public policy that impacts the state, not just the senatorial district. If we lose in the process, we lose with dignity and respect, respecting our brothers and sisters, for standing up for what they believe. And that's really what I wanted to say. Some of the things I want to say at the end, and I'll limit myself because there's one or two other items that I want to say, but this is not the time with you at the table right now. I want to thank you for being here, but this is not an easy answer to this issue.
And the reason that I was here is because I knew that everybody was going to be touching about HB 1927, dealing with, safety and all of that. But I come from a different perspective because of these illegal aliens coming. And yes, the lady said she was 8th generation. Well, she may be 8th generation, but I'm 8th generation, born in the same
9th generation.
On the same Spanish land grant that was deeded to our ancestors back in 1763. And it was sad to see illegal aliens using my home where I grew up, my grandmother's house, as the stash house. And my cousins don't have any guns because they don't have a permit to carry. So I thank all of you.
Thank you.
For allowing me to voice my opinion. And God bless you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Alma. Chair recognizes, well, first, is there anyone else wishing to testify okay? Ma'am, if you would, please step forward. By chance, are you either Marie or Ann? I'm not. Okay, all right. If you would, please state your name, whom you represent. You may have registered, but I don't have any additional individuals, so if you would register after your testimony, I'd greatly appreciate it. Please state your name, whom you represent.
Thank you. Yes, thanks for the opportunity. My name is Hillary Whitfield, and I am speaking against the bill. I'm a mom of 2 high schoolers, and I'm a Texan by choice since 2007. We plan to be here forever. We love living in Texas. And I agree with many of the points that the other testifiers have made this evening opposing the bill, but I want to focus on one issue in particular. So supporters of permitless carry have been pointing to the 19 states that have permitless carry as a main reason to enact it here. But to me, and I would hope to you, that is not a viable reason to make it legal for untrained, unvetted citizens to carry handguns in public. We all know that what's good for other states isn't always good for Texas. For example, other states have a state income tax. That doesn't mean Texas should. Let's let other states have bad laws on the books. We shouldn't. Other states' populations are tiny compared to Texas. We are the second most populous state in the nation. All of the 19 permitless carry states, except 3, are among the 25 least populous states. Even the 3 largest, Arizona, Tennessee, and Missouri, have less than 1/4 of our population. 14 of the permitless carry states combined have less people than Texas. And if you add the populations of our 4 most populous cities in Texas altogether, it equates to just about the entire population of Arizona. So my point is, comparing Texas to other states is not an apples-to-apples scenario. More people in contact means more chances for conflict. We do not need more of those conflicts turning deadly. Texas has always been a leader, not a follower. We should not pass dangerous legislation just because other states made the poor choice to do so. Please vote no. Thank you.
Members, questions of the witness?
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us tonight,
Thank you.
ma'am. Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against? Yes, sir. Please step forward. Is there anyone else? Let me get everybody's hand that wants to be recognized and speak, other than the gentleman coming forward. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 1927? All right, so the gentleman that's testifying now, I believe, is our last witness, Mr. Chairman. With that, sir, if you would, please state your name, whom you represent, and you have 2 minutes once you begin.
Absolutely, thank you. My name is Sebastian Heen. I represent myself and my immediate family. I'm a commissioned security officer in the state of Texas, have been for the last 2 years. I am an FFL licensed dealer, so deal with firearms consistently and regularly. When it comes down to the thought process of whether or not we need to regulate the licensing process for our citizens' individuality and their individual families and whether or not they want to carry, I think it comes down to a trust issue between our representatives and the constituents that they follow. For every other aspect in life that we go through, whether that be going into a coffee shop and treating people with respect and dignity and kindness, that is an onus that you have to do as an individual yourself. It is not an onus that we as a committee or as a government body or as a community put on anybody else. So to implement that, me as a government body or you as a government body or somebody who wants to be legislated correctly, to be expected to say this is correct in this aspect of life but not in this aspect of life doesn't make a lot of sense. We are either adults to be free citizens all the time and every time in every aspect of our lives. That includes how we decide whether we're going to be religious, whether we're going to be active in our community, whether or not we're going to come to events like this and speak our minds, and that also implies to whether or not we're competently smart enough to understand that if we are going to carry a firearm, that we need to take it upon ourselves to learn that training, have that training, and be responsible adults in for yourself, not being told by any government entity that you need to do that and to be legislated. So in closing, I respect that you guys are having this session and allowing us to speak, and I thank you for that. I just also would like you to have faith in your constituents to know that they are going to do the right thing. We are not criminals, and thank you.
Thank you, sir. Members, questions of the witness?
Thank you for the testimony.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 1927? Hearing and seeing none, public testimony is closed. Chair
Chairman?
recognizes Senator Schwartner.
Mr. Chairman?
Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Lucio.
Before we recognize the author of the bill, who I respect so much, I'd like to just make a very brief closing statement. This has been a wonderful public hearing. I respect everyone that testified for or against this bill. I just want people to know that I respect life a lot. I'm a pro-life legislator. I'd rather not call it a party, call it a party label, because it's not. I'm a pro-life legislator. All of you know that. I've been consistent, and I represent an area who feel a lot like I do, because that is part of the culture that I grew up in. I was so fortunate to have parents who were pro-life and respected the sanctity of life, who taught us values, who taught us to respect our elders, who taught us to respect law enforcement, who taught us to respect our teachers and leaders in our community. I have a great deal of respect and admiration and love for each one of you. I will not be voting for this bill tonight, only because I need to echo the sentiments of many of my constituents who called today, urging me not to. I also had some of my constituents who wanted me to vote on this bill, personal friends, good friends. So it's not an easy vote. I think this is probably a harder vote than a pro-life bill for me. But I'm going to honor the majority of those that call me, but state to those that came here that out of respect for you all, I needed to make it clear tonight that this is a very honorable man that's carrying what he feels is a bill that he needs to champion. And those that vote for this bill, I'll never dislike, because it's not in my blood or in my agenda to dislike anyone. It is for me to work with people and be understanding and caring and loving of everyone as long as I'm here. And I wanted to make that clear tonight. I have a great deal of respect for our leadership. You know I do. And I have crossed party lines to actually support people from across the aisle, because I believe the men and women that I've known over the last 35 years here in Austin have given it their all, and I support people not based on their party, but based on their heart and how hard they work to truly represent the people of Texas. So I'll stop there and just let you all know that I have a great deal of respect for those that will vote for this bill. Nothing changes. We continue to try to find solutions to address the issues on both sides of this bill. But I want to make it clear that I do believe, I strongly believe, that every man, every woman that cares to carry a gun should be able to have one, and they do right now in the present laws, to protect themselves and their families. I don't feel that this bill will take that away. I think it will facilitate in a few ways to people to be able to go buy a gun and without having to worry about spending more money on permits and all, which is okay. But I just hope that we're at the end that nobody else gets hurt or killed. That's my main concern here. Mr. Chairman, thank you for allowing me to say a few words, and I truly respect you.
Thank you, Senator. That was some very, very kind comments and pointed comments.
Before I recognize you, Chairman, the clerk wanted me to make sure that those that recently testified that we did not have registered, if you would, please register before the hearing concludes, which would mean do so in the near minutes. Mr. Chairman, Senator Creighton would like to speak, and I don't know if
That'd be
Senator
great.
Buckingham-
Please let
Senator
I'd
Hall,
like to
but I
finish.
want you to have the last word.
Thank
So what
you.
I would like to do is
That's
come
very
to
kind of you, sir.
Senator Creighton. Senator Creighton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and just briefly, first I want to say thank you for running a very good hearing, both chairmen that managed the hearing today. Certainly to Chairman Schwartner as the bill author. We appreciate all the meetings that you've had with stakeholders and how you've worked to develop the policy I heard a few things today that I think were repetitive that are concerning to me that I just wanted to clear up as far as what's consistent with the research in my office and what's provided. And just a few examples, there was testimony provided that states that had passed similar laws had a 15% on average increase in crime. The data that I have in my office and that many of us have spoken about and shared show that crime statistics were stable or decreased in states that had passed similar laws. We also heard that this legislation removes background check requirements for the purchase of a handgun, and certainly that's not correct, as the federal handgun background check requirement remains in place if this bill were to pass. We heard that this legislation puts guns in the hands of violent offenders. That's certainly not the case either. And last, we had many references to a survey that had results in the 81st percentile, where 81% of Texas, as it was quoted, was opposed to the policy in this bill. The survey that I found is the Survey USA survey. In question 3, I just wanted to have in the record, because this is the question and the results that are mentioned, to read the question that's asked of the participating person that's surveyed. Number 3, the question says, under current Texas law, people are required to get a permit to carry loaded handguns in public places, regardless of whether they will carry the handgun openly or carry it concealed. In order to get a permit, a person needs to have a clean criminal record and complete handgun safety training. Do you support, oppose, or strongly oppose requiring a permit to carry a handgun in public in Texas? So the major omission in that question is that there's no verbiage at all that informs the people surveyed that a background check for the purpose of a firearm would still remain if the permit requirement is removed. And that will certainly produce a skewed answer. As we all know, the way a surveyed question is asked really will have all to do with the effect on how it is answered. So, Mr. Chairman, as the bill author, I appreciate what you've been able to accomplish and to, not just to develop the policy, but to allow Texans to have their say, because as we know in Washington, D.C., you have to be invited to testify as a member of the public. And that's not what we do here in Texas, because every voice matters, and we respect every opinion that takes the time to be here, and it does make a difference. But I look forward personally to voting yes to advancing the bill to the Senate floor for debate and consideration. And in my opinion, we are doing the right thing for Texas and for the rights of Texans under the Constitution in considering this policy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Hall, I see you reaching for your light, so you are recognized.
Very observant, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, sir. I won't repeat some of what Senator Creighton had to say. I'd had some of the same kind of numbers, some of what we looked at in the questions that were asked and numbers that were used. I think it's pretty clear that out there the overwhelming support that was gathered with thousands of people participating in a fairly straightforward survey that took place, that was testified here, where roughly 3,000 people, and it was, in the 90% supporting it. And it did concern me a bit that we continuously had repeated and just went through it some, factually inaccurate statements, and that is that it's real clear that this bill doesn't change anything with regards to who can possess a gun. It's the background checks to buy a gun are there, and the same background that people have to be able to possess one. And it doesn't change any place where anybody can carry a gun. We keep, all of that stays in place. This gun just simply opens it up so that that those who choose to exercise their Second Amendment rights will be able to do so without having to pay a fee and go through the process of getting a license. Those who want that can certainly do it, and it certainly doesn't require people to abdicate their personal responsibility to learn what they're supposed to do when they have a handgun. You just can't legislate. I think we could have figured that out by now. You can't legislate personal responsibility. That people either have that or they won't have it. And so I think, and the other side of this, I think this was an excellently conducted hearing. It's one of the best I've sat through, considering such a contentious subject that we have. The feelings on each side of this are just as strong as any of the pro-life issues that we have sat through. Senator Lucio, that we've heard the passionate discussions on both sides, and we recently went through similar thing with the issue of protecting children from mutilation and transition issue. Very passionate there. Is very passionate here, but the people, I have to commend them. It's some of the most respectful testimony I think I've ever heard in a committee on both sides of it.
Sure.
And I thank you both, Chairman, for the way you've conducted it and the way you laid this out for the bill, making it crystal clear how little this bill really changes in its implementation. So thank you for bringing it forward, and I look very forward to supporting this bill.
Thank you, Senator. Good points.
With that, Chairman, you're recognized. Senator Schwertner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first, just a thank you to the senators on this dais for your great attention and care and dedication to the service of the people of Texas. We are our family, as Senator Lucio has so appropriately pointed out. We discuss issues, we agonize over issues together, and we try to find the right policy for the state. I want to thank all the people that testified, 180, 90 over the last 10 hours. Not done in the middle of the night, done in an open manner with great respect and great attention to their details and their stories, which were very much coming from the heart and deeply felt on those individuals' behalf. Remember, it's at the core. This is about our constitutional rights and freedoms, and the lines are drawn between government and citizen. The trust government has in citizens to exercise responsibly those constitutional rights and freedoms. In summary, this bill will allow law-abiding 21 years of age or older individuals who currently and legally possess a handgun to carry that handgun in a holster in a public place to exercise their right to self-defense without a state-issued license. It is a simple restoration of constitutional rights under the Second Amendment that, quite frankly, has never been abridged in the case of long guns. In the end, this is a restoration of the belief in and the trust of our citizens. And I believe it is high time that we do that in the state of Texas. With that, Mr. Chairman, my close.
Thank you, Chairman. The amendments are still in front of us. Do you wish to make the motion to pull the amendments down?
I would like to pull all the amendments down and leave them down.
Okay, all right. With that, members, Senator Schwertner has withdrawn the committee amendments 1 through 6. Senator Schwertner moves that House Bill 1927 be reported favorably to the full Senate with a recommendation that it be passed and be printed. Clerk, please call the roll.
Schwertner.
Aye.
Birdwell.
Aye.
Buckingham.
Aye.
Creighton. Aye. Hall.
Aye.
Hinojosa. Lucio.
Nay.
There being 5 ayes and 1 nay, the bill is favorably reported. Members, Senator Hinojosa has a motion in writing to be shown voting nay on House Bill 1927. Is there objection to adopting the motion? Hearing and seeing none, the motion is adopted. It does not change the outcome of the vote. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to return the gavel to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, thank you all senators for your great attention and diligence in this hearing. Is there any other business to come over the committee? With no other business to come before the committee, Senator Birdwell moves that the committee stand in recess, subject to the call of the chair. Is there objection? Without objection, it is so ordered.